嘿，欢迎大家回收看5分4的游戏频道。我们今天这个月有排不少的《世纪帝国2》的转播，那我们刚好可以赶上这个 Neely 的 Apartment Cup 最后总决赛的部分。这好像是 BO9，所以我靠，这个真的会打超级久的。我昨天有看那个韦恩报他们Hera 打右的那一局。后面好像是 Livery 对 Viper 那一局我就没看到了，之后再回去补一下。那但是 BO9 真的是超级吃体力的，我必须讲，这不管是播报还是选手，真的都超级累。因为 BO9 最长可以打到9场，你会 k 笑欸。那他们现在 ban pick 稍微暂停一下。pick 还剩2次，然后一边是 ban 玛雅跟曲泽罗，另外一边 ban 掉这个波兰和波斯。波斯肯定是针对地图的，这几乎是肯定的。那已经入手的文明里面，有一边拿走了葡萄牙、阿兹特克、立陶宛、拜占庭。这都还算蛮灵活的文明了。然后 Dravidian 是那个达罗 P 图嘛，马来、中国、印度斯坦尼，还有 Ethiopian 那个伊索比亚。另外一边拿走意大利、维京，没有到非常灵活，对，然后高棉还算不错，日本也还蛮灵活的，勃艮第也还算。那再来是库曼算特别的，博也算比较灵活一点，但也算是没有那么灵活啊。土耳其也算是比较特别，所以很明显这里的策略感觉比较针对一点。那我不太确定，应该是指左边这个是 Hera 的 ban 跟 pick 嘛，所以 Hera 的 pick 我觉得蛮有趣的。再来拿了 Britain 跟 Mongol， 那另外一边拿了这个 Burmese 是缅甸跟达，最后一个文明拿马扎尔，蛮奇怪的。然后 ban 波斯 ，Livery ban 波斯，我不是很肯定是为什么。两边文明都不能重复吗？对啊，他们拿走的对面就不能用了。Viper 在做解说。
Yeah, and see if you can get, a nice stolen win against a high priority pick like Lithuanians, right?
这个月不播世纪，没有啊，就是这个月要播世纪，因为上次跟那个本来应该要播的时候跟英雄联队3对调了，所以在2月节目期间内就没有播。蛮后悔的，我都错过了 Hera 的5-0。
And also, Hera, the guy who chose Kawasan and criticized his opponent for not sniping Portuguese, leaves it up against himself.
Yeah, but Portuguese, Aztecs, what do you want to play against, right? Like if he bans Portuguese, suddenly Aztecs is played on Kawasan, and that's a really hard one to play against as well. But that's again what's so tricky.
Game 1叫做 Graveyards， 对不对？坟场。那目前这2个文明标记的意思，应该是指等一下会看到高棉对阿兹特克。那我们要看一下这个观战列表里面能不能看到他们的比赛。
Which one do you like more? If I was putting you in the player's seat to play out the draft and the maps, like where
还没有出来。
This is where I would have to sit down for like 20 minutes.
I know. I'm putting you on the spot to make a pretty big declaration.
这2个是狙击掉不能使用的 ，OK， 所以不是 ban， 不是等一下要参战的。那所以等一下第一张地图他们用哪一个文明还是不知道的。
I may lean a little bit towards.
因为有这个狙击的机制的话，他们每一个工作岗位都要准备至少超过一个文明，不然有一些关键的地图、太特殊的地图，你如果只有一个文明能打的话，会蛮惨。
I hate using the word guaranteed, but guaranteed wins. Like I got myself really specifically powerful civs for some of my very specific home maps.
Let's say guaranteed civ advantages.
There we go. Quotes. That's a much better way to place it. Well, there you have it.
有3-0 Viper 吗？等一下。
On this matchup, scoreline, who takes it? Who will be the champion of NAC4 before we hand it off to our casters?
After the draft, I think is looking even closer than I predicted before. I said
还真的，Round 4的时候3-0 Viper。
Because Hera's looked so good this tournament, obviously.
可是他对到 Livery 的时候3-2啊。而且我一向不会单纯看比数了，对啊，这跟网球赛一样，你得要进去看每一局才知道真正的差距到底大不大。
Neck and neck in their skill and execution, and obviously we'll see how the mind games play out. You know, this could I could see any result in this. It could be a 5-1, 5-0 even if things just start snowballing, right? But 5-4, like they've had so many matches before as well where it goes.
哈士奇安安啊。
I would not be shocked if it goes, but my bet would still be slightly on Hera.
All right, it's a Hera call, 5-4. Either way, we want 9 games.
希望等一下观战是可以蛮顺利找到场次的，不然通常解决这种技术难题我很头痛。
I'm going to hand things over to T90 and Dave to get this final series underway.
Absolutely, that's exactly what we want. We got the matchup for it. Welcome everybody to the NAC4 finals. I am T90. This is Dave. Nilly is over there, excited to watch. Happy to be casting the finals here, Dave.
You know, I'm gaining energy. I'm gaining energy by the second because you have that Wikipedia page up with the results historically between these.
看，我觉得T90看起来都明显变老了。
Almost every single time.
那个鱼尾纹不只是那个小胡子，还有那个鱼尾纹。
And then he doubled down on Mr. 5-0 by literally Mr. 5-0ing
Mr.
5-0 in Yo yesterday. A crazy performance. Leary had a dominant performance against Viper as well. The draft is very interesting because you can really tell from the civs that they selected, they are playing towards the other player's tendencies, and they play so often, so many practice games against each other, that there's like considerations you have to take in that you wouldn't against a player like Viper. Right? Like the draft for Hera is going to look very different versus.
终于播世纪了，哈士奇来啦！
我靠，这 Alert Box 也太晚出了吧？不过再跟哈士奇问好一次，哈士奇你好。
To even blow it up even further than that, in S tier tournaments, it is 4 wins for Hera against Leary, and it is 4 wins for Leary against Hera.
Viper 的状态看起来是不太好，对，因为他在 Round 1对 Village 就已经0-3一次了，然后对到 Hera 跟 Livery 的时候也都0-3。
And the transitional play on those water maps is going to benefit Hera. He is so good.
对啊，所以如果照他5个 round 下来的表现看，应该是状态不太好。
Will the transitional play be there for Leary today? Because there's 3 maps where we're going to have that potential.
Well, I mean, like
that. I mean, you know, those maps could swing the whole series. Excuse me.
If we're talking about water, Leary could literally dock his deck.
感觉右的状态也不太好。右所有获胜的轮次都是3-2，我靠！
I wasn't actually looking at the screen when I said that.
Oh my god!
Production is on point, dude. I was wondering why the viewers were laughing. I didn't truly understand that. Well, there we go. We have the stats there on the waters for the waters on the desk. Well played to the players.
We'll keep you updated as he brings in more. Yeah.
What if he like chucks one off his table?
He also might be the mysterious quarter water bottle culprit that keeps leaving just a quarter of the water undrank.
I've done that a couple times.
Well, you forget, right? You're like,
I know. Is that mine? I don't want to drink.
所以他们这个是线下的吗？
Best of 9 here, right? So strap in, folks. It's going.
因为我看他们是现场打的，但是是现场打线下还是现场打线上？
Yep.
You can see the seed for these players, number 2, number 3, respectively. You can see the AW2 earnings, number 2 and number 3, respectively.
And you can see Leary.
现场打线下那就真的没得看啦，只能看他们的画面啦。
5th and 6th, it's not possible for him to get 7 and 8 here. So he's only got 1 more place before he can go 1 to 6 on his NAC finishes. Leary is looking for the first place, and like we said before, this is kind of a storyline coming in. Leary has been to 5 LAN finals in his AoE career. He is 0.
线下的我要怎么观战？
Yeah, absolutely. And I truly don't even know if he knew that narrative before we brought it up. Shame on us, but also good on us.
中间那些都可以安排，对啊。我只是说他们的游戏局本身是 offline 的而已，就是没有 ping 的，是区网的，没有任何的延迟。会有房间能进，那就不是线下的。对，我想你们可能没听懂我的意思是什么。线下比赛跟就是说在现场比赛是两回事。线下的意思就是你直接是区网，没有连网际网路。那所以他们不会有任何的 ping， 就是会非常的顺这样。
In-laws, third cousins, real estate agents, and their extended family as well as we join into game number 1.
他们的 Game 1 开打了吗？如果正常的话，我应该要看得到。我现在看得到他们的 Dry Graveyard， 所以应该是不是线下的了。好啦，那我们暂停一下。大家比较想要用这个Capture Age 看，还是用那个内部的观战系统？我先看一下它 Capture Age 到底修好了没。我上一次用 Capture Age 的时候，它又有问题，版本又不对了。好，我就发现 Capture Age 还是没有好，我之后再研究看看它怎么办吧。这样子问大家也没办法了，只能先用它的一般的观战系统。Capture Age 比较能看清楚，应该说你不用个人去做解读了，它直接界面会帮你分析比较多的资讯，会比较轻松一点。比赛无法观看，未知错误。What？ 发生什么事？他们可能需要开始一段的时间。对，我可以下载它的那个插件，就是那张地图，但是没有办法开始。这样子我有时间再看一下 Capture Age 有没有办法更新好，然后希望它的第一局不是什么超级快结束的比赛。我们这边随便找一场 RP。叫他使用 Capture Age， 然后我再看一次，他跳了什么问题？他感觉就是更新失败啊，因为以前 Capture Age 是好的。LE 2 Net 又被灌爆了，所以又不能用了。允许 Capture 使用数据，它可能就会让我更新了，是吗？有没有这么过分？那你问心酸的。OK， 有繁体中文呢，我不记得我之前用的时候有繁体中文。那随便找一场 RP 测试看看了。Fail to load replay， 所以这个 replay 本身有问题。OK， 这场可以，所以我相信我应该是成功把它修好了。所以我不让 Capture Age 读我电脑的数据，它就不让我更新哎，这样感觉有点靠北。看一下啊 ，Game Capture 的部分我就先暂停掉。我们来看一下这个，可不可以直接用 Capture Age 的画面？ OK， 这样应该有 capture edge 的画面呢。无法观看比赛未知错误，所以还是一样欸，这我就有点麻烦了。对啊，我不知道他是发生什么事。我先测试随便一场吧，因为蛮有可能是这个比赛设定的问题。我找一场有没有时间接近的？没有，那就超个十几分钟的好了。很明显可以进去。这就怪了，为什么？为什么只有他们比赛的那一局不能看？那个插件有成功下载啊，所以他们使用自定地图的部分应该没有影响到。看冲动已经进去了是在说什么？Leaks， 他有房号，我不知道他有房号是什么意思。他这边有讲来源叫做 advertisement start observing event， 然后还有错误代码，所以这应该是他们的某个现实锁吗？有房号的才能够观战哦，是哦，所以我们还是不能够直接用观战，那真的就只能跟大家一起看比赛啦。真开心，那没关系啊，我还是蛮希望看完 Hera 的冠军赛的，因为这是他之前度过低潮期以来感觉表现最好的时期了。
Against Magyars, he could be losing scouts, but it is Leary. He does have archers on the field, and so far he hasn't taken any losses.
I think now that you've cleared those up and you know there's no scouts coming towards you with 13 on the field from Hera, you can almost just get wheelbarrow and then go up to Castle Age.
Yeah, agreed.
Until you lose significant
Hindustani 对马扎尔
always track the archers coming across. You know there's no scouts coming to the back of your base from Leary. So you should be pretty safe to just build up resources. Leary gonna have to play a little bit more defensively here.
Yeah, it's either that, Dave, or
我这张地图的闪金好多哦。
But I think Hera feels like he's got enough scouts to get value, and this is easy pickings for Hera as he's gonna kill the villager there. Does lose a scout or two, but will be later to the Castle Age, at least the way it's looking right now. Best of 9 final here at NAC4. It's been a crazy week.
已经打到16分了。
And we're getting closer to the conclusion here. Leary with the blacksmith.
斥候的量还蛮大的。
He doesn't have any upgrades other than bloodlines. We're comparing that to the forging that the
Livery 不知道为什么 idle TC 长达1分15秒，还在加。
In the middle, tracking the army, and the other one's looping around behind.
他的那个现在是想要上城的主动停滞，但是在那之前他已经1分多了。他的农田正在被闹的时候，停村上城，其实需要停的秒数会长蛮多的。
And then he's also going to get more attack. Heresies one spearman, goes for the attack, doesn't get the kill. Checking the woodline, forcing reactions, constantly.
所以光是那个停村上城的部分就多停掉1村了。那 Hera 现在是已经好几村的领先了吧？这样看的话，对吧？4村，然后加上同时城堡时代。
Neither am I. Sorry, chat. I saw you look immediately to the chat, not even to me. But Dave, this is just not a good situation for Leary to be in. He loses another villager there. Hera with 12 scouts, still creating more. He's in on the wood line.
这个时间点对马扎尔来讲是蛮适合把轻技换成伤害的，所以 Livery 正常是那个长枪兵其实不能停。他等一下虽然有一些科技要拿，但是长枪兵真的需要多补。
I know he can go into camels, which is something that Leary doesn't have access to, and he's forward with some archers, but it just doesn't seem like he.
这样看的画面好小哦，我把它切大一点，对不起。
To push this back once he reaches Castle Age.
Yeah, exactly. I think maybe just he used too much, right? We haven't seen archers have much success here at all. We've seen most players go for scouts. He did start with scouts, of course. But Hera just continuing where he left off with consistent army production, consistent control over games. Yo did not play bad in the semifinal.
Yep.
Yo played good, but Hera clapped him 5-0 for a reason.
Oh boy.
And there's the Light Cav upgrade. These Light Cav will be Light Cav soon.
And Hera sees that market, and that tells him a whole lot. That tells him Leary's eco balance, whatever. His balance is completely out of whack. And that market is not usual.
轻骑兵也不一定能够轻松打掉4支长枪，但会好很多，比起斥候。对，抓到一个完美转轻骑的时间点，对手没有反应，在他脸上转成轻骑的。
32 villagers for Leary, no real opportunity for him to counterattack or even take wood easily. So he's
那刚才那支军队被轻骑抓掉，让 Livery 自己家就是继续承受压力的这个空档变得非常非常小。那敌人的军队马上就变成全部到你家来了。搜寻玩家的 ID 全名可以找到房间，但是我找得到房间呢，他不让我看呢，我一直都看得到房间呢。
And the Knights using his mobility, good walls there on the TC from Leary. He's going to keep that up. The camels are already getting value, but it's difficult when you're.
我在世纪2的游戏城市里观战的时候，他会在那边跳出一个错误界面，告诉我说有一个什么广告开始事件，把它挡掉了。
Granted, there's not going to be another series for him after this, so it's not like he can really go back to the drawing board. However.
印度斯塔尼对马扎尔正常来讲没有到非常难打，对。那这个因为我们错过了最早期的前3支斥候，所以不太确定 Livery 的那个整个被动状况持续了多久。但是根据刚才的村数看呢，他应该是从一开始就呈现挨打，然后最后没有办法还手。因为在 Hera 的伐木村的那一波轻骑换伤害之前就已经村数差到蛮大。
Which means you're going to save more food, right? So resources should be about even at that point. And you just want to extend the game to Castlade without taking losses. So I would have liked to have seen continuous scout production there from Leary.
所以接下来是 Livery 选地图没有错吧？然后他玩家上方的那4张图是他的主场图，所以他应该要可以在他的拿的主场图里面选一张出来打。
And so you've just got to move on past that one. Leary gets to choose from one of his home maps or Hera's home maps if he chooses to. He's got Frigid Lake, Hippo Arena, Outcrop, and Golden Lakes. And I'm looking directly at that Frigid Lake at this point because I don't think you want to pick Arena against Hera. I think Outcrop could be good, but you might have some concerns.
下一场没有 UU 的话会退费吗？哎，那个退费的机会会蛮高的，所以我可以跟你说不会，不会退费。
He doesn't have Burgundians this time.
自选图，但是可以选其他人的自选图。哦，是哦，所以 Map Pool 是共享的 ，Map Pool 是共享的。
下
那
一场没 UU 会退费吗？
只是差在会不会让会不会能被选到而已。如果你不想要的图标把它选进来，就不会被选到的。但是你选进来的图，对手输的时候，他还是可以选这张图来打。
A beautiful butterfly of a player now instead of being wrapped in his little land map cocoon, you know?
Yeah.
Leaks 用的是他们现在的版本，印度被削弱，波兰被削弱8%的版本，所以他们有一个特别的版本需要改。那我不知道那个要去哪里改。因为我是想说奇怪，他的那一张自定地图我已经插件是有下载成功的，但是他还是不让我进去。
He's hydrating, right? I'm glad they didn't actually stack that up there. That makes sense.
That debated me.
That would have been very distracting.
There was a part of me that was like, let's not distract the players right now, guys. Like, they've got a final to play, but okay. Well played. I legit thought there were more water
This stream has been brought to you by water.
And I had also seen Nilly run back to the back room.
Go Hera, go! 哦 ，Q 库曼对达达，我觉得库曼对达达应该蛮舒服呢。达达的锋剑很烂啊。
He did not do so. He has the Cumans in the blue, and Leary has a very common pick for Outcrop.
也不能说很烂啊，就是不强啊。那你锋剑不强的话，库曼就过得挺舒爽的。你等到上层才开始想要追库曼，都是蛮麻烦的事情。
Those cows, because of course with Tatars you will get an extra 50% food from all herdables, so sheep, pigs, cows, llamas, you will get that extra 50% food. It's really great for an opening.
Hera 感觉是超强机器人，大家真的对他太刻板印象呢，对不对
Is that what the request was?
No, they said
Hera 的机械性操作，我觉得就也跟 Vintress 的差不多，是比较高档次，没错。但是我觉得你不能把它评价说是真的只是单纯靠机械操作赢。他有比较好的机械操作，这个是没错。但是即使他的机械化操作有稍微受影响的时候，也还是会很强。他并没有单纯靠那个赢。所以如果想要了解一下为什么会有这个差别的话，那看 Hera 跟 Vintress 的表现，你大概也可以知道。因为 Vintress 的机械化操作也很强，但是实际上他们两个的名次跟在对战中的实力差距是有一小段的。这次比赛，印度跟达达一直被选，但几乎都输，应该是被针对了啦，因为文明不烂。对，因为文明不烂，那大家文明不烂就要针对好的文明，大家都要去制定。就是克制的策略嘛，那只能说大家可能对这些强项比较明显的文明都制定出了比较好的反制策略，这样。
Is a fantastic position. Obviously, all of the stone located on these areas at the sides, so players will need to stretch out for that sometime. What do you think Leary's opening should be here with the Tatars? Is it just like an archer play, or are you opening scouts?
I think it's Leary, and I think he's going to go archers. He did add the barracks early, so I think there's a world where it's man-at-arms, and you can see the militia now. And this is what's so cool about this.
对，蛮奇怪的磨坊位置。那他这样做应该是为了加大南侧的磨坊 容纳的村民数，可是我看他村民还是跑到北边拆过，就蓝色这样的磨坊比较正常一点。
So I don't know where Hera will build it. Maybe he will build it near the gold, as you said, Dave. But no barracks for Hera tells us he's gonna try it.
And maybe you can get away with it consistently just on 9 village starts, right? Like on 3 village starts, maybe your opponent is scouting your base earlier.
Yeah, that's true.
They
true.
can punish you earlier, but on 9 village starts, it's like 3 minutes into the game, you're clicking up.
Yep.
And then by the time you get up to feudal age, you can just safely put that down because even if your opponent goes for a drush like this, they're not going to be there in time. However, Leary is here with the scout, and he could be pretty annoying if he finds this TC location.
应该没办法吧，除非他跳了支部，不然这一只斥候没办法造成什么影响。
Also, if he sees this drush coming in with the house, he should be able to quick wall on the lumber camp.
Can we get some?
OK， 成功隔开，没有，被绕回来了。OK， 第一开伐木场还是救不了哦。
Tristan, that was before Double Bidax came in. He was researching Double Bidax, and he had to delete the lumber camp. So we'll keep you apprised of whether Double Bidax actually has.
这个快速围墙失败的代价有点高。
2 TC opening, Leary just with 2 militia and a scout getting in on the wood line, denying Double Bidax, forcing him to delete the lumber camp. And killing a villager.
It's only 2 militia, Dave. It's not like he even has.
如果保住了村民的话，损失伐木场加上双面斧还是蛮大的。但是现在是没保住村民，所以亏的是非常凶啊。
He probably collected the cows over scouting his opponent. No lumber camp now means no wood upgrade. Unless you want to build a new one.
I mean, I think Hera was just being a little bit too cute there. Like he could have. If he was playing safely, just palisade in the woodline, and then no damage whatsoever. But instead, he tries to go for the diagonal gate, trying to scout into the TC. That's
Hera 刚才玩的太花俏了。实际上，他的文明优势上，他应该要直接保守打保守牌。你该交的防御设施、该交的村民秒数跟木头都交上去，就不会有任何意外发生啊！只要没有发生意外，你就优势，所以你没有必要去尝试那些花招。
It's from the second TC, right? So he can loop his archers around that way, but you'll be ranged by the TC, and now Hera has to put another lumber camp down. It hasn't been pretty for him, but he's able to consistently pump villagers out of those 2 TCs because of all the.
优势还是会存在啦，就是不会比刚才预测的大而已。因为打的封建再烂，他刚才伤害还是有造成，还是有成功让你减缓的。Hera 刚才接下来扭转的关键就是出 UU 了，很难得，哈士奇可能没有讲错，因为库曼2TC 之后用 UU 的比例会蛮高的，因为他上层的时候最理想的资源准备是准备石头插宝，因为优势已经形成了，他接下来只需要不要死，所以上层的时候插宝，那插宝就自带军事设施了，你就不要再搞别的东西，把一些该拿的科技拿一拿，然后就玩一下 UU 就好。
I see what you did there, Dave. Dave is a list of.
He didn't move at all.
Dude, Dave,
还真的是出 UU。哎，嘉浩，你不要再给我剧透了！靠，你到底想不想一起看比赛？你不想看可以直接说啊。
And again, this is just chip damage. This is going to build up towards something later in cast late.
等我们看到了再说，还真的是出 UU 好不好
I like it for Leary right now. I'm still terrified of the Cumans if I'm in his position.
Yeah, and I think Leary needs to really
哦，那你的文字表达不是很贴切。如果你只是想说，你只是想附和他的推测的话。刚刚的意思是说哈士奇很常说错，对啊，哈士奇的正确率可能只有20%之类的吧。嘣嘣嘣嘣嘣。
I really like the idea of a stable as well. Like 1 or 2 knights with crossbows, it just feels so much stronger than just the crossbows.
照这个石头的位置看起来，确实也。奇怪，他们基地到底有没有石头啊？他们基地是不是没有石头？他们基地没有石头的话， 感觉 Livery 应该要塔攻啊，因为他的人出去挖石的时候，对方是没有图控，没有办法知道的。那我不是太确定为什么。对，因为这张地图的基地不带石头的话，塔攻对库曼来讲一直都是一个蛮不错的封建解法。
He's not sending anyone.
He should. You have to against the humans. You can't just drop your own town centers. It has to be a forward.
I mean, Leary's going to be in over here, and Hera is going for the full house wall. That will take a while to complete, and he's going to have to wait to go out that way. Villager potentially
14军事对1，初始伺候，1毛钱没花在军事上。那初始的经济区里面不带石头，他就很难打。对啊，他很难打那个城堡时代的直堡呢，所以等一下绝对不会有 UU 了。LL 除了正确率只有20%以外，等一下可能要更难过了，因为他们的基地没有石头。Moonwalk.
Moonwalking into the front of Hera's base.
退什么费啊？这是地图的错，又不是我的错。如果地图是正常的地图，就会有了。
What? Oh, he was distracted with the Vil. He was distracted with the Vil, and he regrets it now.
He doesn't even go in. Yeah, he tried something fancy, just like Hera tried with the gate earlier. And Leary, he's waiting for the wood. He's waiting for the wood. Tristan to drop that siege workshop potentially had to make. Oh, he made the second TC first. I don't like that.
哈，对啊，先 TC 很奇怪哦。你现在没有办法造成伤害，其实持续下去蛮危险。
54 villagers. He could get away with losing 5 or 10 vills, still be well in the lead, which is why went up against the humans. You need to commit to that aggression.
Let's see. Hera is finding the crossbows with just feudal skirmishers. Militia are being pushed back as well.
可以直接拿 TC 去踩石啊，下面其实看起来还蛮平坦的。那我是说，你对到库曼封建2 TC 的这个做法，你如果用城堡2 TC 去反应的话，通常蛮吃亏。对，城堡3 TC 追库曼2 TC 都追得蛮吃力了。
They play very good with.
Yeah, Nikov.
And I don't, yeah, like Nikov's a good example of it. Shout out to you, Nikov. Love you, buddy. But, like, I think Hera, he knows why the humans are amazing, which is why he abandoned them so frequently. And we're seeing it here. And I'm just going to assume that, like, Leary maybe doesn't realize how you can't just shift into the 3 TCs and have a lot of success, or he's going to surprise us both. Because currently, Hera in a position to move out. He's got a lead skirmisher. There will be some siege on the front. Hera, actually, now that I think about it, he's got a lot to deal with here.
No. 只有战矛什么时候让你有推出去的权利啊？我不懂哎，这是评价是在讲三小。只有战矛是要怎么推出去啊？推出去死是不是？
A little bit greedy here. It's something he does better, I think, than anyone else, getting maximum value in defense with low numbers of units, but sometimes he gets punished for it, especially against a player like Leary, and it looks like Leary is starting now to snowball this push as Hera is trying to defend.
哦，这个可能不太妙，十字弓的视野蛮大的。
Yeah, I mean, and he went out with 4 skirms. Clearly, Hera wasn't expecting the stable possibility. If Leary goes there, this game could be over.
Yeah. 如果 Leary 看到上面那一群采石的村民的话，这一场游戏有可能就结束了。因为他大概知道敌人在那边浪费了不少的经济村民人口，加上你会杀到那些村民，然后你自己对应的措施基本上就是可以加大力度施压，或是直接自己开4TC 也可以。那加大力度施压的话，就是赌对方的石料量没办法用市场补足，就是如果他是在200-300石头内被推爆的，他来不及踩到足够的石料量去盖城堡，那你直接让他资源废在那里的话，他就等于这段时间损失了非常多的经济。
He's not doing it.
Now.
He's not doing it. He's not doing it. There's an outpost coming up here from Leary, and finally a Mangonel in defense here from Hera. Let's see how
Hera 这个真的很偷啊。
Hera's creeping around the other side of that TC. Leary doesn't see it quick enough, and Hera takes out one Mangonel already. It looks like he's going to take out a second here soon. No.
准明没有丢死。
She's forced to retreat, and Leary
那毛兵怎么会丢投石车嘞？事实上 ，Livery 刚才才是应该这么偷的玩家哦，因为真的他在封建的图控优势太大了。这一波等于是砸掉了4只战矛，有一只是基本已经要死了。Hera 的保可能有需要藏一下，对他藏一下，然后能够保到他的一个区域，让他可以盖额外的 TC， 其实就很好了。那如果他直接回来挑战，要在家门盖堡去防御住对方的攻势的话，难度可能有点高。那再来就是最差的状况，他被施压到太强了，必须把自己家的农田低掉，然后在 TC 之间盖堡。
Yeah, it's really interesting that they're both town centering the north because we've seen games where one person goes to the north, one person goes to the south if this goes late. This means to me that this game could actually be a little bit shorter and early imp could matter a bit more. Notably, with both players going ranged units, where the Tatars can't get Arbalest to upgrade the crossbowmen, and the humans don't even get Bracer. So the transitional game is going to have to be stable units eventually, I'm thinking, or units out of those castles. I think I'd love to see Hera get something more on the field. He's got
不是啊，进马厩的话，库曼就没什么希望了。进马厩库曼几乎一定输啊。
Yeah, the kip checks. They can find value. They can find value in the later stages of the game. I think in the mid game they're gonna.
Hera 在后面偷开城镇中心然后他的还是没有找到，他的城堡快要好了。他开城镇中心的同时，还减少了采石的村民数，这个真的超级偷的。他表示他对于自己的经济优势，扣除他的军事交换比较差的部分，还是非常有信心。就是对方前线施压的这个力度还是没有大到让他开始担心。看起来就是2甲了，所以。OK， 一台投石车换2只骑士可以接受，3只骑士加1只骆驼，非常可以接受。
security, excuse me, in other areas.
Yeah, Leary just
对
lands an attack.
如果理想一点的状况，他还是应该要能够把这个城堡放在其他位置，而不是用来保护他原本的城镇中心。那这个第一座城镇中心的损失其实问题不大了，问题非常不大了。但是他的这个城堡被迫放在一个不是很理想的位置，那他接下来可能还是需要再加大力度采石。现在北边被看到了，那这就非常惨了，因为 Livery 看到城堡的蓝图，所以他知道出事了，上来找。那接下来至少有那一座城堡的这个 Kipchat 就是清查的产出，但是单座城堡要追上这个有混骆驼的骑兵部队的难度还是有点高的。你的 Kipchat 要到能够出门，需要累积蛮久的。
Hera, you might need another siege workshop, dude.
Dude, Leary is bringing a force over to that TC. That militia called.
这是5台阿克莱工程坦克的概念。第一次看到我播比赛啊，可能就上一次隔太久了，对啊，播比赛很累啊，而且他们都喜欢在半夜打。
No, stacking that is a no-no. There's 4 mangonels on the right.
I think he's got an outpost there, so he should have full vision on this mangonel wandering around.
Yeah,
right?
maybe.
Ooh, he doesn't, but he knows it's back there somewhere. Camels and knights need to be careful of their own friendly fire, and he dies on it.
投石车应该来不及出手。好了，那城镇中心的村民基本要逃命了啦，因为接下来他们就要陷入不可进驻的血量，那进到那个血量的时候，基本就完蛋了。 这边的村民全死的话，村数也还不会拉平。可是因为 Livery 有完全的图控自由，他现在可以直接马上再多开 TC， 那就真的会让刚才的这个小幅度的经济挫折变成完全的经济领先了。那现在村数拉平，逃过退费的命运，真的本来还蛮有可能完全看不到
退费的命运了，
完全看不到 UU 的，因为 Hera 正常不应该可以在北边偷踩石头那么久，完全就是偷吃步，然后对手真的没抓到，这样被他唬烂成功。TC 在这个经济规模下不是很贵的设施，因为这张地图给的石头量其实很充足，只是它在很外面，所以爆 TC 这件事情本身来讲，我觉得不是太严重的问题。现在比较严重的是 Hera 没有办法再盖额外的城堡，没有办法守住他的 TC， 那这跟他第一座城堡盖的位置实在太烂就有关系，加上他在自己家的 TC 那边插城堡的时候，让 Livery 很快的意识到他在上面有 TC 了，所以他马上被找到这件事情很伤。我觉得那个农田堡就是我刚才讲的所有3个城堡位置里面最差的一个位置。那 Hera 受迫于情势盖这样盖之后，现在看起来的局面是有一点不妙。
I'm just not seeing it, Dave. Unless Hera goes for a bunch of light cap with 48 on food, I'm not sure he can really do anything. I think the worry for him is he might actually lose this TC before he has the army. And if that's the case, I think Leary's going to have the time to contribute more. Because Leary's economy is looking better and better now. Army count's really the only thing he has to fix.
How's he going to stop the Knights? How is he going to stop the Knights? Hera's 42 on food. He just needs to get his gold set up behind this, and if he clears all the mangonels over here, he can start taking that gold and produce more Knights. Hera's just doing Hera
这个应该没
military, and he's going to clear all of this up.
Wow, I didn't see he had 10 Knights. I thought he just had 2 or 3 there. Saw the camels coming forward from Leary and the upgrades.
骆驼没控好了，其实骆驼控好的话，这个交换比不会这么烂。他有2只骆驼，他一开始还自动打了一下高地，可是后来拉目标的时候被残血骑士赢走。金茶对投石车的伤害也不大，对啊，他就是加减有一点伤害而已，但是没有到。
30 villagers, and he evened up the villager count, but now Hera has killed a lot of military, and he's starting to even out the map control part of this map as he takes control of the bottom.
只是说没有到很强，但是他没有不能打了，他还是算是稍微比较能够对付投石车，对比一般的马弓。
I think the defensive castle that Leary's just placed is okay.
It's very nice, yeah.
I would prefer it between the two.
Imp 会 GG 吗？不会。不会，但是蛮有可能在城堡时代还会打出更大的差距的啊，那就会GG。现在主要是城堡时代的末段的这一波，因为现在先上帝王时代的人其实都会稍微吃一点点亏，因为暂时来讲帝王时代不会给你太多好处。那 Livery 当然比较有余裕这样做，因为他是目前在施压而且蛮成功的一方。村数也有拉开一点点的差距，但是村数距离上限门槛已经没有多大的空间了，所以就是天花板已经快到了啦。那以这种规模，上帝的经济150村可能都已经算就是过度补村了，所以大概140吧。所以真的没有多少空间了。那所以 Hera 比较多的城镇中心这个部分，只能够稍微降低。就是损失村民的风险，就是损失村民的时候，对你的经济冲击没有那么大，因为你有比较多的城镇中心可以补充村民。但除了这个以外的话，目前额外的城镇中心并没有给他带来太多好处。那损失村民的这个部分，可以让他盖一个比较有风险的城堡，就是位置上比较没有那么安全的城堡。但除此之外，现在是真的局势应该是对 Livery 比较友善。双方的人口都蛮接近的，军队质量上 Hera 转骑士之后有拉回来一点，但是 我觉得库曼的骑士线没有到出真的很好。那打比较晚上帝王，他正常是应该要再多依赖骆驼一段时间了。也可以补僧侣，但是他的马厩设施应该是比较齐全的。重装骑士50秒，护卫技术、重装长枪兵、近战攻击全部都在升啊，所以已经在准备下一阶段的转型。那这个就是在指望对手过度补充骆驼，但是打应该不会，对。他只是暂时需要先依赖一下骆驼而已，但是不会过度补充才对。以大后期的军队组成来讲，理论上打应该是碾压库曼的吧？但我不太确定骑兵占多少的影响力，就是会播足 BO9 吗？今天应该有机会吧 ？BO9 应该没办法超过我一期节目的时间吧？你就要看中间有多少那种打超过1小时的恶心场次，不然应该正常来讲可以。而且我发现这样看他们的实况画面，其实有意外的好处。我真的比较闲，我没有那么忙。对，虽然不能自己控制画面比较可惜，但是没有那么忙是真的。意外的发现新世界。
I think when he sees these Cavalier here, he has to suspect it's on the way because Halb Tech has still not come in. And if he's checking the upgrades here, he'll see that the infantry didn't really have any upgrades.
游侠哇，游侠就投的成本有点高哦，可是这张地图给的钱是真的很多了，对啊，所以好像打高黄金兵种直接往后期科技开是比较正确的做法。因为这张地图真的给的天然资源大于一般地图。
Hello there. And he's starting to push out here, which means it could be a north versus south situation in terms of the gold control.
Look at the castle
crazy
setup for Leary. 1, 2, 3, 4. He's close to being able to add another one. If you can just get that line of castles, even if the Paladins or Hussar go for the raid, they're going to get so much damage just running through, and you can force choke points with your Cav Archers. And Leary's got 50% of the map controlled. Like, Hera's not even contesting that north side at all yet. So Leary has done a fantastic job here. We see him at 193 population, almost.
Livery 这个打轻技有点怪。
Paladin research is coming in right now. Leary is going to see that. He's going to have an incredibly.
但重装马弓要进，化学3秒。
No chemistry, no heavy cav archer there, so it makes sense the paladins are going to push the CA back. But those hills will be very important against the Tatars because they do more damage, even more damage than most civilizations while fighting on top of the hill.
Is Hera going to hit his timings here with the Paladin? He's only got 29, Tristan.
帕拉丁就游侠这个部分，他现在有过度补充，所以经济上看起来57食物53金应该要够帕拉丁供应了，所以他的游侠是应该要可能要低个10村呢。
He's placing castles within range of castles, knowing the paladins could be an issue.
因为重点是想办法在最短的时间内满人口军事，加上军事人口比对方高。那对面还在打轻技的情况下，很容易被游侠一拳打穿哦。因为游侠你在等人口状态下去下水饺补给兵是补不起来的，你是反不了游侠的，因为游侠可以1对1灭掉举兵。那更不用讲，你骑兵是下水饺，就是不是1对1，是被3只游侠围殴，那你的骑兵通常就是补不起来，数量永远起不来。
He only killed one cav archer, really. He did take a lot of HP off.
He was attacking uphill too, so it was tough for him. Final armor or second armor upgrade only coming in for those cav archers as Hera now has
蛮多游侠蛮惨的。
Paladin on the field, and that is not the Flaming Camel upgrade, so I don't know why you're clapping right now, but Tristan is super hyped as Silk Armor is coming in. He's a big Silk Armor guy, trust me.
Okay, well, I mean, I thought he had Silk Armor. fans. I'm so sorry.
Literally clapping like a seal beside me.
I mean, honestly, maxing out your Hussars and your Cav Archers first is key here. Much to my disappointment, I love the decision from Leary. Still hoping we see Timid Siegecraft come in
Murder
at
holes.
some point.
I actually love that too. It's a cheap tech, and he's got.
他应该要分小批的马弓出去做骚扰作战，而不是用轻骑，因为轻骑充当自己马弓的肉盾的价值可能会大于去骚扰村民。那因为就讲了这张地图不缺金，所以你那个拨出去的5-6只马弓死掉了，其实也没有关系。但是因为打是拿那个加射程特殊科技嘛，然后还有加防御丝绸甲，那反正叠起来之后，他的马弓其实在骚扰村民的能。等一下，达是加射程吗？好像不是哈，是马扎尔。但加护甲那个特殊科技会让他在骚扰城市中心的能力提升很多，所以没有再叠射程，对不起，这我记错。那他加护甲那个丝绸甲其实让他是蛮适合当做骚扰单位。一般情况下你不会想要这样做，因为它是黄金单位，就是比较没有像轻骑那么死得起。但是在这张地图的经济看起来，对方游侠都这么大手笔，你重装马弓其实不用那么省。
A lot of these Paladin kind of weak though. Flaming Camel here would feel amazing as the Cav Archers continue to fall back, and I honestly don't think Hera's going to be able to do enough with this Paladin push right here. Maybe it's just
这是人口有效性的问题哦。你看到这个 Hera 的人口现在是高居不下的，那 Livery 的人口被打下去了一点点，因为使用轻骑兵这些垃圾兵本身会让你的人口有效性下降，所以对方的兵比你贵，他的经济比你亏，但是实际这样换完之后，你的军队很有可能挡不住对方的进攻。但 Hera 现在的增援线有点长，所以如果忽然间死个7-8只，有一点难补。对，所以你看这个人口是忽然间从190掉到180，就是骆驼绞进来之后。但是 Livery 的人口也已经直接被一路拉到140了，所以你很难跟末期的游侠去拼那个人口有效性。这个在世纪帝国4也是同样的概念的，那个帝王时代的骑士是真的，你没办法用长枪兵去跟他拼人口有效性。那把轻骑的人口全面取代成骆驼，这个是正确决定，但是太晚做了。就是他现在对面看到他的骆驼开始海了之后，就马上把原本缺的骑兵也带上来了，所以Hera 的步骤前面都已经铺陈好了。你看他一开始就在拿那个护卫技术、中央长枪那些。那但是这样的局面还是对 Livery 来讲比较好，因为就我讲的人口有效性比较重要。对面打骑兵，他的人口有效性就下降。那如果你当初就一直停在轻骑那么久的时间，让对面不用打骑兵的话，会就承受不必要的损失了。所以现在 Hera 马上又回弹到200人口，然后 Livery 卡在150，这是非常糟糕的状态。本来其实应该是蛮好的。
51 on food, 53 on gold. What an eco balance from him. He's taking all the gold in the south. It's going to be gone soon, but he's hoping to kill off Leary before that happens.
Wow, this is so good from Hera. He's also sending the proper numbers, right? Just 2 or 3 paladins instead of 10 to 15 paladins, because if you send too much away from the main battle, you could lose this position. The castle spot has been huge here to fortify. The halb upgrades now there in front. I feel like the problem for Leary now.
地图的枯竭度目前看起来也是快80%以上了啦，所以他们的这种高价单位的战斗可能只能再持续一段时间。但是就这样看起来 ，Hera 的经济估算是完全正确的，就是直接打游侠，把所有的家底都压上去。然后 Livery 一开始就在节约黄金，反而现在失去了所有黄金的开采权，因为挡不住游侠。
To defend against that.
Yeah, seriously, I'm wondering now if Hera's going to be able to fully clear up what's in the north for Leary.
当然失去黄金开采权，他损失的经济反而更大，因为接下来又必须用更低人口有效性的单位跟敌人打。那前面真的不应该不造骆驼呢？就讲他在帝王时代的那个时间被迫要打骆驼一段时间。那 Hera 也已经准备好他的后招了，就是他上帝王之后就开始准备骑兵线的铺陈。那但是我讲的就是说 Livery 他即使看到这样的迹象，看到中央长枪，你还是得造骆驼，因为你必须把对方的骑兵弄出来，那他才会之后的人口有效性才会是5-5开的。
And once he did that, Leary was in a position where he couldn't really push out. He didn't have a heavy camel in time. He didn't have the numbers of heavy camel in time in front of that.
You've got 3 units that will do some bonus damage against Cav.
Dravidian 的这个兵的插画不太像吧？这看起来怎么不像那个边剑呢？看起来很像一般的弯刀。
And then you have the flaming camel, which I talked enough about at this point. Did feel like maybe there was potential there for some big booms in those groups, but of course
之前好像都有 Ben Kuman 好像就是因为这张图的评比 S， 因为其他人不好去拿石头快攻他嘛。可是我看起来刚才 Livery 完全有能力去拿石头，然后塔攻他。
It's gonna be a long game regardless there, but if you're blowing up groups of Paladin after like the 4th wave.
还是单纯是加5%移动速度的圣骑士，就是不是圣骑士啊，那个游侠给到太高评价了。5%移动的游侠应该还是跑不赢重装骆驼了，所以我觉得应该跟那个没有太大的关系。
The bad news is that Hera's picks were in the equivalent spots. So, like, Cuman's Magyars were weighed similarly in his mind in terms of strength, meaning that both players are going to have strong civs available.
Livery 被直落2，而且第2场蛮可惜的。第1场没有什么悬念看起来，但第2场看起来蛮可惜。
Thanks to Nilly and Nilly. There's been other people to thank, of course. I will leave that to Nilly at the conclusion of the event today. But thank you, Nilly. This has been a good time. Great final so far. 2-0 for Hera.
Who did Hera play last in the group stage?
Last in the group stage?
Yeah.
I think was that a series against Leary?
No.
No, that was second to last, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Where are you going
because
with this?
I'm thinking Hera has just won 7 games in a row.
Oh.
And I wanted to know
Hippo Arena 一定会对到土耳其嘛？这几乎肯定。
Yeah, so production can maybe figure out how many games in a row Hera has won here, but that is pretty crazy.
Yeah, he's on a roll.
He is on a roll.
It's wild. And this is like one of the most high-level tournaments we've ever had in terms of the general condition of the players coming in. So the fact that Hera is just this far above the competition is crazy to me.
Yeah. And like Leary hasn't played bad. It's not like Hera has mistakes per se, but he's making Leary look as if he's making big mistakes by not doing certain things because he's always so consistent.
9 games in a row. 9 games in a row you've won in a tournament setting.
Leary's going to have to win a lot in the row to be able to win this final. It is a best of 9.
Hera's on the cusp of winning 2 best of 9s, like just in a row. That's sweeping.
对啊 ，Hera 9连胜哦，真的假的？所以在右之前就已经又2连胜了。
And now you're just trying to.
这气势如虹。
Yes, sorry for bringing it up, but I too cannot do what Hera's doing, so it's okay. We're in the same boat.
Your placement matches, though, those are fire.
Well, bit of time before we've launched into this next game, so maybe Leary really thinking about things. You might want to think about things a little bit more now, because I mean, you know kind of where you want to place civilizations, but you really want to make sure that you don't use a civilization somewhere and leave yourself without a good civilization on these future maps.
我觉得 Livery 刚才那一场除了末期的一些东西要检讨以外，最主要是前面不应该让 Hera 跑出去那么晚没有发现呢。那个 Hera 是真的没有资格出去采资源的，然后那边抓到是真的有可能就 GG 了。葡萄牙对日本。那 Livery 的策略应该就是要去抢中间的果树，这个是很明确的。但是
the Portuguese here, Tristan, and they can be.
日本的水上应该也不能够不阻止所以
there's like no coming back for the other player.
Yeah, what's really interesting is I think both of these players are going to see Portuguese as a superior civ in the long term, but Japanese are a civilization that's all about early bonuses. And if you think about how Hera's played, I think Game 2 might be the exception because he did kind of give up some map control, but typically Hera has had consistent control over every game.
奖金池有可能10万吗？我不知道他的奖金池是怎么计算的，是动态的吗？
If he's got the lead from the get-go here.
目前看起来这个赛事的奖金池是7万9 79400 79500左右了。 已经算是历来最大的公寓杯，历来最大的了吧？我看公寓杯前面好像第一届才2500。
Leary is 1 HP ahead, so one of those was.
Yeah, interesting.
Leary哇塞！
Leary gets the bill. What is this? Is this like a planned strategy from Leary, or is it just improvisation? What is the percentage on that dock from Hera?
69.
Because that is.
Oh, it is 69.
We can round up to 69 on that dock because that is absolutely devastating there for Hera. Leary needs to wall this in.
Oh,
yeah, 这个优势超级大。
Honestly, we just talk about, you know, Hera might be 9-0 right now. Perfection from Hera. Oh, so good from Hera.
69-0.
Dude, that's sloppy stuff right there. You saw the direction that was coming. You saw the villager. And in that situation, I think you have to put a little bit more HP on the wall. One of the rare instances where these pro players who don't like to fully build the palisades because they want to get their villager back to their dock a little bit faster should have maybe fully built that. That's what Leary needed here.
It's just a rough start. Like, Japanese can't have a rough start here against Portuguese.
Agreed.
You can't let them get to
对
Castle Age first and start.
你要是对到葡萄牙，在这个地图设定下，你可能前面小幅度的落后，后面就是真的没什么机会，因为你没有机会去阻止对方呢。
So Hera's going to dock the other side now. The reason this is so big of a deal is because he doesn't have fishing ships yet, and there's already going to be 2 fishing ships for Leary before he has 1. I would love to now see the point of view from Hera on that dock foundation because he actually hasn't deleted it.
你里的斗内全额都是交给奖金池嘛，那就是表示还会再往上涨，但现在到达8万1而已，所以到10万可能有点难呢，但应该有机会嘛。
Look at the difference in the res collected already here. It's like 60 more for Leary.
这时间史派罗不会死亡凝视吗？当然要先报备过啊。 对啊。
So over the next few minutes, you're really going to see that start to climb here for Leary as Hera still hasn't produced.
而且早上还要多花很多时间帮忙带孩子。
Onto the water and Hera is on the way to the feudal age, but he's a villager behind Leary on the way up. So all of the advantages right now in Leary's favor as he's scouting that other pawn, looking for the villager, and he's going to go all the way around to the backside. Credit to Hera for trying to be sneaky there.
Yeah, agreed.
But I think Leary has enough experience in this map where he's never going to turn around. Now that I've said that, he might.
I also... honestly, Hera didn't see a shore fish, so I think half of it was he's looking for a shore fish.
乌鸦嘴
Turn around. Oh no. I knew it was going to happen, bro.
Yeah, way to go, Dave.
Sorry, Leary.
乌鸦嘴他说 Leary 应该也有足够的比赛经验了，不会再这样子侦查到一半的时候就抓掉头。说完就他妈掉头了。好了，但是经济局势虽然有可能会错估，但是横竖优势是存在的，所以有没有错估只影响到你会不会大意而已。对吧？但横竖是优势嘛。啊，动物园呢？
That's the stuff we love to see from the Canadian.
Yeah, it was really good play there. Again, because I hold Leary in such.
解说操作比赛这个是蛮可能的，因为他们正常可以控制自己看到的画面跟大家看到的画面差几秒。
And he's headed over to the right for another dock, maybe. He already has one there. Oh no, I'm so stupid.
This is Leary.
He's not. Yes, this is Leary.
This
Dave,
is
thank
Leary.
you.
And I think he realizes. I think he realizes you should, after you've lost your scout and the score is like getting closer now. You should probably realize that Hera has a dock and he's coming over here already. with a villager. He's also got a spearman, so he's going to explore.
因为斥候都死掉了的关系，结果双方的分数是非常接近的，所以他可以预测到敌人应该也有港口经济。
On the left side, scouting that pawn. Liri also going for some big walls behind.
I love the game sense here from Hera to recognize that it is likely going to be a dock from his opponent. Both players looked with their fishing ships and they didn't really see anything, but Hera recognized that's the way this game is going to flow. He will have archers and skirms. He's actually just opening skirms, excuse me, because he probably expects that Liry's going to have archers. Liry does have archers playing very safe there with the walls. So far, pretty close game. Liry's had the lead, though.
When Hera played Mr. Yo, he went out to the berries pretty early. I thought maybe too early with the Portuguese, but he actually judged it perfectly with how much wood income they're going to bring in, and Liry is going to be pretty annoyed here as the fire galley actually forces this villager away into the waiting arms of that scout, but he wisely walls it in time. He's got the archer forward, he's got a spearman forward, he's trying to take care of
Livery 可能需要提早转斥候，因为对方会蛮能够吃定你，就是必须照弓箭手来拿到那个减价，不然没有葡萄牙没有太多的其他额外经济优势的来源，直到他到中间的果树为止。
Liry's gonna get a sick castle each time here, dude.
Yeah,
like he's got 15 on food right now. His fish is not being harassed.
如果到对方的那个毛兵都已经有八只左右了，你还是没有办法转斥候，会蛮痛苦。毛兵在封建没办法做太多事，但是因为有水上经济的关系，这个上层的节奏可能稍微会快一点，至少在食物的方面会比较宽裕。
Defending your own fish in this situation, he will likely keep his fish alive, but Liry's okay with that because Liry's just all about getting to the next stage here.
Demo coming out from Liry. I wonder what the percentage is on that thing. It's at 60% almost. Hera's got to be careful. Of course, his fishing ships have a lot of HP, and he's going for a demo of his own. Remember, it's 2 docks versus 1 over here for Hera, but Liry's resources are looking pretty good. He is adding in
2港对1港，然后那个 Livery 的渔业已经是走的稍微比较远一点。那 Hera 的第2个港口选的位置感觉就没有特别好，他没有办法缩短到湖的另外半边的航程。
Hera, I think, feeling the pressure, will likely sell off that stone, not plan for a future town center, and just buy some food with it. Hera being patient with the demo. Very good play from Hera. Demo now from Liry. Good play from Hera again.
可爆发，炸不到，但是最后还是有换掉一只，两边的爆发都只换一只。Livery 的价值应该是稍微高一些了，因为他炸到的船血比较多。但这边的水域基本是没什么悬念的，就是2港对1港的话。Hera 卖掉石头，准备要买上城堡。
Liry made a big mistake there going scouts. You can't delay your castle age.
Yeah, you could make an argument. I think on the bright side here, he's not going to be that far behind, and scout vision is going to be very helpful.
But you can add those on the way up, though.
Yeah, you could. You're right, right? And then maybe he's concerned he can't move out with his archers because the skirmisher timing could be there. I mean, Liry's economy is looking really good right now.
Dave 评价说这个 Livery 转斥候是错误的，但就讲了，他其实蛮有必要转斥候。他觉得他的转斥候让他的城堡时代输了，但是实际上城堡时代输的时间大概率归功在那个200石头的贩售额，不是因为斥候的关系。就是如果 Livery 做一样的事情，城堡时代的时间基本上是没有差的，但是因为他没有卖掉石头，他等一下才有办法在中间盖城镇中心。那目前的话，就是需要这2只斥候提供对这个毛兵的宰制力，可以让他 screen 就是掩护掉自己接下来要去推进的这个城镇中心扩展。那如果他的图控没办法一直控制到那个阶段的话，就会有一点困难了，因为葡萄牙的经济加成就不是那么显著了。斥候剩下1只，加上这个血量，其实有一点危险了。对方只要有一定数量的弓箭手，其实是杀死的，真的就死了。那这个弓箭手 ，OK，2村，我靠
Yeah, stop the bleeding, but it doesn't seem possible, right? You can't even fight this army. And Leary probably has reinforcements on the way too.
Hera 因为还有水域经济的关系 ，Hera 就算打 all in 可能也会输啊，所以不太确定他现在还能怎么赢。
The archers from Leary to stop so he can engage with the skirmishers, but Leary is perfectly content to just take out the archer numbers now that he sees Hera's in Castle Age.
That's so good. And Hera is just getting feudal age armor. And we talked about things.
对，这城堡时代才晚这么一点点的时间。
Well, on the way to Castle Age, there's going to be 0 fishing ships working for Hera. There will be 0 additional town centers. And Leary's not only going to have berries in the middle, which gives him food, but with Portuguese, you actually get some wood from that as well.
那个弓箭手现在在继续维持图控，让自己的这个村民可以自由发展。
Hera didn't have fletching.
Super good synergy.
Hera didn't even have fletching either.
He really sold his soul to get to Castle Age, didn't he? Oh boy, and now he's giving up the middle there, and I think Hera knows that this is just going to be a tough run back.
应该是回不来了啦，他不然讲的太轻描淡写。
Still like 100 times higher than your percentage of qualifying for NAC.
Okay, all right. I know you lost in Bomber Cannon Dodge, but we move on. Bodcanero now in for Hera, still just on archers, no elite skirm either, so really at the limit. And I think Leary's happy here. He could also add a knight. It looks like he killed another villager there. Could kill another villager.
觉得哪些英文的 cast 讲的特别好？英文嘛，所以不是特别计较他的口音的话，我觉得 Nili 还不错啊。T90 就真的比较娱乐向一点，所以我觉得他要讲认真的东西不会没办法讲，可是他的重点通常会比较放在娱乐性。
I think these are important moments for Leary too. The first 2 games were kind of brutal. Game number 2 maybe left a lot of questions in his mind on what he could have done differently. And this is going to allow you to forget about it. For Hera, you know you're dead probably. You know how good Leary is. Just give it one more shot, right? Getting crossbow, passing some armor.
可是对 Hera 来说，他也知道他死了，但是就再试试看嘛，搞不好还有机会，说不定会有奇迹发生。
Ram the market, or you ram those 2. You go with the Mangonel first, and then you ram the 2 archer ranges. And then Hera has to commit with like Vills to kill it, and then you can just snipe the Vills.
I think if you ram in the right spot, you'll actually damage both archer ranges as well, which could be really nice.
Yeah, maybe.
But I don't see this being a fight that's going to be too easy for Hera. He does have ballistics.
Hera, oh my goodness, he's getting maximum value with those skirmishers, isn't he? Yeah. Jeez.
He did make it look easy right after I said it wouldn't be easy, right? But he's got more crossbow numbers, he's got more HP, so he really should be looking to push out now.
Easy 在哪？这个村经济跟军事全面落后了。
Oh, did you see that?
Yep.
Nice little dodging of the ballistics there, so it's clear that he knows. And still just a big
对啊，但是没办法，我只是针对他的解说内容评价了啊。如果真的要包含语音、他的口音在内的话，就Nili他们的口音是真的有点难听懂。我觉得我接受的底线大概就到Nili了，他投的我真的是完全听不懂，也不能说完全听不懂，就是听得非常吃力。
Especially these days, it's happening a lot. I do remember a really big highlight NBL had against Hera a couple years back with Aztecs. But yeah, Hera trying, right? I mean, he's not going to have a TC to hop into soon. That's the problem.
Don't try this at home, kids.
Viper, Jordan, Hera, Leary 他们在旁述的时候都比 Cast 好听，那都没有办法比较，因为他们还是比较偏选手。那我自己个人在选手里面吸收资讯觉得比较有效的也只有 Viper 跟 Hera。对，我觉得Viper 是比较容易提供就是完全精简过的重点，然后 Hera 是比较偏向他的逻辑非常清楚，他的整个架构可以解释得很清楚，然后剩下的这些高手可能在解说上都 可以表达他们的意思跟想法，但是不一定有真的那么好吸收了。至少对我来说。
He's still got the 3 mangonels over there. He's got the TC in the middle. You can see that wood count taking up 1 by 1. He's taken out both the archer ranges, and now he's taking out the market. He does lose a mangonel, but he's got a mangonel over here to engage against the crossbows, and he loses a second one. Hera is still alive right now, but he is
Hera 还在买木头啊。
and he's only got 4 on food.
And he's making a trade card. That is a guy
可以投了 Hera。
He's starting the trade.
He's gonna start
from the market that's being attacked.
No, don't deny it, Leary.
Oh, he canceled the trade
Don't deny.
card.
Oh, Hera.
Maybe he has like market sell hotkeys. That's a good. That mangonel has found some value. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, +2 knights will be out, and with this economy, Leary should be able to make enough knights to kill 12 crossbows.
Yeah, Hera's not giving up here. He's taking another.
二甲骑士要来了。
Grimace there from Leary, like, this game's gonna go on another 2 minutes now. And then I lost that mangonel.
I mean, Hera's on that 9-0 streak, right?
Yeah.
基本上3到4只在推。
But, you know, like we say with first game of the day, sometimes.
对啊 ，Hera 应该就没有任何可以工作的地方。
Knights
Take the
are gonna
pressure off yourself.
absolutely steamroll everything from Leary. He's got +2 on those.
Leary, do you just delete your crossbows here? Is that too disrespectful?
密闭也很娱乐，但是我也完全听不懂他在讲什
In
么。
on no attack
Give
sets,
him the
let
shot.
Hera get the shot, and
Yeah.
then just jump in with like 20 knights. You give him a little bit of momentum. And
我
then
不会觉得 Hera 讲话太快了，就
I mean,
是
Hera's micro has been on point, and this guy can do it.
还在蛮正常的范围，我觉得。
he still doesn't see the knights, and there's 10 of them already. And Leary is pulling them back out of the vision. He's trying to flank around to the left side. First time Hera sees the knights, and they've got +2 on them. And there's 5 knights coming from either direction. He attack rounds his own.
GG.
I love it. I love it. He knew he was dead. I love that. I respect that so damn much.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's padding the stats, bro.
哎 ，Leary 还在思考要怎么办，但是 Hera 看起来是
That game was over for a bit there. I do think
没有受到太大的影响。
opportunity to come back in it. But
刚刚那一场的失误是蛮不应该的失误哦，
it was a unique
但
scenario
是
there.
看得出来他还是蛮平
Each
常
other
心的
on。the pond. And Hera having some fun here in this semifinal. Still up 2-1. That was a must win for Leary. That was his, I think, first civilization pick. And going down 3-0 versus Hera would make life far too
那个
difficult.
Survivalist 不算是做 caster， 可是 Survivalist 他的 co-cast 跟解释其实做的也是蛮不错的，他也是条理蛮清晰的。
Isn't so good. On Golden Swamp, we haven't seen land much at all, if I'm not mistaken, or at least have it work. So that's where I'm at. Hera probably wants to hold Northern Isles in his back pocket, and Close could be a solid pick as well, though. If it is a water map, Hera's got Italians, he's got Vikings, and you know some of the other ones that incorporate water could maybe see as well, like maybe Britons or Mongols.
The good thing about a civ like Italians, literally.
Hera 的水陆混合图看起来拿蛮多的。
You could play them on Hippo Arena too. They can hit those timings.
Yeah.
It's sick, yeah. Just all depends on what you think Leary is going to go for. I think you can make the same argument maybe for Malay for a few of these as well.
Yeah,
if
I
you're
think they're
Leary.
underrated. I think if we wouldn't have seen Vinchester play Malay against Jordan in the group stage, no one would have played Malay.
Yep.
So shout out to
以
Vinchester.
对方手上有的文明来讲，
Vinchester said shout out to Dragonstar.
感觉打 in close 好像比较安全啊。毕竟还会有一个
Game 4 coming up here, Game 4 of 9.
3比1的优势压力，如
Had a
果
great time casting it so far. The game
真的赢的话，那接下来就不会再用到自己的图。
the first couple of games,
可如果先打水陆混合图的话，比较能够让后来的
but they
剩
don't
余
carry the same
适合打的
weight
地图的文明有哪几个是比较明朗一点？
I'm wondering about that
因为他有2张水陆混合图，
because I talked to
他可以
Hera,
先拿1张出来试试看。
after his win against Mr. Yo, and we asked him about that, and he said Mr. Yo defended against that better than Leary ever did in our practice games. And I'm thinking like, damn, and Leary probably played against that strat like 5 times,
Yeah.
right? And he felt like it was unstoppable. Hera is he's stretching. Not only can Leet Desk get you up to the proper height, but you can also use it as a workout station.
What kind of stretch is this a gamer stretch?
This is
What is
你
the
是脚抽几个吗？
I've never
Leary
seen
is
that
bringing
stretch.
another chair, sponsored by Back Force,
Oh,
by the
it's
way.
warm in there. It is very warm here as well for casters. I can only imagine in there because they've got smaller space. So Hera was opening the window. They need to like. Oh, there we go. I've seen that one. Okay. What if you got a cramp? What if you got a cramp right
Yeah， 他也在跟我怀疑一样的事情，他是不是抽筋？因为刚才的那种半吊子的伸展很奇怪。
Imagine trying to play through that.
On day 2, I got a mini cramp in my hamstring, and I was really worried that I couldn't get rid of it. And because sometimes you gotta like stand up and move around.
Stay hydrated.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
That won't be a problem for Leary.
Listen, viewers, I don't want you to get the wrong impression, okay? What we do is hard work, all right? It is physically exhausting. We get cramps like an athlete would.
Yeah.
Very difficult to talk about video games. All right, we're gonna see.
靠，这个东西让我以为我的荧幕上脏脏的。左上角那个不知道什么鬼东西。
First time he'll get to choose, and he might choose to go for something on Leary's side. I think these guys are pretty comfortable on all the maps. People don't seem to believe us that we need to be in tip-top shape for this, Dave, but that just means we need to impress him more, and Harris stands up again.
Yeah, it's a different routine this time.
我还要看我的实况画面，确认一下那个东西是真的在他们的墙上的。家里停电了，挂狮子台旁听，哇，节哀。希望你可以在那个比赛结果打完之前恢复，共襄盛举啊。
Yeah, Nilly didn't want to disrespect everyone else in the house.
That would be grieving. That would actually be.
那等一下可能要去倒个
I've never seen a rule against it. Just saying.
倒个水，倒个豆浆来喝。
Well, maybe we could see the draft again here. I think they're about to launch in here, though. We will see game 4. Thanks for your patience, everybody. And
先把 Capture Edge 关掉。
Okay, I got debated there. I did ask for the draft. I thought we were going into the game.
但比赛还用特殊版本打的，所以没有去拿他们的那个提前平衡版本，我还没办法看。
He came back in the best of 5. He was up 2-0.
He won 3 games in a row.
And it was a really close third game, and then he
won 2 games in a row.
Yeah, and then he won the 4th game after that.
Oh my God. Are we really looking at tech trees?
We're looking at tech trees right now.
Wow. Okay.
We are looking at tech trees. At least they didn't pause to look at the tech trees.
It was a fake stretch. It was a fake stretch. The reason he wasn't actually stretching like a normal human the first time is because he knows he needs to get into the game. So he's like, oh yeah, I just gotta stand up and like lean over here.
I
and,
don't
like,
subscribe to your. I don't subscribe to your hypothesis. I think it's a stretch.
He's looked at a lot of tech trees. It is rather funny though. He's looking at the Dravidians, right? The Dravidians have been singled out so much in this tournament.
They have, but he did win with them yesterday.
That means, but if he's looking at that, that tells me we're probably going to see Frigid Lake, or Golden Swamp. He's trying to determine what's going to be played.
Yep.
It could actually be Northern Isles. I actually think Dravidians are really good on Northern Isles too. So what do I know? It could be 3 of the potential 6 maps.
Looks like they're into it now. Looks like they're into it. Also, I have to mention, the way Leary holds his keyboard is so weird. Did you notice that? He anchors it with his thumb, and then he only uses the 4 fingers.
Oh yeah, he doesn't use his thumb on the space
bar. Can't
that
hit
is
the
weird.
space bar. Not possible with the way he holds his hand. It's so strange.
金沼澤
Hera, Leary, game number 4. Hera's playing the
Britain.
Brits. Leary is playing the Malay here on Golden Swamp. So the Britons we've only seen a couple times on this map.
Britain 对马来 ，Britain 应该很好打诶。
Tailored more towards the pure water civilizations here at NAC4, and Leary going for the Malay, and the Malay timings can be sometimes really, really ridiculous here.
对，但是马来在金沼泽可以取得多少的升级时间优势不太确定，他蛮有潜力，有奇怪的，就是对这张地图来讲特别有效的流程。
Malay were able to win the water, and then the Britons weren't able to come back. And that is kind of the theme of the map as well. So you need to make sure you can get your town centers rolling for a lot of economy for late game, but you cannot fully lose the water on this map where it becomes so difficult.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Britons are a fantastic civ pick here, and we've seen Britons find success here many, many times in the past. It just seems like the meta for this tournament has shifted away from that. But who are we to talk about the meta for this tournament? Hera has literally steamrolled everyone he's been against.
Yeah.
So he should know better than us as he starts with the dock a little bit off to the left. He's going to find some fish over there. Concerning point here for Hera is the position of those 2 golds and the stone on that side, but at least he has a back gold. His other stone is
码头射箭射爆，我觉得码头射箭应该占比的影响占比应该不会太高啊。
We have seen 99% of players just compete for water against each other. 81.7% of the time, you just see the fishing ships go down anyways, right?
Weirdly specific, but okay.
I've done the math. If that's the case, and you're getting all this additional food because of the gather rate from the water buffaloes with Britons, can you not go for the fishing ships now, expecting to lose them, transition into a barracks and a range, and change the game a little bit? Because the meta for Golden Swamp before this tourney, at least on 3ville starts, was some water transition to land. If they're then reacting to your land, you go back to water. I feel like if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Hera. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, Hera could try for an approach like that. I think the difficulty for him is going to be the timing.
马来打海之后抢中间感觉挺好的。就是打海你打不打得赢到城堡时代的问题。因为对比不列颠的封建，马来的封建理论上优势是比较大一点点，但是上层的英国就完全不是一个档次的。那所以我在说马来的那个时代时间优势可以应用到多少的问题。现在是同村数，然后非常快的时代时间。金矿现在要去了，有一点点晚了，因为你马来时代这么快，你金矿没有早一点走出门的话，根本就来不及盖好。你只有时代变快，你盖房子没有变快。
He will have time to produce one, and then I think he gets the second one before the fire galley comes out.
Honestly, I think it comes down to what he scouts here. If he doesn't see double dock commitment from his opponent, that could change things. And Hera did add a barracks. I actually would love for Hera to go scouts. He did it with Vikings, and he was able to compete on land.
Hera 开兵营了，等下有可能放弃水上。为什么会问 Viper 回来了吗 ？Viper 昨天被 Livery 打败了。
He's got to be very, very careful on that side. He's standing in between the.
他状况看起来还是没有很好。我说在整个系列赛里面，整体的表现看起来没有很好。
But he's gonna have to pull that Vil away, and now his fire galley is on the water, and it's gonna head towards those fish. It's actually big damage that his scout has done because now the fire galley is far more likely to kill those fish.
I love Hera's decision here. I do not know if it will bring him a victory. But it just suits the situation. You're going to lose water against Malay most likely.
怎么又变 Viper 胆结石？刚才不是说右吗？
So just try and compete on water in some other way. Try and get back onto it later on. There's a lot of walling you have to do on Golden Swamp, and if I'm not wrong, I don't think Leary has necessarily scouted any.
No, he hasn't seen. I don't even think he saw the barracks, right? So he's still one.
还没有看到兵营哦。
Is going to go for water investment. I think this should tell him the fact there's no fire galley out.
对，但是没有看到对方的海军反应，基本上应该可以猜到发生什么事了。
Exactly what is happening. He might just assume it's archers.
胆结石的是 Viper， 所以不是右嘛？ 那刚才谁跟我讲右？靠！
And yeah, he did add the barracks pretty early, so I think he expected this.
一起庆祝一下 Demon Troy 的第一则超级留言。转播辛苦了，刚起床，刚好来看一下比赛。欢迎啊，欢迎啊！感谢支持。
转播辛苦了，刚起床，刚好来看一下比赛。
Alert Box 照往常迟到1分钟啊。又只是被剃光头而已，但胆结石的是 Viper。但刚才应该是真的有人跟我讲错。又被剃光头也不是5场都被屌虐了，可是他被虐的比例有一点点高，就里面可能有3场，所以。It gives him a lead heading towards Castle Age 2 potentially. 是真的不太妙。Good patience with a scout micro.
Leary somehow needs to recover from this with fishing ships.
Leary might not expect also, like Hera keeps doing the unexpected. He might expect only 4 scouts from Hera, but Hera has 6 right now. So he's just going to keep pressuring here. Hera's feeling pretty comfortable. Leary, of course, with the 3 fishing ships. Hera was 0. And Leary is hanging out near the berries over on that side, so maybe potential to pick off some villagers. Hera's still being annoying though, killing another fishing ship from Leary.
Yeah, the scouts would
继续用斥候骚扰海上经济了。
water map where you couldn't use your land units as well, but because you can, Hera kills a fishing ship there. And so you have to constantly respect this, and Hera's making fire galleys at home, so Hera can actually come right back on water. This is precisely what you want. It's just back and forth flow. You're taking the initiative. 400 food in the bank for Hera. He's collected 200 more resources. Still potential to kill plenty of villagers. And what a victory this would be here.
I think
so good. That's a weak villager. He spotted it as well. That could be a kill.
Where?
On the wall there.
我觉得大家真的对 Hera 付出的努力不够有足够的感谢，不够重视他，就是很长真的都把他重点放在他年轻跟他的就是 mechanics， 他的机械操作很好。但是真的单靠那个是没有办法表现的这么好的。那 Hera 我一直喜欢他的原因也不是因为就单纯的因为他操作很神，是他真的有自己的战术理解、meta 理解在支持他的这个训练。那他前面的那个低潮期看起来也是蛮惨淡的，但是他现在看起来生龙活虎，挺开心的。
Forever with the scout, and if we look at Leary's point of view, he should be able to see those villagers, and he's waiting for his moment to come in. He's waiting for fletching to come in.
He's also attacking fishing ships at the moment. Or fire ships, excuse me, and he's going to lose that. Well played, Leary, on the defense.
Leary's coming in with the archers now around the berries. Hera is still being very annoying, but Hera notices it so quickly, and Leary's not in a position to block with his scout. Little bit of mispathing there. So that's a villager down from Hera. He's about to click up to Castle Age, and he should be there even faster than the Malay.
I feel like this might be one of the most relatable moments for viewers at home in relation to Hera. You go for a scout raid when you saw your opponent was going archers, and you just spent so much time microing your scouts that you never added your own range for skirmishers, right? Like, very greedy, and could be punished for it now, and the lead could disappear here because Leary's using his starting scout. He's still got water, and Hera's trying to think of how he can keep these units away from his base.
And he results in a tower. Results in a tower here.
Yep.
Maybe he could go up to that
插塔的话
can't immediately add TC. So Leary's made things messy for him. Remember, Leary is the Malay. As soon as he gets
风很腻了。
he's going to be up surprisingly fast. So I don't think he's going to be that far behind Hera, but Hera has gotten himself a really good opening with those, 5 villager kills, 4 villager kills.
And I think the important thing now is that this is shifted into a lands game where you can make a knight or two, and you have
他也许本来没有打算打海，但是他等一下有可能需要先注重海军一段时间，因为他上城的时候没有办法享受到任何城堡时代的优势。
Again, as we've said so many times about the Malay, and I think we've said it 3 or 4 times in this game, Leary's fine. He can recover. That uptime's going to come in before you know it. Great job and great harassment on both wood lines.
And you can see the fish kind of evening out as it was at 69 resources collected there from Leary for a moment. But it's very, very similar between him and Hera right now. So the fish kind of evened out the amount of villagers that Hera had.
还没有那么快确定一定会 GG 了。Hera 远程踩一下石头，或是用买的也可以。那但是重点是要先稳定图控。那他现在陆军没什么机会，所以应该是要走海军。
That's really funny.
So he'll need to. How does he even get that stone? He doesn't even have a mark.
Lady, don't farm there. What's going on? Hera, make it nice.
OK， 灾难呢？
Oh, this is gonna hurt.
This is gonna hurt a lot. And he's sending those villagers north. He has no way to get that stone Tristan. He doesn't even have a market. I don't
that
think.
hurts. Oh man, he's got such a window here, but instead he's gonna lose.
And the knight goes down. The knight goes down, which means the archers can continue to find value against these villagers. Leary's gonna get another one, I think.
Yikes, that hurts.
没有追上。
Leary's gonna click up to Castle Age. Leary be very happy.
哎呀，追上。
as well. 6 to 5 KD. Leary also has time to possibly recover.
他直接开实况了，所以甚至没有远距离踩了，你也直接拉个3、4村远距离踩。
That's rough, and I think it was because he tried to trap Leary in. He placed that market.
那以他目前的木头经济看起来，这个是一个蛮糟糕的决定，然后他应该蛮难爬回来的。
When you're in the moment, you're like, oh, I hit that hotkey for the market. Well, you didn't end up building it.
That, Dave, you didn't want to admit it, but I believe that the reason you knew that and were so insightful is because that has happened to you a lot.
Thousands of times, dude. Thousands of times.
Okay, well, 3 fire ships there on the dock. And it looks like about 2 fires out on the field, maybe in that dock for Leary.
1,000 more res collected for Leary. I love having that stat on screen, just to keep us constantly updated, give us a general sense of the eco.
出爆法
has been much more efficient than Hera's, even after the villager kills.
And listen, Hera might lose this game, but I love the fact that he didn't play straight up water against the Malay. He switched the type of game we have here, which means other things are going to have to happen. Leary has to drop a monastery.
英国对马来本来就不太可能打水上。
So close.
Also, no War Galley upgrade for Hera because he can't afford it. So very likely Leary will end up dominating water anyways, and he's got archers looping. Oh man, those archers could find such
so
good
many
positions.
ships, Tristan. He's got 2 demos, and he's got the War Galley upgrade coming in. Here comes the demo. Does he find value?
爆船炸掉一只残血的。
One does half damage to another.
那 Hera 没有投资海军，所以
He's also got another demo coming in from somewhere else, Leary, and the archers are looping around.
他我觉得最主要的问题应该是没有木头啦。那
I think it's back in his dock. They forgot about it.
And the TC in the center.
目前看起来也胜率有个40%就不错了。
Normally you see the TC in the center be the 3rd one, because you do have enough gold for now at home. But I'm most focused on where those crossbows are going to go for Leary. He doesn't know where the town center is, so he could actually run right underneath it. He needs to pay really close
Still no
attention.
Bodkin from him either.
Yeah.
I would expect Bodkin to come in. Well, there you go. Speaking to the game itself, and Bodkin comes in right as I call for it. Crossbows, like you said, likely to run into that town center. Let's see how quickly Leary notices this.
He might just shoot Bills.
We'll see this right away. He shoots Bills. Hera is distracted in the center. He doesn't expect Leary to be literally under his TC, and that's why.
Oh, 天哪 ，Hera！
TC there. Hera doesn't have many villagers to garrison in this, and he's going to be so surprised when he looks back and sees a ghost town around his second TC.
Guys, you know, it's like both players are like, oh my god, I'm killing Bills, I'm killing Bills, and they don't realize they're losing on both sides. So a little sloppy there. Does hurt more for Hera, it looks like, but the Eco KD is actually 11 to 10.
Who wins the Night of the Crossbow? Oh, the TC screwed it up, bro.
Ruined.
Both one hit away.
但是这个对 Hera 来讲比较重要，因为它阻止了城镇中心的建造。阻止城镇中心的建造等于让城镇中心没有造村了。就是你阻止一个城镇中心40秒钟，等于让对方的一个城镇中心没有造村40秒钟。那就是在额外杀2村。那但是以局势来讲 ，Hera 还是蛮不利的。只是刚才那个换村互相就是骑士杀村，然后十字弓杀村来讲的话 ，Hera 还算是有正当理由这样做。
Could be a big conversion. He's trying to charge up on the crossbows.
What are you doing, Leary? You know what's in that dock. You have to know what's in that dock. He's backing away, Dave. He knows.
The flag is tripping him out and
蛮不好施压的，所以 Hera 其实可以，我才说他可以4 TC， 然后他就马上做了。那4 TC 之后 ，Leary 确实真的就需要早一点得到这个资讯，因为他施压的力度要是没有马上提高的话，他光是这个2 TC 被阻止，就已经会让他有点困难。所以如果他之后再盖一个3 TC， 然后发现对手早就已经4 TC 了，其实有可能无力回天哦。那个经济应该超前的会蛮多的。第4座城镇中心还没有盖好。
And also, not that formation, okay? Like you need to use spread formation, so if you do get hit, you don't lose everything. But I think Hera's going to have a massive lead here. He's got 56 vills versus 51, but he's on 4 town centers.
Yeah, Leary has to be careful to sending this demo in because Hera is charging up against these crossbows. He does get one conversion, and he converts the demo. Oh no, Leary! How can you get away from this? Wow, Leary only losing 4 crossbows. I say only.
僧侣的招降进度是累积的，所以你不能够有单位正在被僧侣招降的时候，想说派另外一支没被招降的单位过去。像刚才那个爆法，他忽然间转头去招你的爆法的话，他是从你招你十字弓开始的招降进度就累积的，所以那个爆法通常抵抗不了，就瞬间就被招降了。这个在僧侣招降建筑的时候最危险。你派兵去打那个正在招降建筑的僧侣的时候，他忽然转头招你的兵，就直接就招走了。那这个对僧侣来讲风险比较高的部分，就是你刚才在招十字弓就真的招成功了，然后所以所有的僧侣都没有信仰，然后一起被炸掉。
Maybe. Nahara will be happy to maybe
Also on
shift around to the sides.
So good.
Yeah, maybe you win water fully and then drop the castle in Hera's face. Not even in the middle here.
Hera 感觉是有备而来，就是他知道水上崩了之后要怎么办，那表示他可能本来就打算用英国打这些水路图，然后让水上崩掉。那但是前面的那个劣势是蛮明确的 ，Livery 现在是追不上 Hera 的这个4TC 啊，所以。可能要想办法帝王一波打死他，现在差那个大学才有办法点。
It's for the AI.
I see. Yeah. Don't resign. Well, I mean, if they have to put up with any more of my jokes, they might just do that. So I should shut up.
He's got sanctity.
OK， 烧掉胜率。
And that holy man is not making it through the fire.
What are you doing?
爆发哦
What are you doing? Like before, you saw the flag and you were scared. Got too excited there to kill the monks. Extreme hesitancy here from Leary as Hera now up to 80.
点一下帝王时代呢 ，Leary 的这一波帝王 Hera 的正确处置绝对是盖宝。那他目前看起来没有加大力度开采石头，所以应该没有注意到这个波掉分。如果有注意到掉分的话，应该已经开始在疯狂采石头。
We have a good sample size now as Leary is looking to put that castle down just a minute away from Imperial H. It should be the perfect timing here. If he pulls all these villagers, that castle will be up by the time he reaches Imp unless Hera can do something with these monks. I don't
码头应该在城堡射程内，如果马来的弓箭有拿科技。
Little demo revenge.
Okay.
Gets the perfect position. That's a double shot. As the fire galley somehow resists conversion for a very long time.
Hera created a tower and one scorpion on land, right? Everything else he's been able to defend with in the middle there with that one dot.
Hera 也要点帝王了，
So important for Leary that
对方是已经要亮帝王给他看了，他刚点下去。
Leary, I think what Leary needs to do here is obviously control the center area. He's kind of already doing that. Another castle in between this castle and the shoreline on that buildable terrain could cut everything off. But also some outposts on the
这波理论上也还是蛮硬的 ，Hera 才挣20村左右吧。那以帝王的这个经济规模来讲的比例占的没有到非常高，可是你落后一整个帝王时代，然后对方有一堡。一整个帝王时代一保就已经至少是4台巨头的落后了，那基本上3台巨头就开始是势如破竹，所以他还要处理对方巨头核心加上强弩或是海军这一类的推进是非常困难。巨头直接越过码头去砸后面的东西蛮奇怪的，但他是有在招码头了。对，成功招走码头了。直接招功能气场，功能气场可能不能被招，那个真的要低调。
To stop that transition as Leary now starts queuing up.
没有低调功能气场。
I actually don't mind this, Tristan. These are like so difficult for Hera to take care of.
Yeah, and Hera had to train him. You know, he's like Hera gave him all the tools.
The only thing I hate is that
can't do that.
Leary has 16 on food.
Yeah, that's
right. I know they're cheap with Malay, but it's gonna be tough because he doesn't have the farm eco that Hera has set up. As Hera now goes for a defensive castle here, Leary still taking out the docks with his traps, but a significant amount.
Hera 快要被这波帝王生推加上3巨头弄死，那巨头马上转向处理左边的码头跟城堡。那先处理码头应该是比较正确。因为你巨头的优势大到你其实不用太在意对方那座城堡存在多久。OK， 经济再换一只，但应该被招走了。3只垃圾大象，用 Hera 自己的马厩造出来的。英国的马厩叛变之后，忽然间里面就有大象了。
prepared. Hera's at a stone soon. He's got fast fire ship now, but he's desperately trying to keep his eco alive and spam light cab into the center. So far, the light cab just aren't doing it. The monks are taking care of them so far, and if he sends in the fast fires, those can be converted to deal with the light cab.
Yeah, and light cab are supposed to be a counter, but that counter's running into fire now and into the castle fire, and Leary's like, why should I make ships when you need to make ships, and I can just convert your ships?
And then I can roast your light cav, and here come the trebs, and Hera has not sniped the treb this game. I don't think.
It's so tough. I mean, the problem for Hera, he also lost his blacksmith. I'm sure he wants to get upgrades.
解不了了。
More
so
elephants coming in.
Farming eco, he doesn't really have anymore. And
they
more
come again.
Elephants are coming in.
No
Cheap elephants.
Literally no upgrades whatsoever. Those are naked elephants there.
因为 Hera 的僧侣大概率也抗衡不了马来的僧侣了。
Leary's crazy. Like Leary is still making monks.
他的这一波帝王基本上还没有拿到任何的帝王科技。
He needs against the light cap, just convert the enemy ships as they come in. And if Hera doesn't go for ships, then the trebs can just sit there all day. The castle will protect against those light cav, and Hera now goes for monks of his own to try and convert those elephants, but I believe Leary has a light cav back there converted from Hera to snipe those down. More fire ships on the water here from Hera. He's trying to grab hold of that northern section, but he needs to keep running with his eco. And Leary is just
理论上 Leary 要直接不处理 Hera 的海军才对啦。那个僧侣之类的可以在岸上远远的骚扰一下，但是不要太大力度的去处理对方的海军。
It's only 12? Wow.
Yeah, but they've been big swings, right? Like it's been ships.
大象基本上被僧侣封锁了一些，但是影响不大。马来的那个象有点烂，然后给 Hera 之后 Hera 不能拿来干嘛？损失了一台巨头，第二台应该不会死的。哦哟，对，不会死的。那但是内陆的那一台又要被围死了。GG。那一波帝王的时机点真的太致命了。帝王一保，然后那个 Hera 自己没有准备任何的城堡，然后在那一段时间，整个帝王时代跑完的时间 ，Hera 似乎都没有提前注意到对方上帝王，因为正常的经济领先对方上帝王的反应不是跟着上帝王，而是先准备一两座城堡，确定自己不会死在上帝王的过程。那所以他点下帝王的时候，发现对方帝王亮了，那个是真的超级惨的一个状态。现在 Hera 直落2，再来是 Livery 直落2，有得打，有得打，赶快去倒饮料。
At no point, he was just thinking pure counterattack. He never showed them. I think Hera might have seen the range, but he never showed the archers on the backside.
I think that was a big part of it too. You know, if Hera would have seen 2 or 3 archers, then I think he would have added the range, had the skirms, had a much better situation. I think on some level, you could probably say, maybe you should make skirmishers there if you see your opponent makes the range. But Hera did so well with his scouting micro, or his scout micro, because of the fact he wasn't doing some other things there. So, great game, Series 2-2. And Leary, he gets to wait and see what Hera will choose on. I think Hera should probably save Northern Isles. I said that before. It's a good momentum swing if you really think that you are better on that map. I think Hera's very solid on that map.
I asked Hera about the Northern Isles pick from Viper against Leary. We talked this morning, and I was like, "What's the strategy Leary had?"
都赢对面的图也没有啦，第一场不是啊，第一场是。
What was the strategy? And Hera said there was no strategy. They had talked about it. He said Leary.
第一场是固定的。
Leary was like, I'll just win everything. I won't get there.
I love it.
So that was his strat. So worrying.
不过他们应该本来就互练非常多的地图战术，所以。
Leary is Leary. He has the ability. And he can always pull off a surprise victory.
应该都很清楚对方要干什么。
We didn't see Bengali selected by Hera. Unless I'm missing it, I'm seeing lots of Bs. No Bengalis.
Bengalis are...
They're not banned either.
Not to be seen.
Yeah, I'm just surprised because he played so well with them against Viper. And I felt like the Bengalis are a do no wrong civilization on Northern Isles. And in a best of 9, I would have expected to see it picked.
Koreans aren't here either.
到了杯豆浆，
I spoke to Tato. He thought Koreans were the best Northern Isles.
再偷拿点苹果干。
Interesting. But Tato has some interesting takes on...
I love Tato,
Yeah.
but you know, the Dravidians, you know, and a couple of the Gamer Legion picks there didn't make me love that civ at times. But you know, Dravidians would be the civilization we'd probably see for Leary, maybe Byzantines if it ends up going to Northern Isles. I think Vikings, Italians, either or there for Hera couldn't work. Love to see Hippo Arena.
看起来1、2名的奖金池差距没有到非常大，所以他们两个横竖都已经在一个非常不错的收益的状态了。
And when it got to Hera in the middle of the draft, it was up to him to pick 2 civilizations, and he picked the Burgundians and the Turks. And the reason that's notable is because both those civilizations are perfect for Hippo Arena, but also in Leary and Hera's game 5 in the group stage, it was Burgundians for Leary against Hera's Turks. And we saw that crazy Flemish Revolution from Leary to win that game.
We are going to go into enclosed here for game number 5. So I'm expecting the Ethiopians from Leary. Hera said that's kind of an unstoppable strat, but now we have the mix-up. We have the Chinese here for Leary, and if I remember correctly, Leary picked Chinese against Viper yesterday on this map.
Viper on this map, I somehow forget. I believe I casted that series.
I believe he did. I think Viper might have been Mayans.
中国对匈奴正常是匈奴就不用打，可是
That was a really good game, which people should go back.
蒙古的差别还是有点大，而且这张地图我不太确定选蒙古的原因是外面的打猎非常多，还是
quite a bit of hunt, and you can see Hera's even pushing in some food. So it's all about early feudal damage for Hera.
对啊，这要有很多打猎，然后可能要拼一波封建的伤害。我现在看起来那些大的绿点都是果树丛，所以没有看到特别多的打猎的感觉。但猎物靠的似乎是比较近，所以他可以很早吃完所有的大象。
You want to go up before getting loom because you're so fast.
It's actually, it feels so bad at this population that you're almost tempted to just go 15 pop feudal. But 15 pop feudal is so little. So Hera, hey, he is just behind a villager now because he got loom early.
什么15村、16村的封建都很烂了，因为你在升封建的那一段时间内都比对手少。可能2到3村，那你那个总经济量到封建中期太容易均摊开来，就其实没有太大的优势。所以蒙古其实有的时候，你食物收入既然又快又猛，你应该就是反而是提前多派伐木，而不是维持一样的食物流程，然后变成一个超快的时间上封建，那样没有太大的好处。Hera 这边还是有压在这个18批。
But also because of that Chinese bonus, Leary is 19 villagers versus 17.
Okay, so with civilizations where you can gain early leads, it's important to distinguish this because there's many times and
蒙古的另外一大优势就是前期的探图非常的容易。
But the reality is you pick the civilization because you think you have a window and you have to take advantage of that window. The problem is some people will pick civilizations where they have a short early window, and then in the middle of the game they're like, okay, I feel like I should add town centers. I feel like I should make late game decisions.
Yep.
And Hera does a really good job with the Khmer and Mongols where he would just say, no, we're not going to do that. He resists the urge for the town centers and he goes for the aggression. So it's a great style pick here from Hera. He's the best at that. And let's see what he does.
Men-at-Arms. He's going for Men-at-Arms. He's already got the militia in the queue and they're already heading across. Leary needs to do a good job with his scouting this, and I think if you're scouting, you should hug the edge. He has the experience, bro, because how many times have we seen those scouts go down the rocky path and not see the stuff on the middle area here?
Okay.
He's going to see the next one.
I mean, I've seen no indicators.
Yeah, he knows.
Okay,
he knows.
does know now.
继续走，找到2只。
Yeah, and Hera has turned it now into just the 2 militia drush instead of the men at arms.
That is interesting. Hera
就直接既然都被看到了，也不用再升那个装甲步兵啊，
Unfortunately, here you don't have
直接用民兵黑块。
Behind that, I see a building coming down from Hera, and it's an archer range. Okay, still on the gold. So Hera will have those 2 militia forward. He's going to be in a position to maybe harass the gold and the berries from Leary. But Leary wisely walls that up. And this is just not really a threat anymore. And he's going to find the range. It's not the most optimal start here for Hera.
I'm really surprised we're not seeing scouts, Dave. It's a very long distance to get to your opponent here. Mongols have so much food.
他接下来
I don't even think 3 militia would.
靶场单位如果能够准时补到的话，它的中间的这个隔断还是蛮有影响的。
With forward with those militia, that's like really all you could do at the moment. This is the most damage you're going to do to Leary's economy. You have to wait for the archers to show up. Big damage from those 2 militia.
Yeah, now Leary might be concerned that there's going to be.
以中国对蒙古的经济差，甚至可以考虑插塔。就是真的靶场单位来到这里的时候。
And what could be a similar number of archers behind this. So micro still really matters. Archers obviously can punish the very exposed golden berries there for Leary. And Leary, interesting, he wants to move out and make a house there. I don't think I would make that house, but he feels comfortable here.
对啊，对面的靶场单位还是比较早到，所以 Hera 的施压基本上没有多少空间呢。
I think he's waiting for his archers to loop around that way to get to the berries. Just needs to make sure that he's safe for the time being, because he knows Hera's archer range started going up a little bit faster than his own.
他的弓箭手跟民兵现在是朝同一个方向移动啊，民兵往北逃，然后弓箭手从北边来。
He's going to look for a flag on this range. Yeah, obviously he's doing a couple things. Looking, hoping there's still a flag there, I'm sure, because he's uncertain on where the army is. Leary, look at your range. Look at the scout.
Do what T90 tells you to do.
Please make me look like
he doesn't look
smart.
bad. He's looking terrible right now, Leary. Come on, you can't shift queue your scout 15 times.
He didn't know.
He doesn't know.
This is a big deal as we go back to the normal colors. He's checking the range. The archers come in. This is a misplay from Leary and a great job from Hera to punish the fact that Leary wasn't in the proper positions.
Yeah, Leary 结果真的没有看到那一波弓箭手走过来。
Right, you saw those militia coming forward. You saw they were men at arms. You saw the range early, and you're still losing 2 villagers to this, and you might even lose another one here if you're not careful. He's sending another weak villager in to try and block.
挡住，挡住，挡住，挡住。
Weak villager, but he's gonna get away.
Yeah, he should. I mean, that is a real bro. That is a real bro, right? Like, it's not like he was full HP. But sloppy stuff from Leary. Now, I say sloppy, but also Hera would have recognized that the scout wasn't around his range. So it's a 2-parter. Like, Hera had to have that recognition. He moved out much earlier than Leary was expecting. And now suddenly the Vil count a little bit closer. Suddenly you feel like Hera's got more of a chance in this match.
Hera's just evened out all of the early loom timing and the Chinese bonus.
Yeah, 但也只是稍微扳平了中国本来就具备的优势而已。我不觉得光是这样子继续往后打蒙古就会赢，因为蒙古你已经兑现自己的优势了，才做到这样子而已。
Give the tiger the kill. Make it weak and give the tiger the kill. Come on, he's been waiting.
Just pull away now.
不要给老虎杀了！靠
Let's go.
That's not the sound that a tiger makes.
I know, but they put
T90
tigers on the map. Well, I can't do a tiger noise.
The only tiger that T90 knows is Tony the Tiger.
Wow, Dave, thanks for that one. As we
And
see
it's
Hera
great.
trying to
你看握边边都是取得这种不公平的优势，
defense from Hera again, and also the
不然他的 KD 应该会跟我一样烂的。
will be able to whittle down these skirmishers. How did they get a tiger graphic? How fast are you guys? Seriously, slow it down. But the skirmishers are going to die. I'm loving Hera's position with how this feudal age has gone. Still, though, you do favor the Chinese the longer the game goes.
And Leary has just managed to withstand the pressure, right? Same with Hera. There's another archer range being added here from Leary, as he has a lot of food in the bank. Very similar resources. It's always amazing looking at these two guys when they're playing together. You think like they've been producing, they've been being aggressive, they'll only have 1 or 2.
城堡时间应该也蛮接近的。
Always consistently at this stage of the game, around the 12-13 minute mark, have 300, 400, 500 food in the bank, and they're thinking about going Castle Age.
It's so tricky too, because if you kill a couple
Livery 的军队价值稍微小一点，这个倒是蛮意外的。通常你已经承受了经济损伤了，你的军队价值应该比较大。
A must do for Hera. He sells a stone. He has to somehow get some type of an advantage. Leary, I honestly would love to see a tower. Because even if you're not building the town centers, the Chinese feel superior to the Mongols. What you don't want to be is to be too greedy here without scouting and hope that you're going to have the similar.
Hera sees the second range. I think with 2 ranges, he's probably fine. He doesn't know that Hera's on 2 ranges. If he had a scout, that would be really valuable. As Leary now goes for market.
Hera's going to love that market because he now knows that his opponent isn't buying and selling resources, and he's likely not up.
Well, I mean, he could check his own market to find out, but I guess seeing the market just kind of triggers it in your mind, right? As Leary now clicks up to Castle Age. Only a minute behind, and it's going to take Hera a minute to walk over to Leary's base. Leary also has double range production to help him out. Hera's only added
城堡时间兑现的不是那个十字弓的优势时间了，兑现的是城镇中心，所以 Livery 没有卖掉石头 ，Hera 是卖掉石头的，所以他这边变成被迫，应该说他的策略一开始就决定是要一波，那这个一波要是没有造成伤害，基本就差不多要输了。
And he's going to be so annoyed by this because 4 archers could kill so many vills, and yet he just doesn't have the numbers.
Yeah, and there's another army coming from the other side.
等一下，他有拿瞭望的意思吗？这视野看起来有点大。
Leary's going to run right into this, and Leary, you can see it in his face, not happy about that at all.
If he patrols there, I think he kills 2 more archers in that group. Oh, and he misses the villagers there. Hera had time to notice it.
Hera has to come back, though.
Yeah, he does. It's a very good point.
回来太多只，对，他还是可以拉4只十字弓前压的，因为对他，你看那个白走，现在又走回去，因为对方正确的反应就是继续往回跑拖时间，因为他就是要你的军队比他快城堡的这支军队待在家里久一点，所以他不会跟你打的，但是他刚才就拉太多人回来。
Yeah, I mean. It's just so lovely for Leary that he knows that army isn't running across to his base right now. Actually, he doesn't.
It is.
He missed. Yeah. But like, it's not as far as it could have been. The skirmisher narrowly missed it. We might want to replay on that later. If he tries to drop a town center on that gold with no army at home, big problems for Leary. Oh, geez. I need to know what's happening. What's at his gold right now? Oh, he's got.
Leary 目前也没有资源盖城镇中心，他的木头花光了。
Over there, I think the skirmisher was just standing still on the side there, so it wasn't the biggest deal for Leary missing that, but he was definitely trying to spot any force coming forward.
Yep, and
as he goes for
2项弓箭手科技拿到，加上弓形锯 ，Hera 跳弓形锯，所以
instead he went university and he's trying to get ballistics in a bit earlier here.
那加上这个盖大学拿弹道学的决定，我觉得 Hera 的局势应该是很不妙了。弹道学，我觉得在面对经济局势就是不允许开工人气场的时候比较显著。那一旦对方也有办法开工人气场，你其实弹道学给予的优势是不够大的。
And he doesn't have ballistics yet. So again, a window. I think if Elite Skirm was in, then Hera wouldn't take.
这些他的 timing 进来的时间其实都影响的有点太晚了，都还没有打到人。然后经济科技晚拿，对方经济科技早拿，军事科技晚拿。可是实际决战发生的时候是双方都有军事科技的，那纯粹就是对方的经济早享受啊。这确实不太看好一波能打死，这不要说打死了，重点是要打出伤害。他没有打出足够的伤害就已经死了。那现在看起来 Hera 的胜算也是不太高哦。
Good window for Hera to chip away. He's got more HP on his army. Still not sure what those 2 villagers are doing for Leary in the north, but we'll find out soon. They're getting attacked by a
接招把握边边。
Probably going to realize ballistics is in and have to back away.
Yeah, he's trying to dodge the ballistics with those 3 crossbows, but Leary can realize Hera is controlling those and then target the main force. And Leary has gotten a pretty good fight, honestly, behind this. Now he's got Elite Skirm in, and Hera is the one that needs to run away.
现在对方一样拿弹道学在丢你。
Any damage there as he adds the second TC.
所以你早享受到的那一点点弹道学的时间，因为你的军队没办法直线朝对方的家经济区前进，其实没有办法发挥多少作用。那个，现在这个投资是真的有点糟糕呢。
It's brutal for Leary, but it's so good from Hera because he knows the army's going to shift forward from Leary. And the only thing, Hera, there's a sit.
睡醒没 ？Hera， 哦，盖起来，悲剧。
Okay, awkward, but actually this changes everything because Hera was going to counterattack, but now Leary would see the army counterattacking.
这本来是可以阻止的。
Here from Hera into trying to counterattack with the crossbows and the defensive siege.
但，Hera 横竖风都蛮逆的。
Leary, you cannot sit there, okay? It is against the rules. You see a siege workshop, even if it doesn't have a flag, you can't go in a tiny little choke point.
This guy,
not the best timing for Hera there on that army coming through.
Normally I'd agree with you, but this guy lost so many crossbows to demos in the previous game and still won. Oh my goodness, where are you going, Leary? And Leary at home does add the second town center. Hera has a Vil lead. Probably a good time.
如果是 Viper 是什么意思
？For the Chinese big attack rounds. That the Mongol super late game is superior.
Is better. Yep. It's gonna be hard though. It's gonna be hard against a player like Leary who will hit the timing.
中国的 super late game 当然比较烂了，但是不会到那个阶段的。
That late game gonna have to control the stones and the golds, and it's gonna be difficult to stretch out towards those. Skirmishers on the other side distracting the crossbows, still engaging with the mangonels here in the middle. As Hera just patrols against +2 skirmishers, not the greatest fight of all time.
Hera's only goal.
Oh, Leary, you can't be here, bro.
对 ，Leary 为什么要一直钻这个窄口嘞？超级危险的，那很有可能一波让 Hera 爬起来，就真的他又站起来了。
He's got a villager lead, and he's got 2 mangonels versus 1, and Leary really struggling to find damage.
How did he survive there against that shot? He should, all of those units should be dead. He just microed away at the last second, maybe 2 tiles to maneuver, and he found his way to safety. Crazy plays here from Leary. We look at the economy. Hera once again.
Leary 刚才的施压方向真的是错的，他
work with a limited number of units, only 2 mangonels, only 2 crossbows in the queue.
他应该要多对城镇中心施压就好了，没有必要一直尝试把军队钻进去。
Faster than the Austrian.
Yeah, 4 TCs is really good here. I think both players should consider it. There's a house foundation there for Leary because he's bringing forward a villager or 2 to be able to repair the mangonels. Actually, a really big.
双方的投石车生产序都是满的。Hera 等一下还是会想有时候大概0.7台投石车。
You can't repair. This can happen.
Also, an outpost here would be really useful for Leary.
没有
outpost in these mangonel battles gives you a little bit of extra.
对 Hera 投石车比较晚造正常他应该要比 Leary 至少早一半以上的生产进度。
He's trying to snipe that down from Hera. Doesn't quite get a full hit.
没有砸死。
Oh my God. One on the hill. This micro is insane from both.
Hera's
gonna get one. Leary's gonna.
Hera 投石车正一。
Hera's just yet, but it feels like he might get it with the second shot.
Oh my God! And Leary's
没有负一拉平。
28 military for Leary, really trying to get value from it. And I mean, it's so difficult to have proper economy when you're being pressured like this, Dave.
And Leary keeps sending small range unit forces from the other side. I don't think he's discovered that gold that Hera just stretched out to quite yet. He's going to see that villager, and Hera's going to be wise to that counterattack. Hera's still producing mangonels. He's still trying to defend in the north, but in the south, Leary has another forest, so he has to send that weak mangonel back to deal with this. Leary's micro is going to have to be on point, and it is.
Yeah.
It's so beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, this is crazy. There could be a big shot here. Leary somehow playing with fire all game. Hera, though, with the good micro. Leary now with the good micro. What is happening? Who's going to get the better of these engagements? It's going to be Leary there.
And he gets within minimum range. Leary is not getting hit by these mangonel shots. He takes out the repair villager. He finally gets hit by 1, but all the army is gone from Herod's 5 military versus 26. He survives again.
How? I mean, his economy is also really good. It's not like he's on 10 farms or something. He has more farms than Hera at the moment. Hera's playing out of his mind, but Leary, he's got... Do we need to blow up his head with the big graphic again with how he's playing right now? Like, this is crazy.
I don't think this is brain power. I think this is muscle power right now. The guns are out.
终于被砸到了，最终还是难逃一劫。
Here from Hera as he completely destroys that army finally. But what value Leary has found.
Absolutely, and that's what it comes down to, right? It was bound to happen eventually, but so frequently that happened so much earlier there. 4 Mangonels, soon to be 5 for Leary. And Hera must be really scratching his head right now, trying to find out what's going to kill this.
那 Leary 这样子的施压能力就大幅减弱了，可是他的 TC 数量现在是超前的，所以有办法把村数追回，甚至领先。
Where does that castle go? And that's so far back.
Dude, this is
I mean,
also...
this is a display of how good Leary is with the micro, but it's also a display of how Hera can survive with literally nothing. He's just trying to get value wherever he can. And Leary has.
那 Hera 这个加宝起来之后，蒙古突击可能要藏个2到3只出发，对投石车应该可以造成不小的杀伤啊！你太早揭露城堡跟突击的存在的话，那个对方马上会增产他的那个战矛兵，所以感觉不要太早去反击比较好了。那但是 Leary 也要前压城堡呢，这张地图感觉不太适合打前压堡啊，因为这种环状的地图有太多地方可以跑了。城堡还是以图控为主会比较好，图控跟加堡为主会比较好。所以 Leary 可能对自己的优势评估有点过高，就打这个前压堡。那但是不一定就会失败了，他只要经济优势继续下去。变成这个帝王对帝王的局面的时候，其实前压堡是非常好的。
Is going to try and get that one. Leary tries to attack ground. He's trying to deal with the Mangudai that have a bonus against siege. He's bringing the crossbows over to the left side. It's a delicate dance between both of them. Hera unable to get another shot. Leary dodges around that attack ground. Oh my god, bro.
Dude, Leary's my
卖食物换黄金。
Hera though still holding on. Hera, I think, sensing perhaps
点上帝王了。
This is going to go towards Imp, so he has now sold some wood, just like Leary did. But Leary has his castle forward for a reason, Dave. It's because he needs access to trebuchets, and he wants to win this in early Imp and not allow the Mongols to have time to mass those Mangudai.
And the Imp timing is going to be so similar from them yet again.
他把他的胜利条件制定在早期帝王，那所以这一波的前压堡配合巨头是蛮必要的。
Frustrating for Hera. Every single time he feels like he has a good shot, Leary dodges away. As Leary's now working well on that TC, hasn't really cut the Mangonel production only since he clicked up to Imp.
Hera 的帝王差距秒数应该不到1轮巨头，所以
over and over again.
He built that castle with like 2 vills.
2 vills.
He just knew, like, I'm not gonna lose this ground because I'm Leary.
Might lose this army.
主要还是拼经济啊。后面的军队组成一定是蒙古的军队组成会比较好，如果游戏持续够久。那但是帝王初期的经济那个中国的经济状态领先是很恶心的，所以我觉得不太有机会存活了。这个军事人口差距也是有点大。城堡开始施压，受到压力的时候，蒙古的选项又不多了，所以。对抗中国的城堡，他也不能够使用冲车，所以也真的没有太多的选择。
Hera's also a house because Leary is taking out all his TCs and all his houses.
Should have researched nomads, bro.
Yeah, actually viable.
Well, normally you have the second
Hera 还持续的被卡人口，
so I'm a little surprised.
因为建筑一直被拆掉 ，TC 一直被拆掉。
He's got tons of res.
Oh wow, that's cute. Tower in the center, just a little bit annoying.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that's more like protecting your own wood line than harassing Leary's wood line.
Probably, yeah, especially since you don't have as many range units as your opponent. Leary with 2,000 food in the bank when he reaches Imp should be getting all the upgrades. And there he goes, Chemistry, Arbalest, Bracer, and he's got a Treb on the way like we expected.
He's selling a lot too. What's he trying to afford here? He's selling all of his food. He had plenty of it, and Leary even dodges around 2 shots. Like how?
Leary has the best Archer Micro ever.
可能需要在2只巨头以下就停止生产巨头，那他需要第2座城堡开始才能够维持蒙古突击的生产。
If that happened a little more frequently, the statement that I just said before that wouldn't be true. But he's so consistently good.
He might be paying attention somewhere else. Let's hope that for his sake that he's paying attention to these.
中型投石车。
Drill Onager is on the way for Hera. That's what he's saving up for. He sees all of the.
这个中国是没有火炮可以解中投的， 所以接下来的重点会侧重在反击兵。那 Livery 也已经马上投资骑兵科技了，所以甚至在看到任何的中投的迹象之前，就已经很肯定自己会用到。
Hera could keep his castle up, extend this game to the long run, where the Mongols will dominate. It's the only thing from Leary that I could really be critical of this game. He's like trying to pressure the wood right now, but he needs a castle right there.
Hera is buying, or Leary is buying stone though. Leary is buying stone, and he's going for a castle in the south. Hera is down there though with something. So Leary relocates his castle in the south, and here come the onagers.
Oh, no way.
From Hera. Drill is still not in, so Leary can still get pretty close to these, or in fact run away. Once Drill is in, those onagers are going to be a lot faster, and it's going to be very, very dangerous for Leary.
Did he just pack up the trebs? No, he did not pack up the trebs. Hera no repair surprises me.
And he can't get Drill now. The castle's going to go down.
Yeah, true.
So it's just going to be straight onager.
I mean, there's just so much pressure here still.
Oh, Leary, can you
本来就不太可能去拿超链
against onager from
那个什么凿岩机，乱翻译的那个科技，超链的成本太高了。
And needs the wood to make more onagers. This has given Leary time to get stables up, go for Lightcap. Given Leary time for another somewhat risky castle, which I believe he might complete on that side. No horse collar for Leary. Should we be concerned about his economy right now?
I mean, Chinese farms do last longer, so there's that. As he's microing around.
哦，不要修。
I didn't even realize it was there. That was under the hood of the TC, and it was still firing. Leary, though, micros around that while he's casually doing 15 other things.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen micro so good that it makes me just want to quit the game. You know, normally you see good micro, you're like, oh, I want to try that. I just can't do that.
It's just crazy to be doing it in the multiple locations.
看到这么神的操作，反而不想玩游戏了。
Yeah, he's definitely
觉得差距太大了。
Yeah, and it also means Hera has to respect it. Hera doesn't move out with confidence at all against an army composition that he probably should have some confidence against.
没有，我不觉得 Hera 的军队组成有任何优势。他目前看起来这样子打不会太吃香，因为刚才才爆一座城堡，那现在对手的城堡是2比0，所以他的自己唯一一座城堡拉起来之前。 现在依赖这个工程器，他也没有办法有任何的投射力啊，就是军队是离不开家门的。不出个连弩兵吗？暂时还用不到吧。 是有撑蛮久的，但是还是爆了2台，有一台还没爆，爆了，3台全爆了。
50 on food for Hera. You're just not going to see the guy give up when he's 50 on food. 170 pop. Doesn't have a single relic, but neither does Leary. Has better eco upgrades than the Chinese. Still, you know, has one of the best Hussar civs in the game. And Leary, I think, a little concerned now because his army composition hasn't really led to a lot of numbers.
Yep.
And I feel like the castle positions he has are so fragile because if he loses either the castles on the side, he doesn't have any fortifications behind it. There's just a massive opening that Hera can take. And
Livery 最后一份黄金的战斗军队组成非常重要。那重装骑士加骆驼是有可能，也可能有别的选择，但是。 以他目前面对的军队组成来讲，敌人的变化也是蛮开放的，因为这个垃圾兵是无限的嘛，所以这些肉马随时有可能停产变别的东西作为主要军队，然后再后来又恢复生产了。 现在是满人口对决的状态。Livery 的骆驼刚才造了几只，但是现在看起来数量还是蛮不够的。
Hera will freely make Hussars. Hera can take risks with the Hussars, whereas Leary's Arbalests and his Camels need to be more protected. I think even though Hera hasn't killed that
Camel 没有了，就只有强弩，强弩需要处在一个比较安全的战斗环境，你不能够拿它冒太大的险。但是骆驼的话，基本上它主要的工作是在家里排除轻骑，所以不太会出什么意外才对。
Don't know if it's enough. I think Leary takes out that castle just on time. I think there's a few more shots still coming in from the Trebs. 3 more volleys coming in. Does he get it? No, Hera saves the castle. against the Trebs from Leary. Leary pushing him from the other side though because Hera is distracted.
So Hera has what? One castle still. My goodness, what a crazy game we have here again. It's gone.
Hera 只有一座城堡，其实还是很难打，所以感觉他们还是太 hype。我不觉得，我觉得 Hera 现在的局势也很好。
I shouldn't say still. He's starting to mass Mangudai again. He's getting upgrades for those Mangudai again as well.
对啊，人口也率先比对方下降，差点破160。
The Hussars won't easily be able to deal with those camels, not really doing a lot of damage.
对啊，他没有办法挡，用轻骑去挡这些骆驼，但骆驼就也不应该一直追着投石车打了，他应该适度的就应该要收手了。毕竟这些轻骑杀完你的骆驼之后，又去你家，你又要补新的骆驼，其实还是蛮麻烦的。但骆驼最好是不要随便死掉。
But Leary maybe feeling better about the situation now. He knows Onager's not cheap. Hera still got 3 of them, but Leary with a 30 population lead. How did Leary not die to the 40 Hussar raid? He had like 10 camels there.
Yeah, well, he got the quick wall on the lumber camp, right? So he saves 10 villagers there, and then he has the camels coming back and the castle coming up just on time. More houses going down. Actually, Nomad's actually viable, maybe. In this game once again.
那在疑惑为什么 Livery 没有直接被轻骑兵打死？我是不知道你已经有在做骆驼准备，要怎么被轻骑兵打死？只有像维京那种只有重装长枪兵的文明才会被骆驼打死，才会被轻骑骚扰打死哦。
Yeah, I like it.
Castle there from Hera putting in work, however, and Leary is just slowly pushing Hera into the corner here. He's getting all of his techs. He's got the camels to defend against the Hussar, and Hera is trying to build up.
那人口差距蛮大的 ，Hera 2分钟内有任何大的战斗，应该都会吃蛮大的亏。
It's better than 20 of maybe any other unit, except for maybe War Elephants. I think anytime there's a quiet moment in this game, Hera should go out and raid. He's doing it now. And Leary should recognize that maybe there's a little less army here, and he should start to think about a fight. What a game here.
It's back and forth, isn't it? Hussar coming in here from Hera. I think Leary needs one more castle along that line in the south, just to defend against those raids. They've been a constant headache ever since Hera got some time. Trebuchet still pushing forward. Credit to Leary has.
Livery 接下来的南面防御会稍微困难点，因为他刚才换城堡的部分他推输了，所以他南面的城堡爆了，然后 Hera 南面的城堡还在。那但是这边狙击中型投石车还是非常成功，做到交换，所以因为 Hera 在自己家里主战场的这个兵力是不太够的，拨太多人出去骚扰。缺少这些投石车之后，对到强弩的交换比不会太好了。蒙古突击反骆驼的便利性比马弓高很多，因为那个出手引格的关系。
Hold this area, and then Leary is going to have to build up these.
Hera 差不多是输了啦，就算他不投降，也是已经没什么机会了。
Because when he takes positions like that, what should happen is castle drop. Hera can never push that. So we'll see. But I mean, stone is kind of weird on this map because it's in multiple places, but it's only 2 tiles at a time. So it's kind of hard to.
Livery 北面都还有金，南面也都在大力采金。那北面相对来讲是它的后花园了，所以那边的金晚点开采是正确的。就基本上，尤其是绝对不会进到大后期的，就是中国的干旱期，所以它基本上是绝对死的，就是没什么好说的。Hera 其实可以投降。
Only Mongols could come back from this. I'll say that.
GG.
But bad timing, obviously. Leary wins the game. And what was so good about
他说只有蒙古有办法从这种负面的局势中还爬回来。爬你个头了！蒙古要怎么从这个局势爬回来？
Where he had pressured all game, and then Hera just dropped some stables and pushed him back. Remember, he was late to camels, and we talked about that. Leary got the camel timing in. He must feel so good about that one. That is 3 straight victories for Leary.
2 wins in a row for Hera, 3 wins in a row for Leary. And we have ourselves a set here as both players take a break. This is the finals that we expected. And that's the micro that we expect.
让二追三哦。
In that game, also Hera with the defense. I mean, he's defending against 40 military with 10.
Yep.
And he's trying to boom behind. And against any other player, maybe it works. Not against Lear in that situation.
Yeah, a little awkward for us. They did walk right past us, but all we can do is really compliment these two for how they played so far. We are at our halfway points, as close as you could maybe get to a halfway point here with 4 more games to go. Still some really good.
如果真的打到9场的话，现在差不多是打一半了。
banked up here. That's
去上个厕所吧。
So only his home map, Northern Isles, is remaining. But I do feel like
Hello, viewing party.
So well on that. And let's not forget about the viewing party. Got to sign some autographs and meet many of you guys there last night.
It's a weird feeling being on part of an autograph table. It was like a production line. I was there for an hour signing stuff. That was crazy.
I have a handwriting problem that I'm reminded by every time I use a pen, which is like 2 times a month, or a month, not even a year. And I don't know why, but my handwriting is always really small. And so
Chicken scratch.
Yeah,
it's the same with mine.
I don't know why. And so I signed a bunch of people's first, and then I looked at like the shirts and I looked at the cards, and it'd be like tiny little T90 and then the Viper, right? And I don't know if I should apologize.
That's why my signature is just block letters. It's just Dave exclamation mark with an underline underneath.
Is that like, did you practice that?
No.
Okay.
I just came up with it. At least if I'm going to sign something, at least it's got to be unique, you know? That's why the exclamation mark, that's why the underline.
It's certainly
And I do it in
unique.
block letters so that I don't mess up. It's easy.
Yeah.
It's like, I can even write it with a fist. 5 minutes.
Yeah,
5
maybe-
minutes, they need a break. Nilly just
Maybe
signaled to us.
on occasion you should do a Dave question mark, and that
行
becomes like
上
a
完厕所
very
回来，
addition signature.
Yeah, it could be.
恳请师先发功。你在说应该灌毒奶给 Livery 吗？
20 years are going to be worth exactly the same value that they are right now.
$6 million.
Mine? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Well, it was really cool though. I know that we have a lot of viewers online, but you know it's not the first time we've done a LAN event where we've been able to meet fans. But it is really cool to be able to put a face to the name, and everyone is so nice, right? To me, the players, to you, of course, as well. After your amazing autograph, so thank you everyone who traveled to get there, and I'm sure, of course, if this community keeps growing on the trajectory we are on currently, that I will maybe have an opportunity to meet some of you guys watching in the chat at some point in the future. So this is our viewing party here at the Gamer House.
下一场出 UU 者必胜。
Looking at the stream, seeing that they are on camera. Some people wait.
下一场还是水陆混合图的机会蛮大的。
That's Jordan. The hand to the right. That's such a Jordan.
All you have to look for is the guy who's wearing shorts.
That's such a Jordan.
Oh, that's not a leg. That's
If that's
Okay.
a leg.
Sorry, I have really bad eyesight, honestly. Actually, you know what we should
What is
probably...
it saying? It's saying, hello, my name is Jordan. Hello,
Thank
Jordan.
you. Thank you for watching NAC.
Nice to meet you.
Oh boy, that is really well done, guys. Very well done. They have
I'm
not
going
planned
this way. I don't like you anymore. Get away.
Yeah. Well, before
Get
I
away.
forget about it,
Come here. I'm
are
not
you
done with you.
still not...
Come back. Come back. Oh, who is that? Who is that?
Keep going, Dave.
Mystery has appeared. Oh, you're back. I had something else to tell you I couldn't remember. I'm gonna walk away now.
This reminds me of when earlier on in the week, production did a Muppets thing with Hera and Leary while they were casting, and then it dawned on many of us that they might not even know.
他们的中场休息不知道多久。
No, they definitely didn't. Like, that scene came
They
up,
were like-
and their look of confusion, everyone there was laughing, and their look of confusion was so genuine.
Yeah.
I knew right away, like, these guys are too young for the Muppets.
Yeah, like there's
I was
something
watching
else.
the Muppets before they were born.
Yeah,
like,
I know. And
Yeah.
I was like, oh god, I'm so old. There's another instance. I don't know why. Okay, don't judge how random this is, but like Finding Nemo was brought up at some point.
Oh,
and
there we are.
And then I look at
Oh. I
Okay,
forget the names of these guys. though.
Guys, I didn't.
They were
wasn't
always up
prepared
in
for
the,
this.
at the top
Now people
there.
are gonna make fun of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least that guy is not like, usually when they make fun of me, it's like some bald person like Patrick Stewart or something. They'll put me on the Enterprise.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
Didn't you put into your contract that there can only be 5 bald jokes made in this event?
I don't think I have that option.
Oh, okay.
We surpassed that on day number 1.
Okay. To finish my point, though, and we will be back to this final very shortly, guys. But we mentioned Finding Nemo, and like again, it was like Hera Leary, like it's like
好，中间还带餐点的。
I had to quickly look up when Finding Nemo came out because I was concerned that that happened before Leary was born.
No, it happened about a year after Leary was born.
Yeah.
Which was equally disturbing.
给他们换
Can we
白
like
痴的
flip
图像。
horizontal, please?
很不配合欸。
Wasn't comfortable in that situation.
Production having way too much fun. Well, I hope you're having fun at home. Players are walking back to their desk. They're probably confused why we are so awkward currently.
No, they're not confused. They know us well.
Yeah.
Leary, scarfing down some food there. He's not only got the water, but he's also got the food, folks. Sustenance.
I mean,
it's important.
Luckily for him, he has some privacy instead of Nilly and Dave standing next to him, reading some weird chat GBT.
You chose to sit on the main couch when we were looking to fill time. You put yourself in that position. Who sits there and eats? No one eats on that couch.
Livery 那个吃东西的速度跟我有得比啊，所以估计肠胃也不会太好。
Who knew T90 had the body of a male villager? Pay me later. I'm not quite as shredded. Not quite as shredded, but I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you.
Leary pouring some more water. Oh, that looks like a depressed hippo.
That was Nilly today with all the show matches. I had such great dreams.
We have an hour more to fill.
Bombard cannon.
好忧郁的
T90 versus Team Nilly.
Yeah, when he got
didn't
3-0'd.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's all right. It was good fun. I hope viewers enjoyed that. I didn't actually get to see.
What is the other hippo doing there?
Oh boy, production. Can we? Guys, go to the Nature channel if you want to see this, but not NAC4. Thank you. I really did enjoy the show match earlier. It was a little wild, so I hope that viewers did enjoy as well. I didn't actually get to see a lot of feedback from people. I assume it was good. People stuck around. We are under a lot of pressure with no filler content. Can we get the draft, please? Let's get the draft, talk about that, because I want to return to my point.
Also, NAC puts in some money to NAC.
So we're
waiting for the draft.
Not added
Sponsored by Backforce and Lead Desk, of course. Wonderful. Thank you for donating to the prize pool.
On paper, though, look at this, right? So 2 wins for Hera. He's got 1 home map remaining. 3 wins for Leary. He's got 3 home maps remaining. Now, I will recognize that these 2 are both so good and are both really good on all the maps, so maybe it's not that big of a deal. But in terms of map preferences, we also have an interesting scenario where every win for Leary was on Hera home maps, and the one, wait, no, not the 1 win for Hera. One of his wins was on the home map for Leary.
That is very interesting.
And then also, of course, Hera won game number 1, which.
But they're super similar. I would feel like the only true home map here for either player was probably Northern Isles. For Hera.
Yeah, I think if Hera picked Hippo Arena, because I really like his play on Arena, I would say the same, but Leary did pick it, so. I still don't know what he has planned there, actually. I think he's going to try and go Burmese. And maybe you save, like...
Livery 反转的
Because I feel like Britons would have been really good on Arena versus the Burmese. I'm not actually sure.
反转的第一场是去抢拿卡瓦桑嘛？
I guess that's pretty straightforward.
应该没记错嘛。然后卡瓦桑的那个葡萄牙。
No, it'd just be fast imp.
Yeah, that's true. Fast
对日本。
Fast imp barb. Yeah.
So Leary needs 2 wins, and he is the winner of his first LAN final ever. He's been in, well, counting this 6 now. Though, of course, we don't know what
this is the 6th LAN final that Leary has been in.
Hera 那一场的失败看起来结果上就是心情还是蛮平复的，蛮平静的。但是那一场是输的非常纯的。
And if anyone deserves it, it's Leary. But if anyone deserves the win specifically in this tournament, it's Hera, because he's literally won every set that he's been part of, even in the group stage. And here we go.
我已经对 Dravidian
We're going into game number 6 here. Hera has chosen the Vikings, and Leary has chosen the Dravidians.
Now Hera had an amazing game where he beat the Vikings with the Bengalis in the group stage against the Viper. We didn't see Bengalis drafted by either player, so clearly they didn't feel like Bengalis were all that good. Hera himself opts for the Vikings, which cannot make fire galleys, so typically it's going to be a galley-only play. There is a unique ship for the Dravidians, which we might see in the late game, but I think in the early
维京赢了，可是维京出特殊单位的机会很低耶。你不是说出 UU 的人就赢哦？
Fishing ships carrying extra food.
Yeah, it's
great
nice.
as well,
Nice.
right? You can take fish efficiently from very far away, and that unique unit was called the Terisidae. And there we go. There's the villager already heading across. For Leary, he doesn't even have a dock yet.
I think.
Chris, or is this for a dock on the side? Okay, this is for a dock on the side.
Yeah, I think it's a dock on the side, and maybe there's a world where we see a transport later on.
Maybe.
There is actually a bit of a meta here. I think Nac Iv did it. I forget if Hera or Leary did it. There's definitely one more player that did it where they try and build one of their docks more forward, next to where they think the opponent is fishing.
维京大战船当然算特殊单位啊，我是说维京出维京大战船的比率不高了。
So where Leary's headed right now,
oh boy,
could tell him actually Hera's back here.
Hera's gonna find this dock.
Yeah,
but I mean, you're always gonna find the dock from the opponent unless it's somewhere where you've scouted very.
这基本上就是后方港跟侧向的港口两个选项而已，因为盖在中间有点烂。盖在中间除了航程短以外，没有其他好处。那个图控会蛮烂的。
Which generally indicates you're going for Castle Age.
Yes.
And Hera will see that Leary has gone for the side dock, which could be a number of things. It could be a Castle Age play. It could be building up galleys.
对啊，你把港口盖在侧面这个河口位置比较暧昧一点，你没办法确定这是一个非军事推进，你没办法确定它不是走直升城堡，因为你这边侧向的河口先巩固之后，它在 TC 后面再盖一个港，基本上整个大后方就是比较安全的捕鱼区。那它还是可以直升城堡的。那但是对到维京，说真的，应该没有人想要直接上城跟维京打，就尽量是在封建就施压了。那维京的港口一定藏在后面嘛，你去施压它的难度就会稍微高一点，距离远一点的。那用运输船把斥候载到对面，要去探一下路面的部分。
And Hera is going to start exploring. He knows where that dock is, so maybe he takes a look and sees if he can get value against that villager. I don't know if Loom is in yet from Leary.
Does he see the transport ship?
特别跑去检查一下港口方向的村民有没有走远。
Always should wall in your dock villager here, especially if you're far away from your base, because the feudal age scout will always be in a position to snipe it. What's Hera gonna do here? I doubt he's gonna go land. I think he's gonna go water, and maybe just since he knows Leary will come aggressive against him. He will maybe go 2 docks on the back and be happy with that.
封建是真的可以在快要亮封建的时候回去港口那里试一下那个村民有没有办法击杀。
This might be massive scouting here for Hera. He might think about potentially picking up a scout once again. He misses the barracks for the time being. He doesn't see the barracks. Okay, he sees it.
看到是兵营。 没有看到民兵，但是看到兵营就已经不太正常了，所以。
That is so clever because with this feudal age timing, Hera might assume that it's an archer play from Leary. It won't be 100% certain on the men-at-arms play, but he is walling up right now, so I think he has an inclination of what this is.
Super safe play here from Hera.
直接就做围墙了。
Timing thing where he recognized that if that goes up at that time, that it's gonna likely be militia. But could have been a brilliant play there from Leary. Just shows how good these players are and how much they respect each other. Now, with any other Civ, you might see 2 militia, and you might see the man-at-arm upgrade and say that's a problem. But Dravidians do have 50% off on their barrack technologies, and plus they also received all that wood from arriving to the next stage, so very helpful. Leary with the second dock will be making some fires. Hera's just going to go galley defense on the back and wall defense at his base right now.
Wall defense is pretty dangerous though against the men-at-arms.
这5-5开应该是 Hera 赢。
And they can be in and they can kill villagers quite fast.
没有。
Hera still doesn't know that those men-at-arms are there.
Oh man. Dave, something I've been waiting for.
他换了一次交战的速度之后，变成是 Leary 的出手速度比较快。
Went man-at-arms and then made archers at home. Bring a Vill, make the range there. Can you imagine?
Hera can trap this if he wants to. He can gate that, I'm pretty sure.
But if it doesn't work?
Yeah. If it doesn't work, then it's tragedy, right?
Yeah.
So he's not going to take the risk. He'll go for a barracks. He'll just repair the walls behind. He's got galleys in the back, fire galleys on the way. from Leary. Leary is also redocked at the front side to make his galley push a little bit faster, and he's going to dock at the back of his island, so he's shifting all his fish back towards that.
Unique, because I think Hera
他要把他的渔船撤走，撤到后面了
So
吧？
he's thinking that he could maybe hide a couple back there. I don't hate it. I'm not the biggest fan of the range placement at home, but I suppose if Hera were to land you, you then can make some defensive units. Hera's going to be completely fine. One fire's not enough. Hera will have a massive galley buildup over time here.
Yeah, and the tower is going up on Hera's gold, so that's going to be able to push the men-at-arms away, and it already has. Leary saw that, and he's looping around towards the other wood line from Hera, but Hera should be in a position to drop an archer range of his own soon, and he did. Leary now going for the blacksmith. He's still building up archers, still has that transport ship to bring the archers over, and he's going to move his fish to the back. Now, I'll be curious if Hera goes to the front side with his galleys first, looking for those fish, or if he loops around the back side of Leary's base, looking for damage.
Timing on the archers is huge here. Hera will win water over time. And if the archers were to be here now for Leary, Hera would be at a disadvantage. But Hera is making range units as well from home. He knew that he would need it eventually.
他比较保险，还是先造一点点的弓箭手，之后就要造战矛。应该说毛兵了。
I think he will, because it's only going to be archers from him, right? It's only going to be archers. Hera is now looping around the side. He's going to have to deal with this fire galley, but he's going to be busy with other things.
He is.
Leary still has the fishing ships alive.
3只弓箭手，那 Hera 的这一波防守看起来还是会很硬哦。
Right away, it's a great build-up from Leary.
Oh man, and what do? You can kind of run back and forth and dodge some of the shots. You're obviously making your own range units, and Leary can't easily reinforce. But I feel like you lose a lot of villas here. Are they at the bottom of a hill as well?
I think there might be a hill there. Yeah, I think there is a hill there. And the additional bonus damage is piling up here as the house is deleted, and Hera is trying to escape with the villagers. Leary trying to get damage.
应该2村、3村。
He's second one. Will he get a third? He's tracking the archers now, and he does manage to snipe a third villager from Hera. At the same time, Hera was forced to come back with his fire galleys because I believe... Well, I thought he was coming back with his galleys, but apparently he's still got some at home because he was dealing with the fire galley from Leary, and he's found the fish back here. Great snipe from Hera.
A crucial find. If Hera did not find these fishing ships, he would likely lose this game. His eco is all out of whack. He can't.
现在还是蛮可能会输的，就算找到了这些渔船，渔船在封建时代比村民好补充太多了。
It's extremely hard to fully finish off your opponent.
Great snipes here from Hera, pushing those away. Still didn't get all of the fish there as Leary manages to run away. We take a look at the economies behind this.
刚才原来还不问呢，维京大战船不出的话要出什么？就出一般的战船啊。对啊，维京你最高比例看到都是在出一般战船啊。
If Leary doesn't bring more range units over, Hera might transport, if he still has it, his units over to Leary's side. But he never really knows how much Leary has there. I'm really excited to see what Hera does. Hera only lost 3 eco this game. Considering the pressure he's been under, it could have been much worse.
Now, we usually talk about Dravidians kind of falling off. They don't really fall off on water maps.
Yeah, agreed.
Because you still have this distance between yourself and your opponent, and I think they have like a full water tech tree. They basically get everything along with their unique unit. So it is wild, this civilization, as we get later in the game, as Hera tries to block the fishing ships with his galleys, and he's going to finally manage to take these out. Res collected actually in favor of Hera. We have to remember with the Vikings, he does get wheelbarrow automatically.
Yeah, 他还是有比较好的经济加成。
Behind this, Leary's going to try and take out the archers on this side, get some value with the men-at-arms. He still has archers at home, so if Hera transports over, Leary will have a defense.
And Hera has had fishing ships. Not only has he had his original fishing ships, but once he realized
基本上经济的差距可以维持到城堡时代还是这样的话，维京的优势应该要不小。我不太确定 Dravidian 在海上还有多少优势，除了就是很完整的海军科技术以外。
So that'll be kind of fun to look for. Also, random fishing ship for Leary on the left. I don't know what that thing's doing there.
It's protecting the archers, man. They're trying to sail away.
It's like, I read the tech tree and it says it can carry more. I thought it was Vils. Don't think Leary would make that mistake, nor does he sound like that.
All right, fishing ship. Blocking the archers right now. It's just so random. But he does manage to kill a fishing ship from Hera, and he's on the way up to Castle Age. Hera is also on the way up, about 20 seconds before him. Resources looking pretty good for
Hera 的城堡时代
Leary doesn't have
早
as
20秒
many on food because
那但是
of
经济上
from Hera.
经济上应该是
So
蛮
resources
接
collected
近
still
或是 livery 优势的，
but Leary
因
does
为
have
维京的手推车技术对农田的帮助比较大，
Yeah, I mean,
对伐木有一点点帮助，对金矿的帮助不大，所以
I recall a moment where I saw it and I realized.
Bro, did he actually want to?
Maybe he did actually, so he could.
虽然维京正常来讲那个免费的轮轴手推车几乎是等于3村了，但是实际上呀，在这样子的经济配置下应该是没有，因为渔船占掉大部分的食物供应。
You gotta go all the way around. Oh no.
I mean, it's better for the archers. Think of the archers, not of Leary.
Yep.
But
Leary's
think of
trying
the
to
archers.
circumnavigate the globe here with these archers. By the time he reaches there, he's gonna be Imperial Age.
想要找另外一条没有海军阻挡的路线去投放弓箭手，等你到的时候都已经帝王时代了。
Since the ships aren't coming through that choke point, he knows that he can go that way.
Bro.
Also, a good engagement, I believe, on the left there. That's pretty good. War Galley can come in soon for Leary. He's gonna have crazy resources, and Hera does too. I think I want Hera to go longboats.
Yep.
War Galley numbers already really high. Longboats are a bit better against the fires. Oh my god.
There's safety in the oceans. That's what they told us. And he's made the decision to come back to the north because he knows where the fleet is from Hera on his main dock. Hera adds 2 extra.
看到 Hera 的海军，所以那个运输船要出发了，但是
Fires are going to be pretty difficult for Hera to deal with against the fish.
已经上层之后，其实战船跟火战船的实力比会开始慢慢偏向战船了。弩炮战船的数量在城堡时代的经济来讲，也相对比较容易累积。
I mean, Leary's really done a good job to make sure that these archers do not die. Still no crossbow upgrade as he drops his town centers, but this could make a big difference.
他不用那么早拿十字弓升级，因为他的弓箭手根本就还碰不到敌人。
Oh jeez, Hera's going to miss that, but the longboats will see it.
哦，维京战船还是有出哦。维京战船对抗火战船的能力还是会稍微强一点。但是呀，直接送头哎，靠！
I still think he could be okay. Even losing a couple vills here is fine as long as you notice it and get a siege workshop up. Yeah, he's fine.
Hera 还是开始慢慢朝向前方要有港口，不然他的增援线真的太长了。
Leary not able to do any initial damage with those crossbows. Fire still trying to find value. Fishing ship still trying to find a safe harbor to drop off its fish, but it's do or die here for.
十字弓看起来是成功钻进去了，应该可以至少骚扰到金矿。
There are some differences between the two, but they are so similar in strength.
There's a bunch of weak war galleys in there too.
并没有往下走啊，十字弓继续要往左走。
Hera, is he going to push through? Maybe Leary wants to bait him with the transport ship. You bring that transport, you load up 1 unit into it. Come this way into my demo.
There's the siege from Hera. Great defense, and there's the
爆船被点掉了，
from him. Great.
同时还在用自己的投石车偷袭对方的十字弓。
Control on water, and this is what Hera wanted when he picked Vikings: a relatively untouched eco and the better navy in the mid game.
And Leary with a visible eye roll there.
Yeah.
Because not only did his demo not work, but his entire army got cleared up by a mangonel. That was a terrible moment for him. We look at the economies, it's not too far behind for Leary, but remember, he doesn't have wheelbarrow, he doesn't have handcart. So while the villager count is close, you can look at the total res collected, and Hera is still trending above him, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse.
I'd love to theory craft here and think of what you can do.
How did Thericidai do against Longbow?
Yeah, that's probably the only thing.
Ooh,
so desperate.
Underwhelming.
I think it's too expensive to make them. And the other thing about the Thericidai is you can only make them when they're an imp. So it's really only a unit you add after you've already committed to more navy. At this point, you're like, oh, what's my bonus? Oh, I get plus 200 wood when I make it to imp. It's like, woo, that's a dock.
ship.
Yeah,
yep, exactly.
So I think it really just comes down to Hera making a mistake from here. Hera should be in the Imperial Age faster with the Viking economy. Hera should have the better navy. but Dravidians could maybe have a fast fire timing, which could catch the longboats and the galleys off guard.
Good block there from Leary. It's really hard to block longboats.
Yep.
They are squeaky. Like, they will get through any gap. Leary manages to kill one of those. Hera is still patrolling around the center, though, looking for these fire ships. Leary finally getting wheelbarrow, and both players are kind of trending towards the same things, right? Leary is looking for Imperial Age. Hera's looking for Imp. Leary's looking for a castle. Hera's looking for a castle. But in both instances, Hera is just a little bit further ahead.
Yep.
And he's going to hit those timings before Leary's able to.
This happens between these two, where they both are.
OK， 这海军基本已经全灭了。
And then one player just out executes, and then eventually the other recognizes, well, can't break it, and just resigns, right? Like even Hera's stone type.
Leary 的经济基本上还会再落后很长一段时间，然后他的军事交换比现在也是明显劣势，所以海战图这个不表示就直接完蛋，因为海战图非常拖台前，那还是以最后决战的时候的交换比较重要。那但是现在在上帝王的过程中，目前还在85经济单位，你就有这样差距的时候，后面可能会输更大。所以在帝王要打的时候，可能经济真的差距会有点大。
Is he firing? No, he's not firing, but the other guys, nope, they're neither of them are firing.
I mean, they're trying. They're like, dude, move.
They are hyped.
Move.
什么啦？他们明明就有在发射，不然弩炮战船射的没有那么快啊。有2台卡住而已。
The only thing I'm a little surprised by is the fact he's continuing to make galleons because they are a bit weaker against fires. But as I say that, Leary's not even going for any fire ships. He's just going to try galleons himself.
He's going to go for the galley approach, and that's why he went for the back docks. And there is the castle from Leary to secure this position. I don't think the longboats are in time, and there's not enough of them to deny that potentially, as Leary will have war galleys over here to help out in defense. But still, Hera will be in Imperial Age first, and Hera will be in a position to afford a lot of his techs. Not quite elite longboat yet, but he will get bracer, will get chemistry, and that's going to be pretty tough for Leary to stop with limited numbers.
50% 左右的帝王领先吧，应该不到50%了，但是蛮接近的。
Just cover all of his bases. You have to think, how do I lose this game? And the way you lose this game is if you overinvest in the castles on shorelines where you can be trapped, or if you get outmassed in navy.
Hera 还是要注意一下北边的那个河口的图控，还不是完全稳固的。但那个是等对方的海军数量又拉起来的时候再说。
He's recovered so well since that early pressure.
Yeah.
Like anyone else would have folded. And
哦，结果他城堡插南边。
Where he's reaching Imperial Age first. He's got a good setup. He's got the middle. He's got the castles on the choke points to the left. And Leary is the one that's going to have to make a comeback push in this game 6. Hera still going on to Galleon. He doesn't want.
现在看起来是3-3呢。
Let's see if this ship, which Leary should try, the 3 Sedai, let's see if it's bonkers, right? I have seen it before. I think in qualification, I'm sure Stats Guy is already on it. We did see it from maybe Valis or a couple other players, but
I've seen it in practice games as well. But
Yeah,
do you have to go shipwright first because they're so expensive?
Always.
Okay.
I think
Well, he just goes straight for them, but he needs numbers.
Well, I say always, but it's
Livery 的宝的数量本来是有可能有优势，但是实际上也是没有了，就2-2嘛。
Thank you. 100%.
And I'm not even 100%, but since you know 100%, I assume I'm correct.
We are about to see the biggest, chonkiest unit in Age of Empires 2 history here, as this ship will be coming out, taking up half the map. We will be pushing forward. We see the stats on that, 250 HP. It fires a couple arrows, and it's 9+3 attack and 9 range total. So it's lacking 1 range against the longboats, I believe.
Yeah.
But it's the same range as the galleons.
Lower your expectations, people. He had to wait till Imp to build it, so he has very little build-up momentum here. And I don't consider it to be the best of units ever. But it is very girthy. It is very wide. It's got certainly the menacing factor. But Hera, he drops the trebs. And he's going to start trebbing down the TCs and everything else.
Yeah, he's even getting infantry upgrades, so he's thinking about a landing here as he adds in cannon galleons behind this. Leary is taking him so long.
Hera 已经在准备步兵升级了，
Hera's adding 2 more castles here.
有可能之后就会运村民过去盖兵营。
Have so many of them, might as well get the upgrade. Oh man, Hera's just in such a good position right now. There we go. Actually took way too many shots to kill a Mangonel. Hera drops another castle. He will see these ships. Will he be intimidated?
There's no chance here for Leary to push through this. Even with 250 HP on each one of these ships, you see how long they take to die, but they're not really doing any damage.
Yeah, their damage output's not good. And that's the main issue here.
And they're also very, very expensive.
被躲掉非常多发。
He's gonna make a case for this unique unit, and it looks like Hera is going to be the one taking control of this middle area. Leary unable to do anything. Where is the fleet from him?
It's gonna get there eventually.
It's slowly, one step at a time.
Does he mistake those 3 that are stuck together as a dock?
I don't think so. I think it's more than 3, bro.
There's like a traffic jam.
There was 7 there, 8 there now. He's sending them in one at a time. They're getting stuck against the.
GG.
So big, they can't even squeak around a corner. They're getting stuck on the rocks, and Leary taps out.
我觉得这个 GG 不错啊，帮我们省了不少时间呢。因为 Hera 实际要能赢，大概以这种海战图来讲，可能还要再过个20分钟啊，10几20分钟跑不掉。
To death, but we said it. We said this could easily go for 8 or 9 games. When people asked me for predictions last night, I had said 9 games, and we meant it for a reason. Back and forth series here. That was Hera's last home map.
T90 说昨天被问的时候，他预测今天会打满9场。我猜应该不至于吧。但看起来是蛮有可能的，因为现在3比3了。但是可以3比5吗？可以3比5、5比3就好了。打满9场真的超久了。剩下的3张地图都是 River 那边挑的。那Frigid Lake、Hippo Arena 跟 Golden Lakes， 我看以刚才水陆混合的文明太除的量来看呢，应该是 Golden Lakes 比较有机会，等一下被选。但看一下 Livery 本身剩下的手上的文明有哪些 ？Ethiopian、Burmese， 还有这个是立陶宛，还有拜占庭。那四湖类的这种地图应该还是有可能。
Dude, I've been trying not to hydrate because we can't take breaks.
I know. I'm just I'm sucking away at this water bottle over here, and I'm just like, oh man, it's getting pretty low.
I mean, if you really need to, that's fine. But I have developed a bit of a reputation this week because I've gotten up multiple times to use the restroom. So I'm just simply dehydrating myself. It's a good strat.
Leary can take breaks, of course. Our players in a best of 9, we're gonna let them take breathers after the game, and it looks like both of them are getting ready mentally and physically to get into game 7 coming up. And of course, this is a best of 9. It's a long slog, and we all expected it to go the distance.
I really like Hera's
9场看完就顺便接 WBC
to get 2 wins, which is obviously what he needs. Hippo Arena, he's got Turks and Burgundians, so advantage there for Hera.
I just don't like Berbers, but everything else is great.
Italians on Golden Lakes could be sick.
Yep.
I think we see Italians business.
会吗？意大利在四湖会很强吗？应该说 Golden Lake， 我不太确定 Golden Lake 跟一般四湖差在哪里。
Draft, I lean towards Hera. I actually think the draft is so good for him. I guess Leary gets to choose the map, but I think Hera might win the next 2 games.
We look down at previous NAC finishes. NAC 3, that's the only one that Hera's been through. That was his big breakout performance 3 years ago in Nili's apartment. And NAC 1, 2, and 3 for Leary. He's been to every single one. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. All he needs is that first place finish to round it out.
I think you have to go Frigid Lake here if you're Leary. Because you want Hera to have to play Italians on Frigid Lake instead of Golden Lakes. And Golden Lakes, Hera would then
就是加上淘金潮，加上淘金潮对意大利应该也没有什么明显优势。
that was what 32 HP away
Yeah.
from working, killing that dock before the demo came out.
他们已经开始了嘛？那
Thank you guys, everyone donating towards this prize pool.
But
Thank you so much.
But I really don't think you fear the Berbers as much with the civilizations you have.
Yeah, maybe.
Theory. So you go Frigid Lake here, and if you go Frigid
好，没有啊，他们走的是 Frigid Lake。
and you can beat it, and that's what we have. Italians for Hera, Lithuanians for Leary. 3 more games in this best of 9 final. And we've seen various instances where we've had
意大利逼出来，那等一下的拜占庭可能真的没有对手。
in the game, so let's see what Leary's up to.
Look at how fast Hera goes out.
He wants to deny an early dock, possibly too, which is always possible with some of these builds.
You can also make an argument for like trying to steal the sheep and stuff under the TC because they'll be on the fish.
True.
But I think it's probably just scouting for that villager coming forward. See,
对立陶宛，你是真的需要提早看一下他有没有马上盖港口，因为他一开始有比较多的食物，他的村民可以不吃食物，直接开始伐木跟盖港口。刚好漏掉了。哎，又回头了。
He is, but Leary's going to be walled in by then.
Well, will he though? I'm not sure he will. Hera's bringing a villager as well.
哦，被看到了。
He doesn't have the wood for the dock. Okay, Leary, in this
Abandon
position,
it. Abandon ship. Abort. Hera maybe can tag that dock and take it out. He looks to it for 1 second, but he's going to go after the villager instead and first work on that scout. However, Leary getting
，Hera 反而要送村民靠背。
Now it's Hera who's in trouble.
What a decision there. Leary actually decided, still no loom by the way, to stop building his dock, to not wall in his villager, which done, Dave. Kills the villager. That was a confidence move.
I wonder how much HP was on that dock foundation. Hera did get his
哇
dock
靠，这太惨了啊！
delay the dock from Leary. It's not the worst thing in the world because it looked like he tapped it for 1 second and the villager from Hera might have been able to kill that foundation, which would have been just the best start ever.
Yeah, Hera finishing his boar as well. Keep in mind, he might not have sheep. I think part of the reason he came forward is maybe because he found all of his res. I'm looking, it almost looks like he...
意大利对立陶宛是蛮好打的，正常来说了。可是让一村应该没有很好打哦。所以 Hera 刚才也是应该就是尽量求稳就好了，我不太确定。村民那个越过对方的斥候加村民去追斥候是什么概念？
Maybe he wants to go forward with something when he clicks up to Feudal Age as well, but Leary is the first one here up to the Feudal Age as he continues to push those Ibex. You have to push those from quite a distance, from the middle of the map. We saw Vinch famously shooting one of those by accident with his TC, which is just devastating, right?
Yeah, and that's been something the players have said. Leary's also missing 2 sheep, by the way, kind of next to his little face cam there on our screen. But it's the uptimes are so fast in the 9-ville starts, and things can be so aggressive, and you also don't have a ton of food. So every little sheep matters. In this case, it's even, I guess, with both players missing the same amount. I love how Hera recovered there. So many players get to a point where they don't have the food, and then they think, then decide to build a mill, then decide to go to the fish. At this point, he's up to feudal, and he just leaves.
Yeah, Leary gonna go for a second dock. His Feudal Age will come in before Hera's, so he should have an advantage on the water, but his scout is weak.
封建
Be careful.
应该是不太可能，意大利有办法跟立陶宛同时间，但是他确实还是慢了一些。
Save it for the time being.
Oh man,
I think anyway.
You really hope that feudal comes in fast here.
Oh, you gotta run now.
I don't think
you gotta run. He's gonna be able to.
OK， 封建的拉开距离。
The Nos kicking in for the scout from Leary, and he's gonna head back home.
Good for Hera, obviously, though, that he has more HP on his scout. No second dock for Hera. When have we seen this before? Hera just says, you know what, I'm going to switch to land a bit faster. Very common for him on Frigid Lake. And he's going to now scout and probably see Leary's second dock. Yep. I think this is where you go demos on water to try and kill Leary's fish.
Maybe.
And you have immediate focus with the archers. We've seen one too many instances for the best players in the world to not get their archers to their opponent's base.
他水上的那个经济优势要是没办法控制住的话，其实是蛮可能击倒打陆地是失败的，因为这张地图的直线距离被湖面控制的范围有点大。
Over on the other side, a lot of people pull those villagers away when they get to Feudal Age. They don't want those vills exposed for the potential demos.
Yeah, Hera will lose his fish. He's choosing not to make anything on water, actually, which is a little surprising.
Canceled the demo?
I think he might not be able to afford that with what else he wants to do right now.
Okay, so he canceled it. Interesting.
他说立陶宛在这张地图资格赛中是有四胜1负的优秀战绩啊，但是在主要活动就是最后的季后赛，可能是8强开始算吧，他们的胜率变成4负1胜，有输多赢少。
Early in the game, losing a villager and not able to take a villager or deny the dock from Leary. He's managed to recover. He's the first one to arrange, and he will be sending his archers forward immediately because he knows the scout from Leary is weak, but Leary now going for a stable.
Honestly, I don't think Hera's faced this before. I mean, you're at the limit with food eco, but you are expecting, if you're in Leary's position, to be able to get more of it because of the fish. So demo timing even more crucial now, because if Hera lands a demo on fishing ships, Leary might not be able to use that stable.
And, well, if Leary gets one scout out, he could do some damage against these archers that are coming in single file, because Hera's not expecting the stable.
Exactly,
He knows the scout is weak. He didn't make any
Hera 的某支海军冲出去死掉了，应该是造了一艘爆发往前，可能是换掉一艘货船。
Now the stable spotted from Hera, and he's like, I am out of here,
immediate spearman,
Yeah.
immediate spearman, right? And there's actually a spearman there from Leary. It is fast with the Lithuanians, excuse me, but Leary's not really going to have a surprise anymore.
And Hera can't even get back on water because I think his dock is going to die fairly soon. So usually you want to go to the land and you mix it up by getting back on water again. But I think Leary's been working away on that for a while, and Hera's dock is likely pretty low HP.
This is the problem with the scouts, though. You could afford to make 3 of them, and now your opponent has simply added a spearman and has 5 archers. So suddenly you're in panic mode.
Buys you a ton of time, though. It buys you a ton of time to get the walls down, and you still have the water. That's the thing, right? You still have the water.
Yeah, let's see. The preemptive tower there for Leary is because he didn't see this force, and he is going to need to use these scouts to buy himself time. He's got maybe 10 villagers walling.
I like this. Just add in
10个村民在围剿，没有那么多吧？
right? And even though the scouts cost all that food, you're going to recoup this food.
这边大概4个，所以另外2边加起来应该了不起8只。
And now Hera is based up against the prospect of scouts running into his base, and his archers not able to get into his opponent's economy.
I always have a hole in my wall in these situations, so I'm scared for Leary. Such a great job to get the walls down. What do you always say? If you're going to wall,
commit.
Make sure you commit. Yeah.
Yes. Otherwise, you just end up walling 90%, wasting those resources, and they're in anyway.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't matter at all.
Wow, 5 fishing ships. This is a good position for Leary to be in, provided he can keep the army away. I think he's going to use a market to protect that wall because he's probably going to buy food anyways.
Messy times here for Hera now.
Oh boy.
Leary running around his eco, and he's still looking for damage. Leary can go for a market behind that. Leary added in an extra fishing ship. His food economy is looking
这3只弓箭手应该不太妙。长枪兵救场之前被射死1只残血的斥候。那斥候现在其实稳定生产会是个问题啊，就是它没有那么多的食物供应啊，但是斥候在图空上的主动权还是比较好。而且这边 Livery 为了自己家里不要崩掉，也已经盖塔了，所以其实 Hera 未必有亏到那一村，在游戏时间的可能20分钟前吧，就光是那一座塔，其实差别就蛮大的。
It's a lot of free food that Hera gave him by switching on the land so early and not investing in any water contests at all. Hera will go up shortly, but Leary's definitely going to have an advantage.
I like what Hera's doing, though. He's working on breaking in here, but if we could see Hera's vision, I think he doesn't know about the tower. Yeah, so he's going to think, oh,
他也不知道有塔。
So I could deny his gold if I move in a little bit further, but the tower should be enough to push those archers away. It's actually just wasted time, right? Because what you want to do is you want to be breaking through to find immediate value. Let's see. There are weak villagers there.
He's like, nope.
Yeah.
Yep, I'm out.
That was huge.
Finding the villagers in the center, Leary can save this if he comes along with a demo.
Boy.
Archers can't stop that in time.
跑不掉了。
Uh-oh.
分。
Boom.
Bam.
Didn't didn't get any value.
Okay, but
但是爆炸船也没爆，
trailer to this
再
movie.
修一修就好了。
See it soon. No, he's leaving. Okay.
Yep.
That was good from Hera though.
It was a disappointing demo for sure, lack thereof,
Wait,
but
wait,
the demo
wait,
is
wait.
still alive. It's very weak though. Hera's coming in with the archers. The demo is very weak. Villager needed to repair
被
that.
点掉了，
Hera
哎呀！
snipes the demo. He gets the villager anyway.
That was great. That
Hera
was so
laughs
good.
at your navy with his archers, and Leary splits away from those archer shots. Great job to save those scouts.
No skirmishers from the Lithuanian player here. They have very good skirmishers. A couple skirmishers out there would have helped against the archers. There's also no real eco for Hera to make scouts against that. So Leary really opting for the knights here, but I can't argue with it if you got this much food in the bank. And of course, you're the Lithuanians.
The danger here is that micro against the demo might have given Hera confidence that archers can actually do it against demos, and he might get wrecked here if he goes onto the water. I see another demo in production there from Leary as he immediately goes for a monastery. There's the demolition raft. Hera staying a couple tiles away from the water. He should be fine.
城堡秒盖修道院，
Ejecting
准备要
that, so
抢
there's
一
no
击。
flag on that dock, maybe baiting Hera in. Hera is still 45 seconds away from the castle age, but Leary doesn't immediately have a force to hit Hera's economy, and Hera will be fully walled in time for the Knights.
Is it a bad play to go for the monastery instead of a siege workshop?
Where are the relics, and what can Leary see? That he sees the one in the center, and he sees the one to the north. I think if they're close enough, it's good to go for a monastery.
Okay.
Because then you can put those that res towards the siege workshop.
Hera 的城堡时代还是晚了一些，但是路面军事的优势是有一些的，但经济上会有一点难回稳。意大利的经济不是那么强。马上开修道院，所以看来还是要拼抢一击。
He won't, dude. He's not scared of this. He's not scared of this. Like you said, he's got lots of confidence.
Yeah, not with crossbow.
He can one-shot it. Yeah.
If Leary wants to get this demo off, he's going to need to attack Hera somewhere else, distract him, and then send the demo in.
Yeah, that's not,
you
never
can't
gonna
send
happen.
it in like
Never.
this, dude.
Never. If you have knights as well, then maybe Hera gets distracted. But Hera doing the right thing here. I mean, wouldn't suggest this to our viewers at home. No offense intended by that, but he knows the fish is some type of an advantage to his opponent, so he's trying to deny it. He even sees the monk. That looked like a free relic to us earlier on.
Demo will dip and duck and dive and maybe push these away, but it's not.
找到搬遗迹的胜率。
Maybe frustrated about that one. Both players adding a second TC, and Hera's able to wall up behind these knights. There's more knights coming at the top, I believe, but the crossbows are still pushing through the middle. Leary has another demo in that dock. Leary has another demo in that dock. It's dangerous times for Hera, but he snipes down the demo.
And he gets a conversion. That should be a conversion.
哦，抓到一只骑士。
So good. And Leary
There's another demo coming out. This is the other dock.
哦，这个军事的差距真的有点大，但是经济优势 ，Hera 还是一直没有办法追回来的，应该说追平了。这个3 TC 就会有办法。
The scouts that are out there haven't located many of those relics, but you know, Hera finds himself in a really good position all of a sudden, and it's just wasted opportunities for Leary in a must-win game, I'd say.
So frustrating for Leary, and you can see it in his face with every single thing that's not going his way. He's rolling his eyes. He's getting very, very irritated as Hera just managed to foil him every time. Doesn't even see that monk with the relic. He's too busy focusing on this crossbow army coming in to the back of his economy.
Great job from Hera. We see quick balls there from Leary. Spearman says, nope, you're dead. And Hera maybe needs to delete that one. Tries to get away. Gets away. Love and life. 48 eco for Hera. Resources collected for a guy that didn't have fish. Only 800 resources behind.
Only 个头了，输800资源，输超多的，好不好？Hera 的经济确实一直都还是不太好，但是这个3 TC 起来之后，会让他稍微可以追平。
Yeah, the problem for Leary is definitely going to be this food eco pretty soon. He needs to add a little bit more to keep the knights coming out. The crossbows are working at the gold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 villagers.
OK， 悲剧。
7 killed from Hera there.
立陶宛这个要僧侣要骑士的时候被断金，影响蛮严重的。那他一直没有补上他的工人气场是个大问题。 对，他其实是应该还是要老实一点，认栽要补一下工程器场，毕竟他的木头其实一直都有多。
He's trying to block it, but the crossbows are there, and the monks are behind, right? The monks are behind. Demo Rav coming in. Maybe it could get the monks this time. Maybe it could get the monks this time. He's trying to convert the demo. He's splitting up his monks. He does get one, and he will be able to.
爆炸艇换僧侣应该是蛮亏的，但是他制造足够的空档，让这个轻技可以切入。
Hera just killed his own scout with his crossbows, by the way.
Oh, that's nice.
Converted that at the last second as it was dying.
This is crazy. Like, there's no world where Hera should be getting that relic in the middle, right? But he just played towards archers, kept it simple. And I think Leary, if he was, like, if Lithuanians didn't have the relic bonus, I think he goes skirms. I honestly do, and I think he goes skirms and he booms and he has map control and this never happens. It's just oh so tempting to get those relics, and Hera's denied every single one so far.
Leary is banking up stone right now. He still has the advantage in total res collected. It's just the map position doesn't look good. Hera's made an impressive comeback after a rough start in an earlier castle age here from Leary, also denying all those relics like you said.
Still no siege.
刚才 T90 讲的，我觉得蛮好的。他说，如果立陶宛没有任何的遗迹加成，然后 Livery 刚才上层面对这样的状况的是，他应该的首要直觉反应就会是出这个战矛兵。那因为被这个就是去拾取遗迹拿到自己的立陶宛加成这样子的诱惑影响到，所以把自己的这个整个发展方向导向了一个不是那么健全的方式。那因为爆炸艇没有成功阻止弓箭手的关系，所以他其实前面几波的这个图控就直接倒流回去，全部的主动权都回到 Hera 手上了。那不然正常来讲，你要是今天不要那么执着于快速的拿遗迹，而是就是先把该克制对手的东西准备一下，不管是工人机场还是战矛，那之后再补上修道院，应该就不会这么惨了。
Leary can pop out and try and convert with these monks and maybe bait Hera back, but this is all of the farming eco from Leary that's being cut off. He does have a Mangonel in the queue, but he's going to lose a bunch of villagers. Hera splits up his forces now. Hera is getting more eco kills, and Leary taps out. What a comeback there from Hera after a rough start. Initial strategy didn't work, but he's just so consistent.
Hera 真的是不应该赢这一场的。
Kicking himself for that one. Oh my goodness, he had such a good position. But the thing about Hera that you always have to reference is game to game, series to series, consistency.
Yep.
Right? Consistent archer production, switched into the economy, and he looked for opportunities if his opponent was gonna give him any, and there were opportunities that he was able to take. Well played from him. He needed that one, Dave, because remember we were thinking that maybe Italians would be used for Golden Lakes.
那因为塞末点呢，这个非常重要啦。
It'll be a disadvantage civ-wise for Hera because he's got Berbers, which could be good. Turks, Burgundians could be good. Haven't really seen them. So Leary will pick Golden Lakes, probably have a civ advantage with the Byzantines. And then, if this goes to a game 9, which I'm leaning towards currently based on the civilizations at least, Hera will have the civ advantage on Hippo Arena, having two of the most famous picks for Arena, Turks and Burgundians, at least in recent history. And man, oh man, what a final here. Leary
应该不会考虑地图了，我觉得 Arena 应该是不可能选的。
During that entire game was like it wasn't good. He was very frustrated after every single.
可是他最后还是得要打一场 Arena， 就算他下一场不是打 Arena 拿下。但是我是觉得选竞技场一定还是比较冒险的，对面有勃艮第又有土耳其。
And then from there. There's just so many wasted demos, so many monks going down. Knights didn't find any value. They got converted.
He needed a siege workshop. Yeah. If you go siege workshop there, okay, we don't know what's going to happen, but Hera didn't have anything to contest that. And he went for the monastery because he wanted relics, and I don't think he ever got a single one. The siege would have prevented Hera from moving out, would have really been able to pressure Hera. But I understand that, which is why I brought it up in the cast, because I think myself and any other person just loves to collect relics with the Lithuanians, and you're faster to castle age, it just feels natural. But I think Leary's dejected look right now is because he knows that not only does he need 2 wins, but because if it goes to Arena, he just doesn't have a great civ for it.
Yeah, we'll see what he can do there. I know he loves the Burmese. Like, both of these guys love the Burmese. They think they're a very, very good civ. I'm not sure they can match up against Burgundians. I know we found value with them against Turks, especially against the Janissary play.
Yeah, but like knowing that will Hera pick Turks, that's just such the struggle.
如果
absolutely should
Livery 还想要从长计议，就是真的还想要在 Arena 有机会的话，他也必须扣着拜占庭。所以他的 Golden Lake 搞不好要用缅甸。
Hello, viewing party.
Hello, viewing party.
I hope
Where's
you're
your
enjoying
energy?
yourselves.
There's a bit of a delay. They're going to see a lot of energy in a second. Wait for it. We just called them out.
I mean, that was 1 hand, 2 hands, 3 hands. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't blame the people in the beanbags at the front because that's where I was watching from yesterday, and it makes you want to fall asleep.
Also, I wasn't expecting John Slow to really, have that fast-moving speed energy look. And here we have in the gamer house. Look at these guys. They've either played all week, supported all week, or casted, of course.
And now we're showing the people at home. Wave at your screen. No, we don't have a camera angle. That would be creepy.
Yeah, but if you don't wave at your phone, your tablet, or your TV right now, you're not allowed to watch the rest of these games.
北兰，你如果不对着镜头挥手的话，我们就不让你看后面的比赛。
I said, Nearly, it's not a good idea.
They're into the game. They're into the game, and I believe we're playing Golden Lakes, and we are here.
Golden Lake.
Go. We've got Golden Lake.
然后真的拿缅甸出来挡一波，就是要看 Livery 有没有办法用缅甸打赢。那
I mean, it doesn't.
Hera 的选择也很奇怪哦，伯伯。
It looks hideous.
I mean, it doesn't affect them building anything, so it's not really a bug. It is definitely a bit different than the terrain.
I didn't even know this was a possibility, and the game is paused.
Yeah, I think
we might see a 1 in a million.
伯伯应该是以路面为主了。
Anyway, Hera is playing Berbers. Leary has gone for the Burmese.
Okay. Do you have ugly terrain too? Yeah, it's terrible. My terrain is full of stones. Is it bugged? Question mark. Same. I had to check if I can build on it with Palisade. We can ask. Okay. Well, Nilly's on the way there, and I'm sure we'll clarify this.
Hideous.
Yeah.
Absolutely hideous. What's going on here?
他说整个地图的材质都是石头。
I've never seen this generation on this map once.
Yeah, I think, I know enough about map scripting to know that sometimes
看来是出 bug。
creators have this weird little way of making sure terrain places properly, and in order to do that, they will use different types of terrains. So a lot of times that stuff is hidden. Like I know at one point, destroyed farms were used to place proper wood lines on a tournament map. There's a lot of weird things like that.
Yo, Michael, thank you for the dono. If you guys want to donate towards the prize pool, get them in now, because this could be the final game of NAC 4. I've seen a lot of familiar faces. I'm seeing a lot of new ones today, obviously with more people watching, but people who have been tuning in every single day for NAC, and it's been crazy, the level of support we have reached. For these final games, I mean, go tell your friends, get them here right now. We want to pump that viewer count up as much as we can. Many people here enjoying this live from Berlin. And finally, we have a good map set up. It is desert terrain rather than rocks this time, as Hera has chosen to go for the Berbers. Leary has gone for the Burmese, and we are playing Golden Lakes.
Okay, so there is a world where someone may eventually question Leary at the conclusion of this game and say, why Burmese here? But you only have so many civilizations left. And what you don't want is to pick, like, let's say Byzantines, which he had, win the game, and then not have a good civilization for the final game, because the point is not to get 4 wins and then lose the final. The point's to win the whole freaking final. So I actually really like what Leary's done here, because when I was looking at his civilizations, I felt like he would be in a really rough position if he went for the Byzantines here.
Yeah, 因为他一定需要一个还能够挡一下竞技场，在竞技场还稍微有点胜算的文明，所以他不能够在这边直接享受拜占庭的优势。
All right, we see Leary already going out to the pond on the left side. Hera is patrolling around there with the scout. Leary needs to wall this villager in. That's something that you should always do in tournament games. And Hera is going for Loom. I don't know if that's planned or if it's because he was housed there at 15 population. I think he was housed.
Is it also because he was expecting to maybe lose his villager?
No, I think it was housed. I think he was housed there.
卡人口被迫找拿织布技术。
Oh, this is also very.
Oh, I thought Leary killed that with it. Oh my god, bro.
Heart attack here.
Killed that with
Heart
the TC.
attack for Dave. Glad you're still here with me, bro.
Yep.
Okay, so Berbers have faster villagers and faster ships. Faster ships is actually not even helpful on this map, as we have another pause. I don't think it's due to a bug, but since Nilly's next to me, maybe Nilly could be on...
Nilly is jogging.
I think they're going to unpause here, Nilly. It should be fine. Let me complete my thought. Like, is it not hurtful for you to have faster fires here? Because you go in towards the opponent's dock, you could be baited into demos.
No,
faster?
I don't think it's hurting you that your ships are faster.
Couldn't it? Couldn't you make an argument that that could be a negative? No? Okay, all right, fine. It's been a long day. You're just not receptive to any ideas I have anymore.
Villagers move 10% faster. Ships move 10% faster, by the way. So
and that means you need to react 10% faster to a demo.
In T90's mind, that means they're 10% more likely to get smoked by a big demo shot. You're also faster at running away from the demos.
I guess that's fair.
You can get out of range.
Listen, I'm going to blame you for that because that used to be a Dave take. And somehow the roles just changed at one point.
That was never a Dave take.
It would have been. It's the way your brain works.
We don't know what happened. Maybe there was a bug map here?
I don't know. We've received zero information. I just saw Nilly
You know what?
run.
It could have been that Hera didn't... Don't you usually start with 2 houses here on these 9 villager maps?
No, because
no.
I think he would have had the houses because he got housed at 15 pop, which means you start with 2 houses. If he got housed.
Ooh.
I see we're looking right now.
I'm wondering what's happening here. It looks like those 2 are the starting ones. We'll ask Nilly. Restart.
What?
Okay, boar's not envisioned. So they're supposed to be scripted where you always see those boars as part of the 9-ville start. So Hera couldn't see the boar in his vision, and that is something that has been consistent the entire time with this map. And that's why he sent the scout forward, right?
Yeah.
It seems like such a minor thing, but it's a conscious decision when you script the maps for 9-villes that all that starting res is in vision because we're so much later into the game when we start.
他的野猪生成位置不在初始视野中。
It will be really painful if either player loses a villager on the dock now, as they'll restart this one. But thankfully, with a 9-villager start, it is a little bit faster. And good from Hera to know the rules there, right? Because like you said, you go forward there because you figure I have my 2 boars in sight. That's how it's supposed to be scripted.
He honestly might have gotten housed because he was busy looking for the boar.
Yeah,
with the villager.
Yeah, maybe. That's a good point.
I don't know. We'd have to watch it back. Brill Gates, possibly related to the other Gates. Thank you for the donation. And here we go again for the 3rd time. 3rd time's the charm.
Yep, 3rd time's the charm. Terrain looks fine.
从石头地变成沙漠，再变成草地。
Docking eventually from these 2 players, and Hera moving out again. So this could be huge if Hera is able to find the correct pond and try and kill Leary's villager. He was there actually too early last time, so he might have an opportunity.
This is pretty far away. The pond is super close to Leary's base, and I think Hera should know with the way he's generated that Leary is probably exactly opposite on the map from him, so he's going to loop back around that way. And he might get out there just on time. His pond is really, really close to his own base, so the dock should be coming up shortly from him, and he's not going to be housed this time. It will come in just in time.
之后要碰头了。
As Leary moves his way out, and Leary should have
羊有可能被抓走。
I think he missed it.
没有。
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Let's hope he walls in the Ville.
Let's hope he does, because it was completely fine before the re here. Hera's doing everything.
村民应该会被找到。
For a dock, but not for a palisade wall. Leary is going to be attacked by Hera here. Maybe he can retreat towards that wood line. He's going to try and get the quick wall. He does get the quick wall and the dock. Impressive stuff from Leary. So important there.
用这个落单的树木达成快速围墙。
Can you imagine all the things that could go wrong there? You could lose the villager, not be able to dock, shoot the boar with the TC. Great save from Leary. This is an eventful Dark Age. But from here on out, I do expect this to be rather chill, so let's talk about the civs.
Sending a villager very quickly, too, considering he's already docked on his own pond.
I mean, when you don't have that extra moving speed, you might need to leave a little earlier. And with Burmese getting the wood upgrade for free in Feudal Age, might feel like a good civilization to contest water with.
Yep. He's going to find these 2 sheep, it looks like. At the angle he's going for, he will, and he'll find the stone. He
抓到
can't
2只
really
羊。
attack that villager on the dock with the scout and the villager
No,
because the
he shouldn't.
TC is so close.
Yeah.
From Hera, it's going to be right beside the water. Might be what he's thinking, and then into placing a dock, but I think it's just going to be a sneak dock here.
He might try, and Hera might like wall in the scout or something crazy here. Because it's always a weird spot to be in. Hera.
Oh, he can't. He can't. Oh, maybe he can. He thought he could.
I actually really like how Leary decided not to trade off HP there. A
Didn't
villager's
take
still
any
on the
damage.
way.
Really, really nice.
Wow, this is going to be so fast up. So, again, we had explained some points in the restart cast. I assume that will be included in VOD format later on, where Leary has gone for the Burmese, which is quite rare because he wants to save most likely Byzantines for later on. Can he get
这个港口应该暂时
Never expect this to be so fast.
哦，可能拉不起来了。
Could deny it.
没有找到
He
敌
doesn't。expect the villager to already be there. Like, he's doing the right thing. He's scouting over here. Might even be looking for those sheep. But the scout from Leary obviously taking those earlier. And he's kind of like, do you have a villager coming out in this direction?
Yeah.
Leary sent the Vil so quickly that Hera's not going to be able to find it. And now Leary clicks up to Feudal Age, but he's had 15 seconds of idle TC time. And he's considerably behind Hera on the way up.
I really think Hera is thinking, let's fish boom behind walls because I have cheap fishing ships. And if he's ever going to expect the dock, he's going to expect the dock much later here. Really fast here from Leary. I guess he just wanted to guarantee that he could get the dock up in the first place, right? Because he's most likely going to lose his scout here with Hera being faster to feudal. Do you take your scout over to the dock here? Do you have an extra unit to fight off? Oh, never mind.
Yeah, they're just going to part ways.
Yeah.
Leary will use his to explore the
缅甸
others,
除了
and Hera will use
自动的
his
伐木
to
升级
check
以外，
the
优
game
势
for a
其实
dock.
好像没有特别多。
Maybe use a fishing ship. I don't know if Hera has scouted or attempted to scout there at any point yet, as Leary now adds a wall at the back of his own base.
Hera's not going to gold, Dave.
步兵加1攻击力也不会用到。
Okay, he is. Yeah, I lied. So Hera can make the first fire, which he's going to do because he scouted it. But he has to shift more over to gold here to be able to make more than that.
That's good scouting from Hera. He did that with the fishing ship while he was engaging with the scout. Didn't need to bring it over there. And now the scout from Leary is still exploring, making sure there's no villagers coming back over to the dock in the south. As Hera now walls up. Hera also went for the mill, which is an interesting timing on that.
How much HP is that? Sometimes players will just
That's
do 1
27.
HP.
找到港口。
Palisade.
Ah.
Okay, that should be fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so Hera goes 2 docks defensively with the Berbers. Faster ships. Burmese have the wood upgrade for free. You see the barracks has been scouted there by Leary, so Leary might be thinking, okay, were you thinking of going scouts here?
I think if you're Leary, you just put this wood into walling like he's doing, and then you add a bunch of fishing ships at home. And Hera can't justify adding fishing ships here because you're contesting forward. So you're basically stalling out his eco as you're putting your excess wood into more food economy at home and making more docks in the south. So honestly, I do like to start more from Leary, especially with that forward dock there, applying a little bit of pressure on Hera's economy.
If you're going to wall, though, you wall.
Might take out a villager here.
抓到
Leary,
一村
he got the initial damage with the fire galley. Hera's not able to save that with a wall, and Leary does take out a villager from Hera.
I love how Leary said, nope, I'm not even going to use my fire against your scout because I need that fire to be alive here. And villager gets pulled over here. A nice little palisade there to protect his villager. So good job from Leary at the start. Obviously, Hera hasn't taken any losses here. He even added a galley there.
Hera's also in the north here with a villager, but Leary's there as well. So Leary's going to have a
南北两面都要开港。
to the south. He's going to have a dock in literally all 4 pawns here. Hera not adding excess fishing ships at home. Never mind, he is. So he's taking kind of a risk there with just 2 fire galleys and a galley of his own. But I think he expects Leary to be spending wood on fishing ships at home. And these other ponds.
I think it's likely both players could actually just fish in that pond in the north for a bit before they find each other. Of course, no scout for Leary now to confirm anything.
Holes all over the place in Leary's walls too. So he's realized that it's not land pressure really at the moment from Hera. He's gone for an archery range. Hera sending the scout over to discover if there's any docks in the south.
博博对缅甸应该
Leary
也是可以稳稳的，就是进城堡时代，不用想要在封建做太多动作。
It could soon be 4 fire galleys, but right now Leary just has 1 inside of that dock, and Hera can only see the flag. He can't see the numbers.
Yeah, and did Hera scout anything here? Is that a scouting fishing?
就骑兵有多少可以被缅甸克制到，但是博博还有骆驼弓箭手，所以还好。
And I I would love to see a demo from Leary. I think it's worth it to try and demo the ships in your opponent's lake there.
I like how Hera's kind of calling Leary out. He's like, I know you're not going to produce up there.
Yeah.
I know it's not happening. You just have one ship in there, and that's it. I also know that it's likely you're on the top pawn, so I'm going to go with a fire galley first. As Leary now has a fire galley in production. I wonder where that's from. Is that from the...
他找的方向
It's not. It's from
没有港口。
Yeah, it's so funny too. Hera's expecting the dock, if it ever happens as he loses his scout, which is huge, to come on the right side because of the location of Leary's base. That would be the normal path to take.
So fascinating, dude.
Yeah.
And he's going to be so surprised when he sees those fishing ships. He's going to be like,
他的渔船刚才应该有看到对方的渔船的。
to try and go up to Castle Age, and they might click at exactly the same time here. Leary clicks up, and bop, Hera's on the way up to the Castle Age. 13-15 is the timing on that, and it's pretty impressive stuff as Leary manages to deny this villager in the south.
Leary needs to realize in the north that he is going to be contested. He's going to find out the hard way. We'll probably end up losing this pond, though, which will mean it would be 2 pawns for both. He just simply gives up on this area, happy that he brought in the food. Would love to see him drop off the food before he loses the fishing ships, but he does have other things to worry about. Notably, what is your plan? Will you go monks? Will you go spearmen? Do you continue with archers in a civilization that lacks armor? You're up against the Berbers in Castle Age, where they have very cheap stable units.
Hera opened a hole in the wall there.
Yeah,
Leary could be very annoying with that, because the first scout from Hera goes across, and Leary will see that Hera has a scout there. It's good information. No surprise with Berbers.
他有拉村吗？还没有看到后面那一组过来是什么东西。
For a fire galley to contest. It looks like he saved the fishing ship at the north, but that's it from that fishing.
有拉村，那可能是生推。
Leary has control over 2 pawns, and Hera is contesting now.
缅甸的生推也是很强的。
Sneaky little dock down there.
Huge, and still not seen by Leary. Again, he was to the north and the south first, starting to
村民被看到了。
as he shifts focus to land. And Hera seems to realize now this is going to be a bit of a forward there. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see Siege and Monks with this push.
Ooh, Hera's trying to wall in the villager from Leary. He doesn't quite get it. The villager is chasing. It is a Berber villager versus a Burmese villager. The Berbers should have the advantage there. As soon as Hera sees these villagers forward, he should go for scouts. It's going to be pikemen, monk, siege, presumably from Leary, as he tries to push the main base from Hera while also contesting the water. He's got a lot of things to do. Hera, I think, can just go light cav here and try and defend initially.
Yeah, it's the early monks that matter. If you snipe the first, if you start sniping monks before they get a massive about,
直接转轻骑生产了，因为剩下的单位被僧侣克制太严重。那对方的重装长枪科技已经进来了，你轻骑没有办法顶着重装长枪去杀东西了，但是就要看怎么走位。生推另外一个反应就是做家堡防御了，所以看起来 Hera 已经拉10村采石了，所以也是有做反应。
And there's no opportunity for Leary to clear that up, and there's already 2 monks on the field here. Hera's got to be careful. Demo
还开了大学，搞不好会拿防御箭头。
And the scouts have made their way over here, but the demo is here. Leary could actually bait those scouts into the demo.
Leary, I think he's loving life. That's not going to hurt too much, but the fact that he's forced to tower out of Hera, and Hera had to pull the gold villagers away.
Double tower. Yeah.
Hera's going to try guard tower here. This is crazy.
Wow.
Looks like that red villager that's just now dying. He was... Okay, sorry, I got distracted. He was converted, and Hera will lose control of the north and the southern ponds right now.
So Leary's gonna have control.
北边、南边2个池塘都掉了，对 Hera 的影响应该也是蛮大的。
Also has that presence at the front of Hera's base. Hera is gonna need to defend against this, and he's chosen the towers to do so. He also has the university behind. Like you pointed out, guard tower is a possibility. Much better against the mangonels than the watchtower.
Yep.
But it takes that stone investment, and it's a static defense, right? You can't use it to push back across the field if you get a good engagement.
I don't know how that villager died, but sorry, dude, you're not that important right now to the plans.
He's not that guy. No, he's not that guy at all.
You need, like, I think 200 food, 100 wood for guard tower. It's about 300, maybe 350 resources. Plus, you probably need to get.
OK， 防御电塔在研发了，但是第一座塔已经看起来快挂了。 他可能需要抢修一下。
So he's doing things like this, and that's 2 villas dead, maybe 1 villager dead there.
Total eco KD is 8-3 in favor of Hera. I know a number of those were fishing ships, but guard tower is now in.
Yep.
He's going to have to defend against the light cap, and he has enough pikemen to do so.
Repair.
Also needs to repair the mangonels at all times. 1 mangonel goes down. Monks are now being targeted from Leary. Doesn't get value against that, but the guard tower is almost able to take out the next mangonel from Leary. This is really, really tough for Leary to keep these repaired.
Feels like Hera's long-term plan is maybe
也还好，他其实换一台冲车，然后把投石车稳住数量，往别的方向推进就好了。
He's gonna kill the mangonel. He sees some vulnerable monks, thinks about it.
Oh, he's so active with those, isn't he? Oh, this is so frustrating. Hera is back and forth with 3 different units.
Yeah, interesting.
全部招不到。
Had very little TC idle time compared to Leary. He's got more villagers. He doesn't have as many fishing ships, obviously, and Leary's going to be adding more. But, you know, Hera's main problem right now is he doesn't have a long-term army.
No food eco either.
And so, you know, considering you already have the university, considering you've got a lot of wood and gold, I'd love the idea of dropping a castle and going camel archers.
The problem for Hera right now, I think, is the lack of control over these 3 pawns that Leary has. And we can see Leary just relying on the fishing ships for food eco. 13 on food, 12 of those are ships. So he can put all of his other villagers onto gold, onto wood to invest into this push. And now he's allocated a few to stone. So maybe think about going for a forward castle to supplement this eventually. He's building up his army here. He's getting a few more mangonels, and there's the castle from Hera. This castle will stall out this push, and Leary's going to need to come in from another.
什么前压宝？最好是 Hera 打前压宝吗？他现在就是一定需要加宝化解掉生推了。那个防御箭塔感觉是阶段性的工作，让他不要马上死在生推手上而已，但他还是非常需要这一座加宝。加宝感觉是可以不用放那么北边呢，但是后期这个宝可以直接看到对方的修道院跟这个功能气场，其实还是不错的。
He's got just as many villagers as Hera, but he's got superior fishing ship numbers. The problem, and this is the main problem with this whole predicament that Leary had even before he got into this game, is what do you make as Burmese here on Golden Lakes? What's your unit comp? He wanted to end this game. It has not ended yet.
Skirmisher.
And the Camel Archer is just so freaking good here against the Burmese.
Yeah, skirmishers are usually not to play with Burmese, because as you can see from the top right there, they're only getting access to that first archer armor. But I did watch Leary once win a game against Vallessa with nothing but Burmese skirmishers.
On
so
arena.
If anyone has faith in them, it's probably him. The scout's still being active from Harry, sees that skirmisher from Leary, he's going to be like, bro, what is going on here? But Leary knows that he needs some options against these camel archers.
Yeah, so
少年感觉已经走远了，还不至于。对，没有，我觉得没有啊。毕竟它有3个湖面，还有在部分运作啊。那这个优势，经济优势本身就还蛮大的。可是他现在没有太好的军队组成。那前压功能气场、生推这些对家宝都是蛮不利的状态，没错。那他比较好的选择应该还是图控城堡跟只能往后看了，就是上帝王再说了。
Look at Hera's vision. The funny thing is, guys, these guys are so elite. They know exactly what's happening. Hera knows that Bills are going to try and come forward here, and Leary's like, crap, I've got to somehow get there, and he's left. Oh, God, what a find from Hera.
Oh, geez, Hera with the game sense. This is big, folks. This is
他抓到这一波前压的村民。
As Hera is on the way to Imperial Age, villager count now heavily in Hera's favor. Of course,
基本上很灾难的。
But the fish are expiring, and Leary really needs this castle up, and he really needs.
他非常需要这个前压宝继续维持压力，但是。
It's an okay location. Would have loved to see it a little bit more forward, but he just needs to start building right now.
不太容易了。Hera 一样有一个，就是帝王初期的危险期了。那他现在，这帝王是快要输一半了。
right here. So the TC is mainly a defensive structure here for Leary.
Burmese skirmish.
And then is Hera attacking at the same time as well? Yeah, he saw that. Leary had to pay attention to it. It's why he lost some bills.
Leary thought about going skirms and then thought better of it. Canceled the upgrade, and I think I actually really like this defense from Leary. He went for the 2 houses, and then he went for a TC there. That's going to keep Hera away. He only has, what, 6 Camel Archers forward there. It's not enough to push in under TC fire. So he's going to back up, and now he's kind of cut off from his main base. So Hera is in a position where he really wants to be Imperial Age, but he has to invest into defense, and it's going to be so tough for him if he can't.
太缺食物了 ，Hera。
Yeah, if he gets through though, could be really problematic for.
对方不用种田，他自己田需要种到翻掉才有办法上帝王时代。
Really needs that. Lots of production for Hera. Dave, what's been so beautiful about this final is that we have not had big question marks over their strategy at all. And in instances where a player loses, we say, oh yeah, they played that as well as they could have, right?
Yep. It was a good attempt.
Yeah. And that's what I'm saying here with Leary as well, right? Like, this is his win condition. Had he tried to boom up towards late game, it wouldn't be good. So well played from him, but well played from Hera, as he's going to go all in Castle Age against
I just want to see something from Leary to deal with these Camel Archers, because even Castle Age Camel Archers are going to be in a position to swoop in, take damage on those trebs. The Light Cav can get the monks as they're being targeted. Block printing now coming in from Leary. And the Camel Archers are trying to push up the hill. 2 of them, so that's not bad. Trading off 2 monks for those Camel Archers. And he does have trebs in the queue, so he's going to start.
巨头还在训练队列里。2只巨头加上这个升级过的僧侣，在帝王初期就已经非常恶心了。
To get up to the next stage, it's just so difficult here with the imp timing from Leary.
Yeah, and now 12 range monks, right? So there's enough pikemen in there with a lot of extra attack due to the Burmese bonuses to protect the monks.
Nation, theocracy, it's all coming in.
Hera's going to try and break in, Dave. He's going to try and somehow break into Leary's base.
With a forward castle, maybe?
I wouldn't hate it. But then again, you might need to keep your castle up at home. It's so complicated. Leary has double house wall, building wall.
Hera 现在确实蛮适合在对方家的南面放一个前压堡的。
Hera's desperate right now.
Here come the Light Cav. Hera's going to hope that Leary is distracted with the raids at the back, as Leary is now trying to send army back, and he's sending more vills forward. And for the second time, Hera has
找到僧侣群，成功包夹。
Oh no way! Monks went down. Pikemen have gone down. Hera takes the fight underneath the castle, and the Light Cav say, "Hello, trebuchets. You have no protection."
僧侣又跳出来，又跳下去了。
Still alive though. They're still inside. The pikemen are going to be able to clear up these Light Cav.
但是巨头爆了3台。这台巨头出的真的是太不是时候了。
He's just diving underneath this thing. He's not afraid.
No, he doesn't care. Yeah, because he knows he's got the eco lead. And he knows if this game goes on longer that his civilization is far superior. A great engagement there from Hera. So creative, right? We thought he would break into the main base from Leary, but instead he just looped right back around as he came in with another force.
And Leary is forced to TC in the middle as he has 0 on gold currently, and he's going into a gold composition. We've got pikemen now coming out from Leary. Desperation pikemen in defense. He's got 65 villagers against
没有在采金。
Our last game of the tournament here, as Hera looks for damage, he moves away from that wood line that could have been devastating for Leary.
他感觉也是应该专注先推 Hera 南面的采金的位置，因为他自己家里的金挖完了，其实应该也蛮肯定对面的金也差不多了。
Which these Light Cav can take out this trebuchet with all of these pikemen around. Maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe Leary can defend this. He repairs. Treb is still alive.
Treb is still alive. Hera has sunk a lot of stone into repairing that castle. Remember, he had about 700 stone at one point. Never made another castle because he needed the stone for the repairs. And there's still enough monks to convert camel archers. There's still no way for Hera to break into Leary's base. And now Leary says, thanks for the camel archers, because my ranged units are garbage.
And he's healing them up, and he's going to use them as part of his army. And the camel archers are good against the other camel archers. So suddenly he's got a counter. Maybe Leary has a chance here. Hera very far ahead on eco. Hera up to the Imperial Age, but Leary's still with the momentum.
这个帝王时代蛮有可能是无保的。
And a fourth treb coming here as Hera discovers that TC in the center.
没有城堡的帝王，威力是弱非常多的了。
And Hera has wisely taken the gold with the mining camp in the middle. That's something that Leary can't punish because he has to have all of his force in the same spot. What a game here, Dave. Leary catching up on a couple blacksmith upgrades. I don't think you necessarily.
他说 Leary 的军队组成要求他整个军队待在一起，必须要在一个很小的区域内，所以他没办法去处罚 Hera 在采南边的黄金这件事情。但是实际上应该是没有了，这个距离有点近了，所以应该是可以阻止的。
Target if you are Leary. Maybe the guard tower is first and then the MTC, so those might buy him time.
Yeah,
and also
absolutely.
the fact that the Camel Archers and Light Cav are there. I think the biggest thing for me is we identified the Camel Archer as Hera's god tier unit in this situation. Where is he producing this from?
Yeah.
There's no castle anymore.
That's a fair point. And Leary's economy is also really good. Remember, Hera did a great job in the Mongols-Chinese game where he was able to get value from the Mangudai that he still had. But, you know, here you got to question if 12 Camel Archers are really enough. And you're going to need that gold in the middle. Leary might find you in the middle here in a second.
And it feels like Hera's just kind of delaying, right? He's pushing him. He's like, don't go this way.
Yeah.
Don't go this way. You can go that way.
It's because it's such a hard unit comp to control, right? Like, you look away for a second and you could lose everything. You could lose the Halbs to the Camel Archers, and you could lose the Monks to the Lycan.
I absolutely love the way that Leary is not splitting up his army, though. He's full buddy system.
Yeah, also,
with
I love,
everything.
he stopped chopping wood at various points at his base.
Sees the bills.
他找到在采金的村
He
民。
wants more Camel Archers, for sure. He's valuing those Camel Archers, and he wants them, for sure. Hera comes in from behind with the Light Cav. He's only attacking the TC, though. Armor upgrade is coming in from Leary.
开始继续在拆防御舰塔，轻骑冲锋啊！
Hussar is coming in from there. He's got 50 on food. He can produce, but the Halberdiers from Burmese are so strong, and the Trebs are pushing back now. Leary finally with some momentum. 161 population for both. That's about to change, I feel.
Yeah, and Hera's trying to go in, and then a lot of the Halbs will chase various units here. So he's trying to be patient with this.
Well, Hera 这看起来是不太妙了。
The Trebs are taking out some of his buildings, which can add up. But like you said, Dave, the population's high for both. It's just so little potential for Hera to change his position right now.
He's doing so much with his mobility, though. Like the control he's had on.
他需要再一点点的时间。他现在有非常多的食物，可是没有足够的木头盖马厩的样子。他的这个经济的产出还是没有拉上来。
Finally getting Horse Collar here, so he's going to drop some farms behind, not just relying on fishing ships anymore. Leary is still just protecting these Trebs.
Here's the thing. Hera also doesn't have gold if he's pushed out of the middle, right? So I think Leary should maybe be using any units he's converted to send there. Maybe some Halbs there as well, because what are you going to clear up the Halbs with? It's so tricky for us to say, though, and it is so much more difficult to control Halb Monk than it is to just control Hussar. Of course, Hussar, though, it dies to the Halbs.
Berber hand cannons, not a unit you see all the time. As a bad fight there from Hera, but he runs away, and that means there's less Halbs.
出了2只的火枪手。
Once again, but he can't even get one.
So good.
Leary's push is unstoppable right now.
Yeah, this guy's micro is insane, right? Go back to the Chinese Mongols game, the things he was able to do there, maybe no players can do. How has Hera not been able to bait him out of position yet?
Because
Hera's tried
too
so
good.
many times. Yes,
and he's done such a fantastic job. I feel like
一直没办法把骑兵从巨头身上引开。
Leary is playing so rigidly around these trebuchets. Hera's trying to expand, but he's down to 31 on food. He was up to 50 when he got to Imperial Age. Also, his eco upgrades are not that great, but can you blame him? He's been under so much pressure here from Leary, and there's the gold villagers from.
那终于拿骑兵去推金矿的村民了。那骑兵也确实 Hera 没有什么办法阻止。
Because hand cannons are coming out for Hera with what little gold he has. That's a unit that could also be converted by the monks.
It's a lot of military.
But yeah, exactly. Imagine if he had 20 hand cannons with the Hussars. Oh god, look, every time there's a Camel Archer, boom, Monk converts it. This is sick.
Leary is doing such a good job.
Yeah, 骆驼弓箭手已经被招完了。
I've never seen someone be so consistent with it. Hera just trying to take out another Treb from behind. It's attempting to join the party, loses tons of Hussars with that flank attempt. Leary is up at 190 pop. Hera is at 1.
3台巨头拆迁的速度就已经这么快了。
For Leary, the Halberdiers are trying to get damage, and the monks are converting the hand cannons.
Oh, it's so good, and Hera's now out of gold, right? Wow, what a game! So many Halbs here.
Hera 没有黄金很久了。
Because he wants to save
GG.
teens. We will see a game 9. Don't ask me how. And
Hera 真的打进第9场。
Up, probably to take a break or something in between. It's been a long series.
What an insane set!
Insane set.
Welcome to NAC 4.
那最后一场 Livery 绝对是拜占庭啊。至于 Hera 的话， 竞技场不是太肯定。我觉得勃艮第对拜占庭没有很理想但是土耳其有一点点 one trick， 所以。
Keeping those halves near the treads, and he was fully walled behind.
This is Leary's moment to win a land right here. He went for
可能还是会选勃艮第哦。
The move that could be questioned by thousands of people of picking Burmese there instead of saving Burmese for fortified clearing. He still probably is at a big civ disadvantage, but if the game goes late against the Turks or the Burgundians, those are Hera's options. I imagine it will be the Byzantines for Leary, and I'm so excited for this game.
已经4个小时了，天哪
Show of hands. How are you feeling? I see Terra right there. His hand is probably going to be.
How do you show how you're feeling with a hand in
Up.
the air? Up if you're feeling good. Down if you're.
Okay, we got one. Terra is very slow. Yeah, there we go. Okay, okay. There's a little bit of a delay there. Hope you guys are having fun. I hope you're having fun if you're watching at home. We are indeed going into the game 9. This is what we all expected, and this is. Well, it's doing justice to the amazing tournament that we've had so far.
I honestly, though, did not expect this because of the civ situation. I'm so happy for Leary that he just showed everyone what he could do there. The thing is, with the previous game, if you lose those 3 trebs initially, normally the push is dead, right? And especially because he only had gold excess in that middle area for a bit.
Yep.
Again,
想睡啊！靠，我现在也超困的。
Has the big decision of do I go Turks or do I go Burgundians?
Yep.
What do you think is? I mean. Yeah, those are his options. Forgive me. Which civilization do you go with? The Turks have the crazy late game, but the Burgundians probably have the better economy and better early imperial age.
I think you go Burgundians here.
Yeah,
if you're Hera.
I agree.
Because I think they match up well against the civs that Leary has. I think Turks can struggle potentially against Byzantines.
土耳其对拜占庭会苦手屁啦。
For me, it's more like what does Leary pick, rather than what does Hera pick. Because Hera has 2 solid civs.
土耳其在竞技场对拜占庭不会苦手，好不好？
Ended this on a Flemish revolution after Leary got that 4th game.
勃艮第对拜占庭可能应该是比较不好打一点点。
Amazing.
I think,
oh boy.
I mean, if we see Ethiopians here, I'll eat a shoe live on stream. There's no way. There's no way we see Ethiopians.
他说：“如果我们看到他
really?
Never lives up.
I've never said that and not.
如果看到用这个伊索比亚的话，他就把他的鞋吃了。
Why?
Because it's Leary and they're archers, and you can hit a fast stim timing. I don't know.
Actually, I mean, you do make.
It's a compelling argument.
You do. Yeah, I was gonna say that's actually. I kind of regret saying the whole shoe thing now.
I have to say, it was encouraging. Hera came out here for a second to get a drink, and he was smiling. He was smiling, so that's great.
但伊索比亚应该是真的不会拿出来才对啊，太自杀了。
What their preferred position would be in this final? It would be game 9, me against Leary.
And then one of them
it
would,
out to see who's the best.
And then Leary would say, "I prefer Burgundians and Turks, though." Right? Like he'd be like, not having Byzantines.
I didn't want to get to arena anyway.
Yeah. And there it is.
Here we go.
Burgundians. Game 9 in this crazy final. Thank you everyone for watching. This is going to be one for the books.
勃艮第对拜占庭啊，预测完全命中。
Civilization we've seen picked at all here at NAC4 on this map, but while they don't have the eco of the Burgundians and you don't have that long list of bonuses that we're going to show for the Burgundians on the right, you do have an insane late game, which we'll get to. But every single thing there on that right side for the Burgundians is utilized to high-level arena. We've seen the Flemish Revolution end games. Burgundian Vineyards brings tons of resources, not to mention the economic upgrades being cheaper and available in age earlier, and the stable bonuses being cheaper, and the gunpowder units, extra attack, and just everything.
Everything is good for arena.
Is a stacked civ, and this civ's been nerfed like 3 times and still seems to be dominating.
Meanwhile, a civ that's basically never been nerfed. Is the Byzantines since its inception in the Age of Kings, and the buildings have more HP. Of course, everyone knows the Byzantines have a wide variety of techs they can go into. Camel Riders, Skirmishers, and Spearmen, 25% cheaper, and you get Town Watch and Town Patrol, in addition to your Monks Healing, which could come into play here. I would love a situation, Tristan, where we have Flemish militia against Cataphracts. I don't think I've ever seen that. That would be amazing.
Well, as good as
Lucas, thank you.
As good as Cataphracts are, you do have to remember that
最后一场还是我最爱的竞技场，干！我最讨厌的竞技场。我觉得我可以去洗个澡回来，他应该还没开打。竞技场超级拖台前的。
I think his smartest choice had he gone for the Burmese here. It's a bit hard to explain this because many people are like, well, are Burmese really good on Arena 2? And I think they are. I just truly think that Burgundians and Turks would have just outclassed the Burmese, which is why Leary went for that off-meta pick and got the win in game number 8 the way he did.
I think Burmese are better on the more closed versions of Arena rather than this one where you can really expand. Like if you get outside, if you get castles on the outside, your opponent is going to have to take a long time to go clear that up.
Yeah.
Whereas like normal Arena, you can cut out half of this open space. And they are just tunneling right at you, which could be really good with the monks and the Aaron buy from the Burmese. But the Burmese are not here. We have the Byzantines, so we have to question from Leary, what is the opening? Is it like a 3TC play into a
拜占庭对勃艮第还是可以打僧侣啊，僧侣的优势不小。
To know what to do here at the Byzantines because it's not a close map. It is a closed map that's not close, right? So you can't truly be aggressive. If you just boom, the Burgundians, I mean, it's cheaper eco upgrades and a freaking age earlier, right? So they're going to get the lead. I think the key really, you have to accept you're going to be behind in a lot of different ways, is don't give Hera the map in mid-castle. I would like to see early pikemen. I'd like to see pikemen patrolling the map because Hera might want a forward castle, fast trebuchet timing here to end this game quick.
Oh boy. There's a reason we haven't seen Byzantines on this map yet in the tournament.
Yep,
and it's because there are a lot of better civ options, Burgundians being one of those, if we're playing the meta. Question is, does Leary have something off meta, or is he just going to stick to his strengths, which is archers, fast imperial, and try and snowball?
Yeah, actually, here's a question for you. So, what stage of the game is Byzantines best? Early imp?
Early imp.
Or super late
game?
Like after the gold runs out?
Yes. And Burgundians are not bad in that stage either.
Yeah,
没有，你跟勃艮第打到 Super Late Game 没有黄金的状态，应该是输了。
Is crazy trash spam. I don't even know if they get champion. Oh God! I mean, the situation's so prepped for Revolution, right? Hera tries to push. Leary 50 skirms, 50 halbs. Hera runs out of things to do.
The problem against Byzantines with Revolution is you can never kill the castles.
True.
So much HP, right? Like, this is all theory crafting from us as we wait to see what the strategies are going to be. We've got Hera going up with 23 villagers to the feudal age. We've got 24 villagers.
以竞技场节奏来讲，拜占庭一定是
Hera's going to be in a position
帝王初期才有办法打。他如果打城堡后期，就是一般开放地图，拜占庭的强势期其实是城堡后期。他如果打城堡后期，一定会挫赛，因为经济真的落后太多啊！竞技场大家的经济可以很偷很偷。
And then you add on top of that the opponent has a unit which shreds infantry in the cataphract. So I don't think champion, even if it's available for Burgundians, will be utilized. And actually, have you ever seen champion from Burgundians?
No, I don't know if they have it, and there's a reason we wouldn't see it because they have so many other options that are good at what champion is good against.
It falls into the category of even if they get it, you should never make it in an ideal
We should
scenario.
have like instead of the Civ overview button, we should have the tech tree button that pops up.
Yeah,
so we can scroll through it with the
Listen, we might not always seem the smartest, but we are really good with relevant information.
Sure.
way to agree with me there, Dave. All right, guys. Well, 26 villagers in Dark Age versus 25 villagers in Dark Age. So Hera going up a little bit faster. Resources collected already extending for Hera. They're both on the way to Castle Age. Excuse me, I got that wrong. So relevant information incorrect. But yeah, Dave, I mean, it's just going to be a boom fest here. I'm not really sure what more to say besides the fact that I actually think we're going to see the button in this game.
We might see a successful counter to the button. I think if any Civ is going to withstand the Flemish Revolution,
Hera 的兽跟
really good shot.
跟弓形锯都是在城堡点下之后才拿的，然后接着拿重礼。
Hand cannons, you can go into Arbalest, and usually the revolution fails when
应该就是要抢最快的城堡时间这样。所以基本上城堡前应该是只拿了一个双头斧。
In the event Hera's going to lose, he should never resign without clicking said button. And if he already knows he's going to win, he had that happen to him from Leary in group stage. So that's why I think we're going to see that button. But look at this. Leary seems to value the Byzantines highly. He picked them 5 times out of 7 drafts, sniped them in the other 2 drafts. Also, this is my last stat for NAC4. Thanks for letting me be a part of this.
Stats Guy, let's get a round of applause for Stats Guy. Nerfbox here.
Wait a second.
He's been pumping out those stats towards production the entire time.
Hold on. I appreciate you, Stats Guy. It's Castle Age, baby. Come on, we can't get another stat.
We've got at least 3 more stats.
Exactly. I had higher expectations, but no, we appreciate you, Stats Guy.
He's been with us this whole journey.
Yes,
and
he has.
He's been amazing in combination with production.
All right, 14.
他的 Livery 对拜占庭的评价在整个系列中似乎是非常高的。他要么在前几个 pick 就会把它拿走，或是在对方拿走拜占庭的情况下，把自己的 snipe 用在拜占庭上。那因为拜占庭在蛮多不同的地图，包括水陆地图都有可能出，所以我觉得 snipe 它是蛮合理的。但早一点选他的话，应该真的就是他的个人偏好了。
And Leary will be a little bit slower to the 2nd and 3rd town centers than Hera, but resources collected, like you said, super close.
Yeah, I think the boom is going to be much smoother for Hera. He shouldn't have as much problem producing villagers out of the 3 TCs, but this is all to be expected. No real mistakes from Leary. Leary actually added another villager in Dark Age, so he'd be able to do this a little bit smoother. But Hera, of course, has the civilization. He picked Turks and Burgundians on his draft in the same wave. We've seen Turks against Burgundians many times, but you know, in that instance when Hera was drafting, he clearly wanted to eliminate an initial arena civ.
Wish I could play like these guys. So do I.
I thought the guy who donated was named Dave for a second. I was like, there's another Dave out there.
Relatable.
Yeah, very good. So we continue on here watching the scouts. We've seen 0 units killed, 0 units lost, and we wait, Dave. We wait to see what the decision will be.
It's a very happy Hippo right now, if you look at Leary's point of view, though, I think. It's a very... It looks cheerful.
Is that actually Nilly's little, like, kissing hippo thing? Is that what that's supposed to be?
No, if you want the true story behind this map,
大家的修道院都在 TC 之后。
That they wanted, so there was a map submission contest, right?
Yep.
And he was disappointed that there was not as many closed maps.
Of course.
So he said, as a troll, one of his viewers generated this image on top of arena.
拜占庭要是一击输太多的话，对勃艮第应该也是会蛮惨的。
I mean, wait. Was there a map script made, or was it just like?
勃艮第也是有一点遗迹加成。
Yeah, I think he generated as a minimap thing, and then they scripted in the other resources later. Yeah.
I was gonna say because the thing I like about this arena, you know, forgetting about the hippo, is how expansive it is, and it has produced more unique arena games.
It hasn't been bad, honestly, and it's given us that clown perspective that we all know and sometimes love.
Hasn't been super clowny. I'm sure John Slow, who's at the viewing party right now.
经济的差距开始拉开，这是拜占庭的特性就是这样的，他的经济不是特别好。
But these guys have plenty of micro, and 52 villagers versus 51 resources collected. Again, I'm surprised. 8,400 resources collected for Hera.
Ooh, big engagement coming up here. Leary's going to engage against the scout. Who's it going to be? Mono a mono. He's sending a villager. He can also heal fast with the monk, and I think if he heals right now, he might be able to turn around and go back to hit that scout, and this is the most action we've had in this game, which is weird for such a tense situation in Game 9 of our grand finals. But finally, we get some military production.
没什么好奇怪的，这种竞技场这种地图本来就超级无聊。玩了18分钟，得到的一个唯一的战斗场面就是2只斥候互殴这样。看。
And if Leary senses this in any way, shape, or form, he should be doing the same.
我之前超级不喜欢观战竞技场，就是因为这样。
This game has been close, but again, to restate it, felt like Hera was sitting on this civilization or the Turks just to wait for this point. In the event we got to game number 9 arena.
Hera should just heal up the scout. He's gonna.
No, it'll die.
I think you heal up the scout.
Okay, yeah, you heal up the scout. You were right. That was
he
really
doesn't
close.
Convert, because if you convert, Leary just backs away.
Yeah. It was
you heal it up.
I think it was 2 hits away from going down, but the healing was just enough there.
Now Hera's got the advantage, and he's on the prowl, but there's more monks coming out from Leary, and this is all we have to look at as more scouts are being added from Hera. 2 monks here from Leary. He's going to try and convert here. He's got 2 monks working away. Doesn't get it, but he's going to heal up his scout.
Yeah.
Potentially. And he gets 1 relic.
It feels like ludicrous right now against a civilization that has that eco.
遗迹目前是平手的，剩下的遗迹数量理论上是比较靠向 Livery 那一侧。
He's about to click up. He's about to click up to Imperial Age, and I think he's going to go for that castle approach. He's got 2 spearmen in the queue, and as long as he saves this monk, I think he'll be fine. He's got 2 more monks behind that, so if Hera wants to come in here, it's a big risk. There's 2 more monks behind this. He can potentially even make the case for healing up his monks in front. 2 conversions might come in.
What?
Come in. Leary is visibly disgusted with that conversion timing.
And maybe disgusted about the lack of spearmen, right? Like every single game you're seeing here is stable units for map control, and your Byzantines with cheap spears. Leary moving out early. Hera with 2 relics behind this, and has grown with his resources collected.
I think, honestly, Tristan, if you heal up with those 2 monks behind with Byzantine healing, you can get at least 2 of those scouts with the monks in front.
Yeah, I mean, scouts are... I'm laughing at the reactions from some people. Scouts are meant to do well in those situations.
Yeah, they have resistance.
They have resistance, right? Yeah. So it's still not a situation that you necessarily want to be in if you're Leary. He did actually toss away his scout prior to that, hoping to buy his monks time too, which kind of hurts, because Hera can move out and get relics uncontested.
4th barracks.
大概30%的帝王领先，可能超过30%一点，但是拜占庭正常只领先这样的量不是太够哦。
Towards that TC. Does he have Loom this time with his villagers? I'm pretty sure he does. No, he might die to another bear, but the bear is slow.
没有拿织布技术。
progression in these games, ideally, right? I go for this. It forces him into that. After that, I've got this prepared.
应该是不会死。如果他被打的时候马上有用多村帮忙的话。
Oh, Vodka knows exactly what to look at right now. That bear is weak.
Yeah, bear's not going to get the kill there. Right now, from what I'm seeing, Leary's got maybe 2 steps left. He's going to go forward castle, Trebuchet's Haupt, then maybe adapt from there. If Hera clicks chemistry right away, he knows that this is a threat. Hera's going to have bomberkins prepared, but it will be a Byzantine castle it'll be up against.
拜占庭不会怕火炮，因为僧侣加上那个印刷术之后就可以对付了。
All these 9 games for this moment as Leary comes forward with the villagers. The parade is on the march here. It's on the move, and the villagers are coming forward with the pikemen, now being halberdiers and the monks.
Is Hera gonna go bombard cannon revolution?
Is he just immediate revolution? Oh,
Hera's gonna.
Hera 已经在拿步兵科技了。可是如果他马上，他要马上革命的话，对他的 TC 现在是真的在狂盖耶。
TCs, dude. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 TCs.
Okay, so what you need, right? You need chemistry, because the key, as you said earlier, Dave, is you need the Flemish militia, which will be your villagers, and then siege. And if he does it, there's no counter.
If Leary sees that, the first tech you go for, fortified wall. The very first tech you go for is fortified wall, and then you try and find value against those bomber cannons. You ignore the Flemish militia.
The thing is, the tech is instant, right?
Yeah, but you see the notification. I think there's time. There's time. Hera needs to move across the map, right?
Okay, yeah.
And Hera, before he clicks this, he's gonna need to get a bunch of bomber cannons or trebs set up. He's going for a castle right now. I think it's gonna. You're gonna.
投石机比较保险呢，他如果用火炮的话会被僧侣招走。
Yeah. To really make it work, because Leary has a decent eco behind this.
所以还是要用巨头。那他只有一座城堡，用巨头的难度就会有点高。
Oh my goodness. Does Hera? Oh, they're doing it again. He's walling him in, bro. The Hera special and the Leary special.
Can I see if Hera knows about that castle? I assume he does. I'm just not 100% because that's kind of big here. Okay, so he's known about that for a bit. So yeah, he's hoping to push back and all in.
Hera doesn't see the walls. Imagine he clicks the button, he comes out here, he's fully walled in.
Yeah, it's true. It's just so much walling, right? And Hera's escaped.
应该是没有办法来得及全部封死啊，这来的村民数量不够啊，他才2村在盖。
3 of Hera's TCs are not on food eco, so if they would become army, and then he's creating villas out of all of his TCs, He does have 5 at home, which is great. But man, Hera's just waiting now. He's waiting as long as possible so he can get as many villagers as possible because he doesn't feel like there's any way to stop 200 military.
Well, he might wait too long because the hand cannons are already coming out here. And hit chemistry isn't even in for Hera. So he's going to have to wait for these bomber cannons to accompany the Trebs. 3 Trebs is not going to be enough to clear all of this up. And Leary has a decent economy behind this.
Hera 的这个革命可能拖得有点久了，他现在在等帝王甲，然后对面已经开始造骑兵加火枪手了。
Will this be the time that it fails? Will Leary get the vision he needs to know what Hera is up to?
Yeah, he must be so confused. And he's probably like, okay, no one's going to just open Revolution, right? You can, but Burgundians have so many other bonuses.
What else right now?
Yeah.
The only other thing Hera could be doing.
Leary 现在确实也应该要担心一下 Hera 到底是打什么招了，因为勃艮第再怎么大器晚成也没有这么晚成啊，就到现在什么事都没有做。只有出一些斥候在跑而已。
The Byzantines are that civilization.
Honestly, dude, I feel like Leary needs to be making squares in the middle of the map to put his hand cannon.
那他确实有在点，有在造火枪手，5个训练区，然后全部的部队开始往回撤，要挡这个弗莱明报名。
He's like, I'm out of here. And all the walls crumble here from Hera. He hopes for the same thing on Leary's base. Leary going for another castle at the back. Fortified wall tech is not coming in.
这个第一座城堡如果能绕过是最好啊。
Absolutely terrified.
Because you can't fight it, right? You just don't have numbers. You have counters. You have this. You have that. You cannot fight it. The hope now is that you can fall back, get a big enough mass of hand cannons, like 50 or 60. And then Hera can't make more.
现在大家都会打革命了，以前不会打革命的时候，你会看到就真的跟这个弗莱明革命打，然后军队下水饺死光。
Streaming across the map, and he's got 4 Trebs on the field with 4 Trebs in the queue.
现在这个面对革命的反应都比较正常。
He's producing villagers behind too.
Behind the walls, dude. There's more coming, and Hera's got the Trebs ready. I like how Hera skipped.
火枪的数量还是不是太够。
The first castle with Flemish militia, and he's trying
因为5座靶场训练火枪应该差不多等于3座靶场训练十字弓的累积速率吧。
Fortified wall is coming in from Leary. Hera's going to work away on that castle. The Flemish militia count has gone down by 30. Villagers now in the queue from Hera. He's only got 10 on food right now, so he's struggling to produce vills behind this. He's got the Trebs working away on the castle. Cataphracts coming out now. More hand cannons here from Leary. Will Hera be able to do enough damage? Will Leary be able to survive? Wild game 9 here at NAC 4. Fortified wall is coming in, but it's too late.
Leary literally did everything that we said maybe Hera could have tried when Leary used it against him. He's run. He's trying to wall.
圣骑士应该加减用啊，但是
He's playing a defense scenario right now. We have a defense scenario from Leary as he tries to stop the horde. He's found himself in
他真的是在玩战役的那种防御关卡，生存10分钟。
Hera needs to do damage here. 128 Flemish militia still on the field. Hera still pumping out villagers, and another castle coming in behind from Leary.
Didn't go for any of the other bonuses that the Burgundians have. A Civ that's just stacked with bonuses, and Hera sending a message to Leary. You did it to me to bring a game back from the dead in the group stage. I will do it to
Leary
you to close out the finals.
Leary picking away though, Tristan. Like, you look at the villager count from Leary, he's at 107. Those hand cannons have so many kills. The castles have a ton of kills. The first castle goes down. Hera only 1 Treb inside though, and Hera's down to 93 Flemish militia, and he's only got 50 vills behind this. The Trebs are bumping up against themselves trying to get in. This might have bought Leary enough time.
I don't know, Dave. You don't have gold, right? Hera will have a similar vill count to you in a bit because he's producing more vills. I fear for Leary.
OK， 悲剧啊！妈的，整个断光光。不要再 iPhone 了，靠！
The Byzantines are the best.
啊，走进去了。
I feel for Leary right now, Dave. He's trying so desperately, but I mean. 7 hand cannons.
现在村民数是大概5、60村的工作量对到 Hera 的80几村了。 因为 Hera 准备了非常多的城镇中心才革命啊，那个村民的补充能力是很强的。
For what was going to happen, Leary weathers the first storm as he now stretches out with the hand cannons and the light cap, trying to take out the siege. But he's not even.
Hera 因为对方没有多少空间可以活动的关系，所以其实拆住宅也是可以的。那个巨头是可以拆一下住宅。
I don't think you should, but you can. But you know, he can go for other units. So we see ballistics for Hera, which might just be for his castle. We see husbandry. We see some of the unique unit.
Yep.
Normally the order's a little.
弹道学跟这个骑兵移动速度也在拿了。那现在看起来 Hera 要把兵种转回这个马上轻装兵。
NAC4 dominant run from him in a game 9, and that is the 4th Flemish Revolution. We've seen this tournament; they've won every single time. The Canadian taking it home.
挡不住的弗莱明革命，在整个系列赛里面曾经出现过4次，4次都获胜了。
Hera had it all set up perfectly, and like the courage to go for a strategy like that in game 9.
I mean, you have to have a lot of comfort in that technology if you're going for it as the opening against the Byzantines. I love the storyline, right? We talked about it in Dark Age. We weren't entirely sure, and the fact that Leary won an unwinnable game with it in a very different situation in the group stage is beautiful. That was the perfect final of NAC4, and feels bad for Leary, obviously, but you can't say Hera didn't deserve it. Hera played incredibly well, and the big thing I'll bring it back to with Hera is not just his height, not physical height, of course, but like the height that he can reach with his play, but it's the consistency.
Yep.
The consistency across the entire series is always so good.
And like it feels terrible for Lear because that's like we said, that's another land final that he can't make it through.
这个稳定性跟表现肯定都是靠非常积极的练习练出来的。Hera 跟 Livery 很明显就都有对练啊。
And of course, we get to a 9th game, and he just has insane, like I said, insane courage to go for an unorthodox strategy like that in that position.
Yeah.
It is wild. Big smile on Hera's face. We've got Leary as well on the couch, teammates, and they are just at the highest level I think Age of Empires has ever seen in terms of skill, and congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations to both of them, obviously, and to Hera, who we'll talk to in a bit. I'm not really sure on the plans here, if we're doing the interviewing and whatnot. Seems like we are, so we might as well head to the couch.
You want to go take a seat over there? I'll guide you in.
What?
I'll guide you in.
What does that
to
even
the
mean?
interview.
革命很强，师奶更强，一杯下去保证暴毙。靠，我没有奶 Livery 啊，我整场都没有奶 Livery 啊。
Thank you everyone for watching. We're going to take you to the interview couch here with Hera, our champion, T90, and of course Leary, his teammate from Aftermath. Tristan, take it away.
At NAC4, excuse me. To the right of me and to the left of you, I have Hera, the champion, and then I have Leary right here. It was an amazing series. Hera, I'll just keep it simple here. How do you feel right now?
It feels amazing, of course. It's a really, really big tournament, and honestly, I'm really proud of both of us for how well we performed. The final was a literal coin flip. I mean, it was last game, could have went either way, so big GG well played to Leary, and I'm really just proud of both of us. Obviously happy to take it, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. Leary, it's a long series. Eventually, we're going to break down specifics here. I've got to ask, considering you guys played in the group stage, how, what were you thinking when you heard that little roar that goes when the Flemish Revolution's researched?
I already thought that he had something prepared like that, but hopefully it's going to get nerfed after this.
Okay,
no. Removed, not nerfed.
Removed, not nerfed.
It's not viable anymore.
I mean, Veleza said it. You've said it. I don't know. I mean, Hera, was there... I'll save my questions for that till later on, right? It was a really long series. So
他们都还是非常
Hera, you go for
就是坚持弗莱明革命这个科技应该要直接从游戏里被移除，改成别的东西。
Because Graveyards is game 1, you know, we're both not playing the sharpest, and you know, it's a lot of mistakes could happen. I felt like Maggers was a good pick for that. You get the cheaper scouts, the extra attack, so a lot of aggression can be put. But I think his defense was really stellar early on, until of course my scouts started to pick up a number.
Yeah, gotcha. And then Leary, what do you think went wrong for you in this game?
Opening strategy.
Opening strategies. You shouldn't have gone scouts?
I didn't like my scout approach. It just plays into the hands of Maggers too much.
Oh, gotcha. Well, you did shift into archers there. You did try archer spearmen, but Hera pretty comfortable to just stay on stable units all game. and there wasn't enough in defense there for Leary as Hera took down game 1. Felt pretty convincing, right? But like you had said, Hera, like game 1, maybe both players aren't feeling quite as sharp. Game 2 is interesting. You had to delete your lumber camp. You lost a villager here. I assume you were surprised by this.
It's funny because I should have not been surprised, but I was very surprised by it. Like I was super caught off guard. It's just that, I've seen it before in the group stage, so I should have known about it, but that was a big mistake from me, and a really nice siege push from him as well here.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Leary, typically I say, and I just can't handle the Cumans one way or another, but typically it's Siege Workshop first. Did you just have the impression that this was going to go late, and that's why you opted for the town centers?
Yeah, I thought I did enough damage. I'm still gonna do enough damage, so that's why I went for the eco approach.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you did, right? And I think that's just like most players just can't micro like you did. Hera, you had some problems here, right? Like you had snuck out to this stone in the first place, got the TC up, but then he spotted it and you started to lose everything. So what were you thinking at this point of the game?
You know, at that point, I felt like I was pretty lucky to have that area for so long. If he scouted me earlier, it would have been a lot harder because I needed that gold.
A lot harder. 没有早一点找到的话你就死了。
But I just tried to expand on the bottom at that point. Obviously, it was a really big risk moving out, but I had to because the game was very lost.
Yep. Talk to me about your approach here. Cuman's great late game civ for spamming Hussar, one of your favorite units, but outcrop a map with a lot of gold. You didn't really try and go for the raid approach here. You just kind of tried to, hit him in the face, I guess you could say. Why is that, and how do you think it worked out?
Yeah, I felt like it's really hard to raid him. I mean, look how he's positioned his castles. So every time I go for raids, I'm losing 5-10 Paladin, and they're really expensive. So I wanted to make, the raids happen only when I have the trebs, so that I can actually break the castles.
Did Paladin surprise you, Leary?
Not really. I should have gone for Camel, though.
Okay, so Camel earlier. Not Flaming Camel?
I have no clue what that is.
I was calling for it. I think with the way it panned out, probably Heavy Camel was the safer play there. Hera wins that game. All right, this game was pretty insane. But, for you, Hera, it kind of all fell apart in Dark Age.
Yeah.
Was it bad enough where you just said, oh, God, I'm up against Portuguese, and I'm down this bad early, I should lose this game? Or did you still feel like, you had a chance there, Feudal Age, Castle Age?
I mean, it didn't show it here, but his playing Dark Age with the Villager was really smart.
Yeah,
He caught me off guard, he killed my Vill, and he denied my dock at 68%. So from that point, it was really hard. I still felt like I had some winning chances if I did everything else right and if he made some mistakes, but unfortunately, he was just too sharp with it. And in fact, he was the guy still taking more and more.
那个68%的港口被阻止太惨了，
I
还
really
死一
have no
存。
questions for you, Leary, because it was so
I don't
dominant.
mind.
Yeah, okay, I'm sure you're
I
you're
thought I
tired.
had something going for me at the last push, but then I see 20 knights, and I'm like, okay, I guess not.
Yeah. And at that point, we thought you were going to resign, and you just attack around your own crossbows, which I enjoyed. I really enjoyed that.
I like doing that because like you go out with a bang, one way or another.
It just affects the KD a little bit more.
I was going to attack around the knights because I thought it was 3, and then I saw 20. I'm like, okay, the crossbow's got to get hit.
Yeah, I'm going to assume production was like, oh, we need it. And I think both of you feel like Portuguese are easy top 5, right? Civ-wise?
砸自己的
Yeah,
吃
but
这
it makes
个。
map pool as well, right?
It's not like it was a Civ win here though, because Japanese are probably right up there as well.
Yeah.
So,
But if Japanese lose fish early, it's like that's one of your main bonuses, absolutely.
yeah. And they don't show it, of course.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
Okay, Hera, talk to me about your approach here. It feels like every game players have just gone for water v water here. You had the Britons versus the Malay.
I should have went Mongols. In fact, I wanted to go Mongols here, just because I was really scared of some of the water civs he had. But with Britons, I wanted to go scout opening to not fight early water versus Malay.
Yeah.
And I got a lot of value. I'm actually not sure where this game went wrong, to be honest.
I mean, from my perspective, it felt like insane value with the scouts. This is where you both didn't realize that you were killing. You're both like, I'm killing so many bills. And then you both realized later how bad it was. But from my perspective, maybe just scouting, Hera. It was really tricky from Leary. Leary, do you like demo ships?
I'm starting to like them more and more, honestly.
I think there was like 2 demos that you ran directly into. There's another unit that you made a lot in this series, which I'm not sure you start queuing up now. There's you getting some value. But at this point, you don't have Galleon. I guess you do have Bracer, I suppose. But you're going crazy monks, dude. You've got 14 monks with the Malay. I just feel like monks are the go-to unit instead of Navy, I guess.
Yeah, if you have the middle control, then yeah, it should be pretty good.
Okay.
Honestly, didn't have range units, so it worked out.
Okay.
Yeah, monks are super OP if you can defend them. So, he just has 10 monks and he sits on them, and it's so much harder for me to engage on that.
Yeah, and I guess you don't have to move around on this map. right? So the fact that you don't have to be in different positions.
那个中间图控压死之后接僧侣，给的压力太大太快了。
Yeah, I could see how that would be the case. Leary, you had 2 wins in a row here, tied it up 4-4. Was there any surprise for you two? Like, you went up 2 games. I'm sure you recognize that Leary could always win 2 straight to tie it up, right?
I think he can win 5 straight. You have to be super careful. Of course. So
this is a big moment. Sorry to interrupt you here as we're moving through here. Hera, did you know that you went unchecked here with his scout? This is Leary's point of view, and he was trying to keep track of your range. I was curious if you sensed that he didn't have a scout around that range.
Oh, no. I thought he saw my range. I was just sneaking the archers. I thought my archers were sneaking.
No. He did know the range, to be clear.
Okay.
He just, I was, as a casting position there, saying that he was looking to see when you would run forward is all.
No, I sent them forward and prayed that I get there.
Okay, gotcha.
How sweaty was this defense here, Hera? Because Leary's micro was like off the chain in this game.
That was perfect, basically. He put the scrims in front and he micro back the weak expo and then just went forward. It was like, really bad for me here.
Like, even later in the game, I think the man had 5 Mangadals all moving simultaneously and dodges every single shot.
Yeah.
To try and get on him.
This is just going to be a micro highlight at this point. But like after the fight that we had just seen prior to this, when you went to do damage in early cast lead with fast ballistics and ran into elite skirm, did you like what percentage would you give Mongols as far as chances at that point? Because it feels like the dominating conversation is Chinese in mid game, which is so much stronger.
I felt like I had only 1 win condition, which I talked to Leary before, which is the Onager's Mangadai.
Okay.
And he told me you'll never get there versus a solid player. and I didn't get there. Like, in theory, I went for a Mega Boom, and if he doesn't push me, maybe I can. But obviously, his siege push was so deadly from that hill that it's just, too much pressure for him.
Did you expect Onager then because of that conversation?
Yeah, I knew it was his only way out, right? That's the only thing he has against Arbalest, so it was his only play.
You took 0 shots, though. I got no value from the Onagers. Unfortunate.
Yeah, you even killed an Onager with like 6 arbs underneath your town center. It's probably one of those where you're just like, I'll finally kill those. And then it didn't happen. By the way, Dave, feel free to chime in here.
Were you banking towards drill, or did you prioritize Hussar first?
Yeah, I couldn't afford drill. I felt like I had to go Hussar. Drill would be nice, obviously, in an ideal world, so I can actually hit some shots. But I felt like I'd rather just go for the be lucky approach rather than the safe play with drill.
I mean, Leary, you had 40 Hussars run into your base at one point. Did you begin to sweat at that point and think, oh crap, I could actually lose this?
Well, at that point I was just buying the castle and getting camels out, so I should have been fine. And I was fine.
对啊，只要有骆驼都不会太担心经济往你家里跑呢。
I guess like learning
就是没有骆驼的文明跟没有准备骆驼科技会比较怕。
You needed to have camels out earlier, or was it just completely different?
I guess kind of underestimating paladins and overestimating TA on the map probably.
Gotcha. Fair enough. Well, this game was very interesting. We had early aggression, which isn't shown here. I think this is actually near the end of the game. But Hera, I'm sure you played plenty of practice games with this guy. Were you always the water player, and then you expected the landings? Did you expect maybe in the Dravidian matchup that there'd be a landing? What was going through your mind matchup-wise in the openings?
I, like, quote-unquote, knew he would go men-at-arms because I scouted the barracks, and it's a strategy. It's actually a very strong strategy, so I had to prepare for that. But what surprised me was the 3 archers and how fast they came.
Okay.
So I took some damage on land earlier, but honestly, the game becomes so, like, anything can happen that you're never really dead. That's how I feel. I don't know what Leary thinks about it, but, like, there's so many ways to come back or to, like, play the mid-game.
It's hard to kill. Like, hard to destroy anyone. Like, either on land or on water, there's always a way out.
对，有那么多的水上经济，一些早期的经济损失，其实代表的没有到那么大。因为有很多的经济份额是来自这个渔船的。
That's amazing.
Miracle saves me.
Also, Frigid Lake here. Leary, you seem frustrated after this game, right? Like, you had a good opening, and it seemed like Hera just had all the right micro engagements, and he got every single demo you tried to send at him.
I got more pissed at myself because I was doing Knights, and Knights is the worst unit in the game right now, since there are monks in the game. And yeah, that's about it. I'm pretty sure I gifted him more Knights than I killed units with my Knights. So yeah, that's the story of this game pretty much.
Yeah, it's one of those things that snowballs on you when you commit to that many monks. And Hera, you were pretty confident with the crossbows and the monks on the water. Talk me through that a little bit.
You have to be, because if you try to run around, like, you waste so much time running around on attack than running around on defense. So I realized you just have to be confident running through demos, and obviously it's a massive risk, but I was paying more attention than usual.
Yeah, and crossbows one-shotted anyways. At this point, I think soon after this, Leary had to tap out, taking it to 4-3 Hera, and I was asking big questions about the draft at that point because I thought you would go Burmese as Leary got the quick wall down here. This was actually after you guys had to do a restart, by the way. Yeah. And I was thinking, this would be so unfortunate for Leary, who got his dock down prior to the re, to then lose the villager. But Leary, okay, you pick Burmese here. I assume it's because you wanted to save Byzantines for later on?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And you start to lose these villagers? You feeling desperate at this point?
I mean, I still knew he had no gold, right? And he's Berbers, so not really an eco bonus, and the only thing he can do is Light Iv. So I knew as long as I would somehow survive, push his castle, and like get decent eco behind, I would still have a chance, and worked out.
I thought I would win after this engagement, actually. I thought this one went really well for me, but it only hit me after that he had a good economy behind it. I thought he was 1 TC, and normally when he's 1 TC, one fight like that and you win, but his economy was good enough to just rebuild it, and his units were like so much stronger than mine.
估错对方的 TC 数量其实影响蛮大的，因为你杀一样杀6-7只村民，他到底是2 TC、3 TC 还是4 TC 的差别很大。
Yeah, he played really well. Like, there's really not much I can do here.
因为那个村民补充的能力就是好几倍啊。
You did it. I feel like you forced every fight you had to. You got onto the gold, but yeah, then we get here. Game number 9, you had Byzantines. This is what I wanted to ask you about. How do you counter this? How do you stop this tech?
I don't think you do.
If
Probably
done properly,
you have to expect it, and maybe I could go Cataphracts, but like not really realistic either.
What do you think, Hera? Like, obviously, let's say you go into this and he knows you're going to open Flemish, or you know you have the option for Flemish. What do you do against it?
Well, the only way to counter it is gimmicky stuff like fortified walling, 3 layers, taking the relics, buying so much time. And if I see him do anything gimmicky, I just don't do it.
Okay.
But if he tries to play the game normally in any way, if I just go boom to 200 villas and then do it, it's an auto win. And this is one thing I want to talk about the Flemish Revolution, because normally people do it as like a backup plan, but I was talking about it all week saying if you make that your main plan, it's super broken.
Yeah.
And so this game I was finally able to make it my main plan, and it was like that tech just has to be removed because it's competitively way too unfair.
And arguably, you could always open with something somewhat standard and then go Flemrev as well. Here's a question. Obviously, you play to win, right? If a tech's in the game, whether you like it or not, you got to use it. Did that enter your mind to open with it because of that funny game that you guys had in the group stage earlier in the week? Was there a bit of like, all right, you did it to me, now I don't feel bad doing it to you?
Like that's a nice storyline, but I was just thinking about like it's so broken, I have to use it.
Okay.
Not really like he got me with it, you know.
Okay.
It's 1-1 on the Flemish Revolution between us, so we'll see what happens next.
All right, awesome. Well, again, congratulations, Hera. Congratulations, Leary. It was a great event. I hope you guys had as good an experience as a player as I did.
好了，看到这边也真的差不多要睡觉了。
Absolutely.
I just want to say, first of all, thank you to all the viewers and everyone at NEC who made this event happen. And I also want to do a quick shout out to our team. Obviously, we don't really have a proper sponsor with Aftermath. It's just me, Leary, and a couple other guys that are just trying our best to make it happen. Of course, we had Nikov, MBL, and Hearts, and we put together a lot of effort to make a boot camp happen, and it cost us a few $1,000s, but it really paid off with how we bonded as a team, got closer, and I just feel like going forward.
他们自己花了几千块钱成立了一个训练营去准备这个赛事，那确实也真的看得到非常好的成果，因为他们缺乏赞助商什么的。我就是感觉得到 Hera 之前的那些低潮期，其实整体的表现是真的有受影响的。那但很高兴看得到他们还是可以重新振作。感谢各位的收看，我们下次再见喽，晚安。
But obviously, I want to thank everyone who supported me, my whole family, and I know some friends are watching as well. I think it goes the same for Hera and any other player. We're always welcoming any support, and that's what we're here for, right? We play for the people, and just love the game. So, thanks for that, and hopefully you enjoyed it all.
Yeah, and I'll shift that into a big thanks for Nili. This event is like so utterly selfless in the way it's organized, right? Like 100% of the prize pool going towards the players. amazing compromise for us to get us here, make sure we're comfortable. It's a lot of work. As someone who hosts events myself, I know how it's like oftentimes a year or two in the build-up, especially if you want to do like a repeat of a LAN and a pandemic happened, right? I'm sure he's been thinking about this for a long time. So our hippo, who will eventually, oh, he's sitting there. Okay, so who will eventually come to take this mic, deserves all the love and claps and salutes that you've got for him. He's awesome. And those three, everyone except us. Absolutely.
Oh no, you guys too.
But yeah, seriously, so if you already haven't given Nili some love, make sure to do it. And with that, Nili, I am finished.
I will take some couch time alone then.
Wonderful, go for it.
Bye, chat.
Yeah. So, two quick things about the chat activity that we just had. First of all, something that I'm... Or just some claps for Hera directly. So obviously, winner interview is mandatory, and loser interview is completely open to the person. Leary himself said, "Nah, I'm totally fine. I want to sit there as well. Want to share the moment." Obviously, he was still sad. So respect to Leary. This was completely voluntary, right? So much respect for him. Also, I'm probably breaking some NDAs here. But screw it. We are obviously in a balancing Discord with all the top players, influential people in Age of Empires, and constantly discussing potential changes for the game. And the devs are aware about Flemish Revolution. That's what I will say. Be hopeful, be not hopeful. Yeah, that's what I will say. Obviously a crazy event again, right? 9 full days of Age of Empires, long days, and I won't make a long speech, right? I've made massive speeches, NAC 1, 2, 3. I also had a long speech at N4C, so let's keep this one short. I will do a recap video coming midweek, right? I already said there were a lot of like questions that came over and over again. I will address all those in those videos, and then we'll get into the emotional part, what I felt with your numbers, what I wanted before, yada yada. I think we were around like 41,000 in total, and I think like 24K on this channel alone. So very reasonable. Spoiler alert for the video there. Our sponsors, obviously, as you can see at the top, Backforce, providing us with all the nice chairs. Just quote from Hera, Backforce and Lead Desk together. He felt so comfortable, was always having the perfect working conditions there. If he practiced, if he played in the tournament. Then also a good friend, obviously big name in the Age of Empires community and supporting this event as well. I hope I did them justice. Obviously they didn't have an event in quite some month, and send them some love. They are obviously so kind to me, so kind to the Age of Empires community in general. So thank you so much, Red Bull there. Terra Gaming, sponsoring our PCs and giving us all the setup there. Worked very smoothly, I have to say. Yeah, basically perfect setup. We set everything up in the shortest of times and could just start training and could start with the tournament there as well quite nicely. And now I'm hearing myself a lot in the back there. Yeah, that's the setup with the training room. People absolutely loved it. And obviously, the basically biggest sponsor and making so much happen for us, Gamer Legion, right? Obviously, I struggled a lot with sponsors. You know about that before. And they are flying in, said, Nili, you're in a massive hole, but we will cover it for you. Go continue making this event as good as possible. Try to be break even. And obviously, I still invested more and all like the sub money and all the ad revenue and something is all to cover the costs. So I'm basically break even here thanks to Gamer Legion, and that's why we could put all this crazy amount in there. 35,000 on top, and obviously Microsoft
who gave me $100,000 to run this whole tournament. I had a talk, a YouTube video like 2-3 weeks ago where I talked about what this event costs and how we ended up here in this situation. And yeah, now we're coming to individuals. First, big